before the present. The present, I said, because some people take the Hebrew cosmology, okay, and claim it is closed with the firmament, it is some kind of a present. But I'm not going to debate Hebrew cosmology right now, okay, because I'm trying
Because you
to
would lose.
even go.
That's why.
No, motherfucker, because unlike you, I know
It
Hebrew,
doesn't talk about it. It
okay?
doesn't talk about an ever
And I
expanding
know
galaxy
you're lying.
or a solar system. So that's why you would lose.
Okay,
The narrative of Hebrew cosmology does not speak of an ever expanding galaxy.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is, and my points are always very quick. Sometimes people remember, sometimes they don't. I don't know. Sometimes they're annoyed, sometimes they're not. Yo, if you think that, a place that's made for specifically the conditions here for us to survive, because that's what we're doing. We're living, you know, all of that. Doesn't your country have a border? It's not even a real one, but man dictates how far you can go with permission, without permission. So, I mean, this idea that if you believe in Hebrew cosmology, you think you live in a prison. Well, you already think that you live in a prison if you live in a country with borders where men tell you this is where you can freely go, this is where you freely can't. So it's just a ridiculous thing to say.
It is. So is the Earth triangular shaped or what?
No, it's a globe.
So it's not a slice
Why
of
did you
pizza.
say?
Damn
Why
it.
did you say the Earth is triangular shaped, sir? What's in contention right now is if the knowledge you have right now, if the Earth is a globe, do you have anything to substantiate it? That's the question at hand.
Yes,
Yeah, the whole
yes.
Earth
The Earth is a globe.
controlling thing. Yeah, the whole Earth is a triangle thing. Just take that out. No one cares about that. The Globers don't want to hear that.
The Earth is
We
a
don't want
globe. So
to hear that.
nobody wants to hear if the What if
It's
I have
cheap and
evidence that the Earth is a pizza slice?
You don't have evidence of any Earth being other than what we understand it to be, sir. So is the Earth a globe or not, Obsidian? Answer the question.
Yes, it is a
Okay,
globe.
provide
Yes,
evidence that it's a globe for the whole audience to listen to you. How is it a globe?
absolutely
Provide
not.
evidence. Then it's your
Absolutely
fault.
not.
It's your fault that you're not going to have an argument against it, and you're just going to sit here listening to us tell people. That's up to you. You can go the old childish ways, but we are always demonstrate how you guys are wrong. So that's what's at stake here, folks. The evidence for the Earth being a globe. Do you have any? If you have not, then let somebody else champion the point.
I mean, obviously, I believe the Earth is flat because that's just empirical reality. But if you look throughout the Bible, it's not just flat Earth. The whole science of the Bible completely contradicts what Christianity teaches and what so-called modern atheists believe. For example, in Genesis 30, Jacob performs animal magnetism in the Bible. Animal magnetism is a
Yeah,
real thing.
yeah.
People
Let's
don't
not
acknowledge
divert,
that it's real.
sir. Let's not divert from the topic. We have
Okay.
to keep it strictly on the
Okay.
topic.
Okay. Yeah.
So whether or not biblical matters of other other things that we can talk about, we don't really get into
Okay.
those.
Okay.
Hold on, sir. Only to those things that outline what the Earth is and in regards to cosmology. We want to stick based on that, so we don't have to get into anything else from the Bible. Because we want to support what we're saying here in every way. So if you want to do that, just mainly stick on topic. That's all. What happened to that French guy? He took off too? Wow. I think he's misinformation. Is that you, French dude? Misinformation?
Are you able
Yeah.
to talk normally and listen to arguments and
You're not
not
bringing one,
freak
sir. You're
out
just
and mute right away?
you're just
Because
bringing
I
your
know the
incredulity.
Bible,
That's all.
and we can debate whatever you want, but
The shape of the earth.
nowhere does it says flat.
It literally does. Job 38 and 14. I pointed out to you.
Okay, bring me, show me.
Job
Show me.
38 and 14.
I
Go
will
look
show
it up.
you how you took it out of context.
Go ahead. Tell me now.
Show
Tell me how I
something
took Job.
there is
Tell me
isn't
how I
there.
took Job 38:14 out of context right now. Job 38 and 14. Go look it up and tell me how I took it out of context. Go do that right now.
The earth is round.
Not talking to you. I'm asking this gentleman here who thinks I took it out of context.
Okay.
Prove it.
Wait.
Go ahead. Is he still talking? I can't hear him.
Yes, you. It's you.
Does
Sorry,
anybody
I
else
got
have any evidence for
disconnected.
the earth being a globe?
Can you repeat? What?
Job
Can you
38,
have
Job
your
38 and 14. I want you to look that up and tell me how I took it out of
You are
context.
right. You're right. I grant you this.
Job
Now
is only
describe me
referencing
the
something else.
prison world
He's
that
not
you
making a
live.
claim.
It's not a prison wall. For you, because of what the narrative you've been believing so far, you think that it's a prison because that's the narrative that you've been taught.
Yeah.
You've been told that it's a ever expanding galaxy, so your mind thinks that God made that. So
Do,
because it's not that, you're saying that now it's a prison, and
It
it's
literally
not.
is that.
do you
It's
know what
never
that
been. It's
implies?
never ever since you've been on this earth. You've been seeing the beauty and majesty of the earth because you can go to places that look extremely beautiful, and standing in awe of nature, you would not say it's a prison at all. You would be in awe and inspired by it.
Yeah.
Many
Nobody said
people
it was a
have that.
prison. You're making a straw
Even
man of people saying it's a prison. Nobody said it's a
He
prison.
said it was. That guy told us that it was a prison. What do you
Okay.
mean? I'm not making this up. He just said it. Ask him. Misinformation, that's his name.
Wait.
You're
That guy.
conflating that. You're misunderstanding.
First of all, don't get so emotional. Second
Yeah,
of
don't tell
all,
me how I can get.
please
Answer the question. That's all.
describe to me the flat earther that you a flat earth model that you are reciting with, so we
Yeah.
can better debate that.
Well, it's not a model, but essentially the Earth is observed as flat. It's measured as flat, and it's also practically used as flat. So there's three things you
Okay,
gotta.
with the dome above it. Yes.
No, I never said dome, but I would say contained. It's contained. So if it is contained, whatever that shape is up there, it's still not
What
allowing
is it
for
contained? By what?
the,
What do you
the,
mean contained?
the dome is the moment in
a
which the religion
physical
comes in.
a physical container because we have gas pressure on the surface. So if we have gas pressure, then we have the gas pressure that you and I are breathing right now, the air, 14 psi at the surface has to be contained.
You don't understand
So
containers.
because of the necessary
He
yes,
doesn't
Do you
either.
understand the
I don't
question?
think
I'm
that
not
you do.
asking you about the containment right now. I'm asking you a
Yes,
simple thing. Do you say there is a limit to where you can go?
yes.
So you live in a prison world.
No, see, and the guy before was saying that I said you were in a prison. No, he's
You're
saying
literally misunderstanding him. You're literally
really,
misunderstanding him.
really. He's saying prison wall, and I'm
He's
misunderstanding him.
implying
How so?
that you're saying the flat Earth is a prison. That's what he's saying.
I'm saying that he's the one
About the
using
globe,
those
yes,
words.
you've misunderstood.
He's using those words. How am I misunderstand his words if he's saying them, sir?
You're using them in the wrong context, dude.
They always do this.
Yeah, you're laughing and you're trolling at the same time. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah,
I'm laughing because it's incredible how stupid you are.
Yeah, take a breather, dude.
You think that flat Earth is a prison, but the globe isn't.
Exactly. That's what I said. And the other guy saying, no, he's not saying that flat Earth is a prison. That's what the fuck
You
he's
were
saying.
calling the globe
What do
a
you
prison.
mean? I didn't say it was a prison. He said flat Earth is a prison, you moron. Are you not paying attention?
I come here
You guys
to
are dumb
remind
as fuck,
myself.
dude. I'm sorry, but it's just the way it is. You're dumb as
Flat
fuck.
Earth does exist.
I come here to remind myself how stupid people are.
Yeah, thanks for that. But still no evidence of the Earth as a globe, right? Thanks for that. But now prove the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Do that. Let's see if you can.
Just
What do you
look up
got?
just look up at the
Look up
moon.
at what? You're such an idiot. Is that the Earth or the moon? You dumbass. We're talking about the Earth. You guys are utter morons. The lot
sun
of you.
gets smaller when it sets.
Who gives a shit? Why are you looking at the sun or the moon or the stars? We're talking about the Earth.
Just look at the moon.
The Earth.
Because
who gives a
I
shit?
was
Dude,
given
are we
eyes to
talking
look
about
at them.
Listen, hold on, Embo. If we're talking about the Earth being a specific shape, how the fuck are you going to look at the moon and tell me what shape the Earth is when you're looking at the goddamn moon? You fucking morons.
Well, I could go 3 lines of evidence of why you can look up at the moon.
I don't give a shit about looking at the
know you
moon
don't.
or the sun or the stars. We're trying to figure out if the Earth's surface has curvature. Now, how are you going from the Earth's surface having curvature to looking at the moon?
You don't want to be enlightened, sir.
Enlightened? No, sir. I need a direct evidence that the Earth has curvature on its surface. Now, you guys, that's your job. Demonstrate
Why
that the
does it
surface
have
has
to be
curvature.
on the surface?
Because that's what we're talking about. Does the Earth have a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid? And does the surface have any curvature? Not the fucking moon or the sun, you morons. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. Can it be directly measured to have curvature or not?
The surface of the Earth is the shore of the cosmic ocean.
Okay, you're a moron. Next guy. Cosmic ocean. Get the fuck out of here. Next. I'm going to take you fucking clowns out one at a time. Next guy, please. Who's
Have
next?
you heard of the Foucault pendulum? I learnt about it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. What about the
so you're just going to reject it, are you?
What about it? What about it? Just tell me about it. What about it?
So it demonstrates the Earth is rotating because the pendulum, it rotates as well, and it rotates differently depending on where you are. So the pendulum doesn't rotate on the equator, and on the southern and northern poles, it rotates directly.
So basically, you're presupposing that the Earth is turning because of a Foucault's pendulum moving the way it does.
But in your flat Earth model, the sun and the moon.
Don't flat Earth model. Don't flat Earth model me. I didn't tell you anything about flat Earth models. You're over here telling me that because the pendulum is moving a very specific way, then the Earth is moving. Really? Was there any natural observation of the Earth moving at all, sir? Any observation at all?
Why do I have to observe?
Because that's the first step for you to actually say, I think the Earth is moving because I see it. Therefore, let me test to see if it is moving. I got a device that can show me that it's actually moving because now I can see the Earth moving, and I'm going to test it with Foucault's pendulum. But you know what? You don't have an observation. You just have some kind of wacky device that's going to tell you, hey, the Earth's moving, man, because this thing is moving. That's a dumb thing to do. You have to first witness nature. You have to hold on a minute. You have to first witness in nature what nature's doing, and then figure out if not nature is doing that thing or not. And then you formulate some kind of hypothesis, and then do a test, and then you can bring out your little device and say, well, it's moving in a specific way because I saw an observation of the Earth moving. That's what you do, not the shit you just said.
Is that how it works? Is it? So why does the pendulum move in a different way? No, why does the pendulum move in a different way on different locations of the Earth?
I don't know. You tell me without making an observation.
But I just explained it to you, and you've rejected it.
You tell me.
What is your hypothesis about why the sun doesn't get smaller?
Yeah,
as
we're
it's
not going to talk about what the sun's doing. We're going to actually ask these guys. We're going to ask these guys if they know they have direct measurement of the Earth's curvature. That's all we want to know. And if you got nothing, then just say I have nothing, guys. Let me just go back into my hidey hole where I'm safe, where I know I won't be
Alpha,
asking any
alpha,
questions
alpha,
about the
alpha,
curvature of the
alpha.
Earth.
Let's
What?
question. Can
I don't give a shit. Is that it, clowns? Is that all you got?
Well, there's also obviously the gyroscope, which Leon Foucault
Wow, what about
Oh,
the
Jesus,
devised
dude.
as
Here we
well.
go. You have enough Glovers to back you up here, Egg. So go on with your spiel.
I don't need backup. It's just a
My
wait,
favorite
wait, Alpha,
actor.
what
Yeah, you do.
My
about
favorite
Need backup.
actor? No way.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
you need backup. Go ahead. You have enough clowns in here to have a circus. So go for it.
Sure. Do gyroscopes detect angular change in angular orientation?
That's not the question at hand, is it? We're asking
That's
the
the
very
question I
specific
asked.
question. Can we figure out if the Earth is moving based on a natural observation
Guys.
of the Earth spinning around, and then
Wait,
figuring
wait.
out whether or not this device wait now that I'm speaking? Why didn't you tell him to wait? So basically what we're doing right now is observing whether or not the Earth is in motion, and then figuring out, well, wait a minute, we can't even observe the Earth in motion, can we, Egg? So how are we figuring out that this device is telling us that the Earth is doing something? Well, we haven't seen the Earth do anything. That's weird.
Sounds like what you're saying is if I ignore the evidence that the Earth is rotating, then there's no evidence that the Earth is rotating.
Actually, what I'm saying is, do you see the Earth rotating, you clown? Do you see it rotating?
I see
Well,
the
do you?
consequence of it.
Nah, consequence.
I
You're a
see the
consequence ass.
stars
Get out
and
of here.
everything moving
I'm
around
asking
two
Egg.
central points of
Yeah,
rotation, and that could lead me to
yeah.
go, hey,
Lead me.
maybe
That could
we
lead
are.
me. Nah, bullshit, lead me. No, I didn't say lead me to know. I said, did you know by looking at the Earth that you can tell it's moving? No, I can look at the stars and it could lead me to think that the Earth is in motion. We're not giving a dichotomy here. We need to know absolutely sure that the Earth is in motion. Therefore, when we see it doing something, we can test it and say, wait a minute, let's use a device. Perhaps we can figure it out. But we've never seen the Earth in motion. You're just saying that it could lead you to know because it could be either that the Earth's in motion or not by looking at the stars. Isn't that true?
Sorry, are we answering one another's questions now? Yes, that is true. Yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah, I know that.
So,
It's a
since
dichotomy.
we're answering
Anyway,
one another's
somebody else handle
questions,
this.
do
I gotta get going.
gyros detect change in angular orientation? Can gyros be used for that purpose, for detecting a change in orientation?
To be honest with you, Alpha, your original question was the curvature of the Earth, and they went off on this tangent of motion. So they can't prove motion without proving that the Earth is curving. So all the
Well,
other stuff.
evidence that it's rotating is evidence that it's rotating.
Yeah, well,
If
not
we want to run from that, fine, we can. Look, you guys get your fitness however you want.
I mean, technically, you could, with a gyroscope, prove two things at the same time, because even if the flat Earth was rotating, the precession would look different.
Well, you're not
And
leaving
you can move across the surface
other
and detect that angular change, so you can detect the curve of the surface
You're not
along with the rotation of a body. So if you fly east, for example, at roughly the speed of rotation, you will get double the rotation. But if you fly west, you'll null out the rotation. So what that shows is, yeah, you can use a gyro to detect curvature, because curvature implies that plumb lines would be diverging, and that's what a gyro can detect, which is that change in angular orientation. Which, if somebody answered the question, do gyros detect change in angular orientation, we could move forward with the conversation. Do they? Crickets, huh?
You're not
I'd be
actually
crickety too.
giving any other factors to what could be possibly happening. You only already
Hit me with
have
them.
your idea of what's going on with gyroscopes.
Let's form a
I'd love to hear 'em,
hypothesis. The
Latty.
truth will be revealed.
So if there are other things that could affect the gyro, like step one, we need to say, is that what gyros do? And we still don't have an answer to that question. But if we're just going to assume that the answer to the question is yes, gyros they are designed. They're originally, designed or invented by Leon Foucault to detect the rotation of the Earth, and they do a very good job of detecting angular rotation. Then we can move to the next question of when it detects that we're all of us turning eastward at 15 degrees per hour, is that evidence that we are moving eastward, rotating eastward at 15 degrees per hour, or is it something else, which is kind of the question you're jumping to, Flatsy, which is a good question.
Yeah, so the best way to get to the bottom of it is going back to the curvature of the Earth. Is it curving?
The
Because we
best
don't have to
way
worry
to determine if the
about
Earth is
ocean.
turning
get
is
to
to
that.
ignore that question and ask a different question. I'm with you.
No, I just
I
want to
like
stick
it.
to the actual orientation of the surface of the Earth. That is what will be the end all be all.
If the Earth was rotating, like let's imagine that you managed to get convinced that that gyros do detect rotation, and that gyros are detecting.
Dude,
Sorry?
you have to imagine that the Earth is moving first before you can even go to.
No, you don't.
What does that mean? I need to imagine, like, even if I accept it, even if I say, fine, I have to accept the possibility that maybe the Earth is turning or maybe it's not, so that I can make predictions about what a turning Earth would necessitate and what a stationary Earth would necessitate, so I can split the difference between them. Fine. So what? Are you saying it's impossible to imagine what the effects would be of a rotating Earth? Because all you're doing is admitting inability.
No, I'm not
Even
admitting
as
it other than you don't observe it moving. Why would you assume that it is?
even if you were to give a
Because,
gyroscope
so
to some
there's many
person
people
who...
who...
Kimbo, will you please mute? You have so much going on in your background.
Sorry.
There's some sort of high pitch thing coming through. If like lots of people say that we're rotating, and I would say, looking at the stars alone, if we just take that bit of observation, we can go, there's kind of a 50-50 here. It's not 50-50 because it could be that we're both rotating at like, some proportion that ends up adding out or subtracting out to 24 hours. But it's pretty likely that either we're rotating once every 24 hours or all of the stars are around us.
But you
And so
observe
if I just look at that observation and go, right, I want to split that difference, that 50-50 that Ptolemy said we're stationary, the stars are spinning, and then people after Ptolemy said, no, it's the other way around. I want to be able to go, how can I pass the difference between these two things? Now, if the person I went to said, don't ask that question, focus instead on something else, I would think either they are trying to hide the truth from me or they're trying to hide the truth for themselves.
Trying to get to the base of the whole claim. The base of it is the curvature of the Earth. That's why somebody would put you back on this track, because this is what the subject that always keeps getting obfuscated, and then we go to gyroscopes or Foucault's pendulum or all of these other things, and instead of focusing on the main point, and that would be curvature.
We can use some axioms, and we can discover certain things through sort of hypothesizing about what these things might be, to then work out about how feasible then is the curve. Is it 50-50 or is it more than that? From more questions before that, because it's obviously not as easy as saying, look, there's the curve. You can't have that evidence because it's so big. It's just not possible to provide such evidence. But there's a lot of other evidence.
Where I came into the conversation, we were talking about Foucault's pendulum, which is trying to detect rotation. Why are we now running from that topic? Let me put it this way. Let's go this way. Let's say you guys brought up the curvature and you said, I don't care about anything else. I just want this curvature of still bodies of water over distance. And then I said, no, I'm not going to discuss that. Instead, I'm going to discuss angular rotation.
Okay, all right.
Would you find that? Would you find that sus or weird? Would you be like, hey, it seems?
Who cares? I don't care. I don't care.
That is what you did, though. Literally what you did.
Dude, to that, the last gentleman that was speaking just before eggshells. So you don't try and prove these axioms that you don't observe?
No, there's not proving axioms. It's finding axioms based on things that we can observe to work to another point of the conversation. We're not assuming anything about it. We're creating them as we go so that we can move along with what actually might be true.
All right, so your base axiom is that you observe the Earth to be flat and
There's no base
stationary.
axiom, but there was a question asked. I can't remember exactly what it was, but
Yeah,
The question
great.
keeps
So
being
your
confused.
base
So let's
axiom
try to answer
is
the
that
question to
the
establish an
Earth is
axiom
flat
that might
and
allow us to move
stationary.
forward into discovering what the shape of the Earth
Right.
might be.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
it's flat,
something
the
that you
truth
don't
would be so
experience,
revealed
right?
that it is flat. But the same as
Right.
saying
So,
it's not flat or it's not a globe. It's the same thing. It's both irrelevant. So let's try to make some axioms.
right, so is it that you're looking at something, right, and then you're observing something and then trying to figure out why it's happening, or is it that you've assumed what's happening already in the first instance? Or are you determining from what you're observing that something must be true just based on the fact that that could be, but you haven't tested it to see if that's true or not? It just matches what a certain ideal, or like you said, axioms, a model per se.
I'm not sure if you are talking to me, but the question was, are the stars spinning or are we spinning? But the only response was, no,
I'm just
what's the
asking
shape
you
of the Earth? But we can use that
question.
question to create an axiom about, okay, so the stars are doing this, therefore what might be happening after that fact?
Right, so it's not actually drawing a definite conclusion.
Exactly. It's asking which one seems more plausible, and let's
Then,
discover
all
some
right, no,
things that
it's
might
not
be
about
true
plausible.
about that.
It's not
That's
about
what
plausible.
it is. An axiom is a self-evident truth.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that even more precise. Yes, cool.
Right. So your base axiom is that the Earth
There's no
presents
base
itself
axiom.
as
There is a
flat and
question.
stationary.
Are the stars spinning or is the Earth spinning? That's it. There's no axiom yet.
No one even talked about spinning yet. Do you observe
There
the
was a
stars to
question
be in
asked.
motion?
Are the
Do not.
stars spinning
Do
or is
you?
the Earth? I
Let
don't
me
want to take
ask
this
you
too long.
a
Sorry, I'm not coming to
question.
power
Now,
now.
well,
No,
let's
because
try
there is
this again.
already a lingering
Let's try
question.
this again. Yeah, let's try this again with you shutting the fuck up. So here's the question: is your base axiom that you see the stars in motion?
The stars are spinning. Are we spinning or are they spinning? Let's
I
try
just
to
asked you a
figure out what's.
question. You don't need to go to another question when you haven't answered the first question. Do you see the stars in motion? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, great. There's your base axiom.
What? No, how
You
though?
can't tell
Because
someone what their base axiom is, moron.
you can't are the stars spinning because maybe the massive thing I'm on is spinning around, or maybe they really are
That's the
spinning
question
around.
of spinning. Realize that you have already jumped to spinning now.
No,
I just
no,
asked
no,
you
no,
if
no.
the stars
There are
were
two
in
things that
motion.
could be true. I could be on top of something massive that is spinning, or the things above me could be spinning. There are
Why
two different
introduce
things.
that yet? Because you
What do you
only
mean? Why
observe the
introduce that?
stars
Because
in
it's a
motion.
possibility. If I take a football
Why are you
and I put
freaking
a
out?
camera on top of it, because you're
Maybe
not
not
fucking.
freak out? Yeah, let's see. All we can do is freak out. So, all you do is observe the stars in motion. So, the axiom is the self evident truth is the stars are in motion. You could ask another question after that, but you'd still have to stop begging the question while you're doing it. So, what's the next question after I see the stars in motion? The base axiom is the stars are in motion self evidently.
Okay, but all right. I've got a big board of a big ply board, a 4x8. All right, and I paint it black on the bottom, and I put some LED stars on it to represent stars. From it, I hang a ball. On top of this ball, I put a camera, and then I spin the ball and I record what the camera sees. And then I attach the ball to the floor and I spin the board to see what the camera sees. So what is the camera going to see differently in both of those?
Well, where did you get this ball from? Because you already told me that
Literally put the ball there and I put a camera on top.
All right. See how I didn't interrupt you, but as soon as I started talking, you started running your mouth. You must be terrified. Anyways, you said earlier that the self-evident truth is, even though you begged the question, that the Earth is so big that it might as well treat it as flat. You even said the same thing on Ballbusters a few weeks ago. So the Earth is so big, apparently to you, that it presents itself as flat. So I guess if we're going to already introduce this other, idea of a ball, you'd have to come up with some curvature somewhere now, wouldn't you?
Hey guys, hello. Can I ask you something? Hello?
I guess the floor is yours.
Oh, yesterday, I mean 2 days right now, we have in my country, sorry, English mother language, in my country we have a bad weather. So I hear in the sky strange sounds, like, I don't know how to explain. So what's your opinion about that? I mean, it sounds like extremely very unique sounds.
I'd have to ask you a question to kind of get a feel for where you're at, or if you even know where you're at. This is not 24/7 strange sounds in the sky. This is 24/7 flat Earth. So if you have something to do with that, that'd be fantastic.
I know about flat Earth, and I believe about the flat Earthers. I'm like you. I mean, I used to.
Yeah, and what would that have to do? What are the strange sounds in the sky that you're hearing have anything to do?
Because if you live under a container, then there's a possibility for sounds to bounce off of that container.
Oh, you're answering for him at this point, right? Is that your claim? Is that what you're asking about? If sounds are bouncing off of it?
Exactly.
No. I'm just telling you that I know about HARP. What is HARP? And
I don't know what HARP is. This is not 24/7 geoengineering either. So, do you have anything having to do with the surface of the Earth and its geometry, or no?
Okay.
Oh fuck! You attack your
it
own.
was my opinion.
conspiracy.
So let me finish. So it was my mistake. Okay, I'm not gonna tell you my thinking. Okay, sorry.
Great. Thanks for coming by. I mean, it's great. Anyway, back to Jesus Freak.
Wait. So, letter.
Anyway, are we done, Jesus? Did you come up with any curvature to measure so that we could?
I'm interested in having a discussion.
You're not interested in having. So you don't want to. So if I don't beg the question with you, you don't want to have the conversation. Is that right?
What do you mean? Like, what are you expecting here?
I'm expecting you to come in and say, "Okay, yeah, I agree. We see the stars." Beyond that, it'd be really tough to prove anything else.
That's just intellectually dishonest.
Okay, so then you can tell me what else we could prove. Like, if you wanted the Earth to be, I guess, a really big ball, bigger than the one that you could measure curvature on.
I want the Earth to be something. That's such a stupid premise. Like, it shows.
Well, then why would you keep begging the question around it? Yeah. Right. So add on. Right. That's great. Anyway, do you have any evidence of curvature so that then you could have a ball that spins, or you just what kind of rotation are we talking about here, bro?
There is a lot of consequence as to living on a curvature, basically. I believe.
Yeah, and that would be what? That we would measure it? Like that law of consequence, we would find it? So we would find this curvature, right? Where is this curvature that we can measure?
It's everywhere.
That'd be a great consequence, right?
Everywhere.
So the consequence of curvature would be measuring that shit. So where is it?
Okay. All right. Let's try something then. How big? All right. How big a ball is like the biggest ball that you can imagine?
Don't ask him.
So now we're going off into we're off into imagination land. No, it's okay, AV. So we're off into imagination land. We just decided to imagine a ball, even though I asked you about the consequence of curvature that you need to measure to have the ball that you're imagining. Where's that consequence that we can measure?
This is impossible.
I know. It's impossible because I don't want to beg the question with you. I don't want to affirm the consequent with you. I don't want to hold up a ball in false dichotomy when it's not obvious, even admitted by you a few weeks ago on Ball Busters. It's flat locally, meaning we can't measure any curvature, so we treat it as flat. There's no curve. That sound about right to you?
Insanity. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I feel like...
Yeah, so you can just be insane and incredulous, I guess, on mute. Sounds good to me. All right, who else we got up here? Misinformation. Probably, are you trashed right now, misinformation? You wanted to pipe up earlier. What was the issue?
Hey. So can I just... So the thing that you say about imaginary stuff,
Am I cutting out or is he cutting out?
Yeah, he dropped. He dropped from the call totally.
Oh wow.
Must have been gravity.
The universe spared him. The universe said, "Hey, you're about to say something very stupid."
Too late for that, Crit. That's every other word.
can you hear me now?
Oh, you almost lost your opportunity. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Again, so I was trying to explain that using the word imagine is used to explain a concept or assumption. When you're ignoring a person that says imagine for a second, you're saying you're too close-minded to even to hear the concept.
So this is you cracking in here to go ahead and just kind of attack me and the fact that I won't beg the question with you guys. I don't want to go into imagination land. I want to go into measurement land. Will you come with me into measurement land?
Okay. I see you got riled up for no reason. Okay.
I'm not riled up. Do I sound riled up to you? I'm happy. Good day.
Yes. You sound
Why
like.
are you so riled up, gentlemen?
He
Sorry. The French
he
guy.
constantly just kind of goes you. I'm just this conversation is not about me, brother. It's about the measurement of the curvature that I'm looking for, that you're imagining, but I want to see the measurement for. Can we talk about the measurement and not you? Is it possible?
Can I read my poem I wrote about
Flat earthers are dishonest people that expect someone to explain to them the thing they're too lazy to check. Okay? So when I try to explain something and you mute me in the middle, do you?
Bro, you're wasting time. You're just wasting time. So do you have anything about a measurement that we can talk about, or should you just stay on mute at this point?
Glovers, can you bring evidence that the Earth has direct measurement of Earth curvature or not? That's all we're asking. Well, imagine if the Earth was such... Shut up. Do we have direct measurement or not? Answer that question.
Yet an explanation is not a measurement, and we can go over that too. If you've gone down some pipeline where you can explain something instead of actually physically measure it, let's fix that problem first.
Are you not the least bit curious that there doesn't appear to be any direct measurements? Doesn't that pique your interest slightly?
Did someone say they had a poem? Someone said they had a flat Earth poem.
Yeah,
no, he doesn't have a flat Earth poem. That's Geeks.
Geeks does, but he doesn't want to post it.
Damn, that's disappointing.
Well, no, he can post it, and if it's good, we'll be like, yeah, read that.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of poetry.
I know, me too. I've wrote a few flat Earth poems. It's like what you'll see too is the globe side isn't very creative or really much of anything. They're very kind of low on a lot of different ideas, especially the spectrum.
There's a really good poem that's out. It's called "Roses Are Red, Violets Are Blue. The Earth is Not a Globe." Yeah, have you heard that one?
That reminded me of one where I said, like,
So what do we do?
That's framed.
Like, roses are red, violets are blue. Watch out, because Tyson might want to touch your Pluto tattoo.
Okay, does anybody want to have an actual debate on why the Earth is round?
Timmy! It's Timmy!
I have the evidence. I have the evidence.
What about roses are red, violets are blue? Watch out, Joe Biden's going to sniff you.
That's a good one.
Joe Biden's retired.
Hey, Timmy, what's your claim?
Yo, I got a good one. Can I give you a good one?
Yeah.
What's the
Go ahead,
difference
Imbo.
between jam and jelly?
Hey, Imbo, you're hot miking.
What's the difference between jam and jelly?
I thought it was going to be a poem.
No, I'm just asking you. What's the difference?
I can't jelly
jam and
my
jelly?
cock down your throat, faggot.
What a goof troop.
That's
Jam don't jiggle like jelly.
Wait, why did he get muted? Wait, why did he get muted?
That's a
Hey
slur.
guys, I think Geeks wants to recite his poem,
Yeah,
so
but-
maybe we'll give him the stage here.
But King is
thank
a
you,
scientist. He's a
Thank you.
scientist.
Okay,
King's a
here we go.
scientist.
Hey, we're
Here
going
we
to
go.
listen to Geeks. If you're not going to listen, you're going to get muted, okay? He's going to recite a poem. Let him have the stage, please.
Thank you. Thank you. The Earth is so flat, green land and sea blue. The sun rotates around us. This is nothing but true. We love our flat Earth. We are a strong crew. Globers try to stop us, but we're strong and push through. Thank you.
Yeah, I know how to use AI too,
You, that's
buddy.
brilliant. Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you.
I know
No,
how to
I-
use AI too, buddy.
No, that's genuinely.
You literally went to AI and said, "Write me a poem about the Earth is flat." Like, come on, dude. Like,
No,
goddamn.
I genuinely didn't. I genuinely
Dude,
didn't.
middle schoolers in America know how to use AI. Like, then
Yeah, but
you don't know.
but
All right,
I know
all
how
right.
to use
Stop
it as
talking
well.
about
but
whether or
I
not he
wrote it.
can write a poem. Can you just give demonstration that you've measured the surface of the Earth to have curve?
What's that?
Does
What'd
the
you
Earth
say?
have surface curvature? Yes or no?
Does the Earth have surface curvature?
Oh my God. Yes.
Yes.
Well then, where's the direct measurement of it? Go ahead.
Where
It's
at?
in Google. You can
On
look it up.
Google it does? On
Yeah,
my
type in
computer screen?
what's the circumference of the world, and it'll tell you.
So on the computer screen, Earth
There you
curves.
go.
No, I don't think that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I think you
It
used
does.
AI
It don't
to
need
create
to
that
make
answer.
sense. It
You
is
used
what
It
it
does.
is.
It
AI
is
to create
found.
that answer.
Doesn't
Didn't
need
you?
to make sense. It is
You
what
didn't
it
make
is.
that answer yourself. You used AI, didn't you?
No,
Yeah, it said
this answer's
type it
been
in.
the same for the past 2,000 years.
Yeah,
What's been the same?
By AI. You used
You know, I
AI.
mean, even the Greeks knew the Earth was round. I mean, come on, this
Round
ain't
where?
new.
The Greeks
This
didn't
ain't
have
new,
AI, though,
buddy.
did they?
This ain't new
So,
info, buddy.
Round
yeah.
where, brother? Where at?
The moon's flat. You know that?
What's that got to do with the Earth? Where is the Earth round at? Which portion of water at rest is rounded for you?
Round everywhere. It's a globe.
That didn't make any
You're
sense.
spiraling. You're spiraling.
You asked where it's round. It's round everywhere.
No, it would be
What do you mean?
one location from you that you
No,
could go touch.
it's a
Where's it
steady
round at?
roundage. It's
Water. We're
steadily
looking
going
for
round.
water.
Steady
Water.
rounded.
Mm-hmm.
Just mute him, guys. Mute him.
Nah, sorry, bro. I don't talk to brown people. Okay, so.
Where's your mom at? You shouldn't have been talking to her last night.
No, dude, he needs to go back to Afghanistan.
Oh my God.
Your
Just mute
mom's
his
a he?
dumbass. No, we're not gonna talk to this guy. Mute his dumbass.
Yeah, definitely mute him. He's retarded.
We got a lot of people in here that might think the Earth's a globe. So any one of you guys to have your mic open. If you do have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, please chime in. Tell us how. Whoa, now get. Wow, this silent in 2024. Okay.
Guess why?
Go ahead,
Dang,
Embo.
we got no
Tell everybody, Embo, how the Earth's measured to have surface curvature. Go ahead, Flatsy.
I was laughing because you said go and get.
Go on, get. But they don't want to do
Okay.
it the other way.
So
Are we talking
I
to me,
can
X and alter ego?
I can take a gyroscope. I can move it around and observe that even though I move it around, it keeps its constant orientation in space. And then I can
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, Bob did that. Thanks,
Thanks,
Bob.
Bob.
Yeah, and then I can take that gyroscope and travel with it along the world and observe that as I travel with it along the world, it appears to rotate. And because I already tested that it keeps its orientation in space, that means that I myself have to be now changing my orientation in space.
All right, let me ask you
Which
a
means that
question,
the Earth
Embo.
is curved.
Have you done this test yourself?
No.
Oh, I thought you just finished saying you. Okay, never mind. Maybe you didn't say that you did it. I
It was a
misheard you.
rhetorical figure.
Right. So who do you know who's done what you've just said?
I don't know personally anyone, like from
Ouch.
name.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Maybe Dogs Are Gods has done it. Ask him. He might know.
When you guys can deal with the celestial navigation, 6 miles per 1 degree change, or the arc of parallel surveying, then great, we can have a discussion.
Oh, so begging the question. Okay. I think we've already covered. We don't want to beg the question.
What question's being begged?
Well, you're saying that because you have celestial navigation, that means that the Earth is a globe, right?
No, I'm saying that due to the mathematical principle that cannot be broken, which is on a flat plane, the angle to whatever is above will change in a non-linear fashion if you move a linear distance and vice versa. And on a tangent, it will change in a linear fashion. That the only way that it can happen in reality is we move across the oceans using a sextant to track our travel is if the Earth is curved.
Because
Oh, he doesn't give you the answer to the cliffhanger, Crit. Just trust me. It's a movie you don't want to see.
he'll never get there.
Yeah, it'll leave you like wanting more, I guess. I don't know.
Well, yeah, his worldview is broken. So I mean, I guess it would he present broken logic to match his broken worldview. I'd like to see him go into like a planetarium and go through their celestial navigation course, and then tell them that the floor was curved.
Yeah, he would. He would too. He would find a
argue,
way.
yeah.
He would find a way to have like the floor is curving just a slightly little bit in order. He would do it. He'd be the one to do it anyway. That's it. We got celestial navigation. We got Embo. That's never done anything. Anybody else?
It's
No
funny,
direct
too.
measurement. Go ahead.
Had the 10th man never brought
Wait, so
up
you just didn't address what I said? Is that it?
Directly addressed it. So the 10th man, had the 10th man never brought up this topic, globalists would still be thinking that celestial navigation was what Starship Captain Picard did. Like from using star charts to go from one galaxy to the next. They had no clue this was even a thing until the flat earthers brought it up. And suddenly when the flat earthers bring it up, they instantly became an expert in it. Which is interesting too, because ship navigators get paid like 6 figures. It's a critically low career field. Like
they practically use the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. Of course, we all know this, except for Dogs Are Gods and the rest of the globalist crew, who just believe that they don't.
It just boils down to a big nuh-uh. Flat earther says something, they just say nuh-uh. which matches kind of this epistemology where they don't really have proof. They don't ever really know for sure. All they really know is that somebody else is wrong, which makes them right.
So you just didn't address the fact that it's a linear relationship at all. All you did was talk about our epistemology and that navigators are a critically low field, and you talked about the way we feel, the way we think, like psychoanalyzers. But how do you address the linear function of a tangent that can only happen if it's a tangent?
Going to a planetarium, you missed it.
So in the planetarium, have you checked to see if there's that same relationship?
Yeah, so if you're even mentioning a tangent...
The planetarium doesn't have the same relationship.
All right, dogs, if you're talking about a tangent line, how much does the Earth diverge from the tangent line to know how much it's dropping over a distance from the tangent line to understand that you're working off of the tangent line?
Geometrically removing all
you can get back to me on that
like all mountains and stuff.
We're here 24/7.
It's 8 inches per mile square is apparently the
oh, really?
Formula.
Okay, so we have some curvature able to be applied to a tangent line. That's
See how happy you are to do the red herring?
I am.
See how happy you are to do the red herring?
You basically you gave up the ghost, bro. Because now you're gonna have to figure out how you're gonna measure that 8 inches per mile square, dogs. That's on you, brother. You brought it up.
Yeah, so you do that through celestial navigation because it's a linear relationship between the 1 degree of change and the 69 miles. It has to be that tangent shape.
Yeah, I know the tangent.
Or mathematics, buckaroo.
You're talking about the curvature, 8 inches per mile squared. How'd you figure that out, sir?
So 69 miles
per
1 degree of change to celestial bodies, and no, when you're in some, what are they called, solariums or whatever you call them, when you're in those, they don't have that relationship. They have no relationship. They just project it out the ceiling, and then you can walk around. There's completely different angles.
It's completely different, Crit. When you're
so it's only in the real world that you have that relationship. Yeah, so the way you can test it is like this. Where is the GP of
it's only in the real world
something
that we have a
where is the GP?
But yet you've never measured
where is the GP of a star in a planetarium when that star is projected on the wall instead of on the ceiling?
Yeah, so you're talking about the divergence from a tangent line that you've never measured, yet you've given a value of drop over distance to it. Because off of the tangent line, you're going to know how much the Earth is going to be curving away from it. So you've already said that the Earth can be known to have curvature with the divergence from a tangent line, but yet you've never measured it, dogs. So how do you know?
It's a function of the 69 miles per 1 degree.
So mathematics, right? Mathematics?
That tells you the size of the circle, and the size
you're breaking
of the circle gives you the mathematics of the tangent line.
Mathematics. That's what I said.
It's not hard. So the 69 miles. So the 69 miles per degree gives you the circle size, the circumference, and from that you can work out the tangent that gives you the drop of 8 inches per mile square. All of this is basic mathematics that you learn.
I know it exists in middle school math, yet it doesn't exist when you go out into the real world and figure out how much the Earth is curving off of the tangent. You can go and verify it. It exists only in math, doesn't it, Dogs?
No, the 69 miles per degree verifies it.
Verifies what? Math? Verifies math? No, sir. You don't go outside into the physical and natural world and actually measure the divergence from the tangent. You never do that. You never will. It only exists in, like you said, middle school math. Doesn't exist when you go verify it outside in the physical.
No, it also exists in like large scale surveying. It also exists in large scale surveying, another thing you can't address.
Once again, you're reifying the point of saying that it only exists in math, just in a different type of way that they're useful using this math. They're using it to survey, geodetic survey. So it exists in that way, but it's existing in math. Yeah? What?
Where's the reify? Where's the reification?
It's still in math. You're using other math to solidify your mathematical point. It's mathematics. I already told you. You're not going outside and measuring the divergence
No,
from
it's direct measurement. What part of the surveying is is just pure mathematics and not direct
So
survey?
are they measuring the divergence from a tangent line with land surveying? No,
They're
you know that
measuring
they're
the
not.
angles, which gives them
They're
spherical
not,
excess, and that
dogs.
spherical
This is your
excess gives
lawyer.
them
This is
the
your
shape of the Earth, which then they can use to figure out the tangent line.
This is your shithouse lawyering. You're not going to get away with it. You're not telling us how
What's
they're
lawyering?
measuring the what you're doing right now is basically showing the people that you're
What?
not
What am I
answering the
doing?
question. You're not answering my question.
What
Are they
question aren't I
measuring?
answering?
Are they measuring everyone, celestial navigation or the land surveyors? Are they measuring the divergence from the tangent line to know how much the Earth is curving? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, because
Okay.
the celestial
How?
navigation gives them the tangent function, which is the 8-inch drop
Function.
per mile square. Or are you saying, are
So
they seeing
it's
8-inch per
mathematics.
mile square?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Obviously, they need
Because
to know
seeing
that.
is a measurement of a physical
Listen.
thing.
Yeah,
Right?
obviously, if they're measuring the Earth curvature, they're going to know how much it's diverging from tangent. So they're going to know that the drop over a distance exists. Hence, therefore, ships will disappear at a specific known distance because of that hidden curvature. So they'll know.
Well, why would they do
without
that,
a
though?
shadow of a doubt? Without a shadow of a doubt, they'll know that the Earth is curving. I got to get going.
Why
Anyway,
would the ships disappear at a specific distance, though, AP?
because it's measured to have a drop over a distance, dogs. That's why.
Yeah,
Anyways,
but
I got
when
to
you
get going.
see a ship disappearing, what does the word see mean to you?
Oh my God.
Does anyone want to pick up what the word see means? Or look means? Or take a
Just an
picture of?
idiot.
Any of
Now
those?
we have to define. Now we have to define seeing things. You're just an idiot.
Yeah, the reason I'm doing that is because of the classic equivocation between geometric shape of the Earth and the physical and the apparent shape of the Earth based on optics. Optics can fluctuate and change due to atmospheric conditions, whereas the geometric shape of the Earth only fluctuates and changes minor amounts due to topography or due to tides. So you guys equivocate the two all the time to say there's no geometry because of the apparent look of that geometry, which is just
So
ridiculous. You can change the shape of
thanks to
anything with enough atmospheric conditions.
you ruined Peter, saying that you can measure over distances, but now you say no, it's all fucked up because atmospheric conditions. So well done.
Well, no. So the reason celestial navigation gets around this is because you're taking multiple measurements of something directly up in the sky. So if there is anything off atmospheric conditions, well, then that's all evened out just by you doing multiple measurements with that same amount of it being off. The relationship
Thank
is what I'm
you.
talking about. The relationship will be
Thank
true
you.
even if
Yeah,
all of them are
exactly. I
distorted
agree.
through atmospheric
I agree
conditions.
100%. I agree. You ruined Peter because they only did one measurement. They didn't do multiples. Once again, thank you. Doing good today.
What measurement? Who am I talking about? What are you talking about?
Peter taking pictures
Peter.
across the lake.
Yeah, Peter's got Peter wants to talk to you. He just was waiting for a chance.
What should we talk about?
Oh, I thought you had something to go with dogs here.
Yeah, he asked a good question. What does it mean to see? I would like to answer that question.
Oh, you're the one with
Is it
pictures
okay?
that we looked at.
Is it
Here we
okay
are
to
again
answer
at the
that
end of the
question?
road. Yeah, you guys can answer. Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I think to see technically means to receive photons that originated from a certain source.
Yeah, that's really, really good definition. Thanks. So do photons move in perfectly straight lines through the atmosphere?
Yeah, at a micro scale, yes. At a large scale, it averages out to curves.
Yeah, great. So if we want to see the shape of the Earth and we use a geometric formula, so a tangent that we've come up with from some other measurement, will we see that tangent that we've come up with through a measurement that isn't necessarily looking at the shape of the Earth?
Well, we will see it through the geometric relationship that we will establish between the 2 points on Earth. We will, of course, it will be distorted by the bendy behavior of light, but we can account for it because we understand how photons travel through different media pretty well, like in laboratory settings, we have established that, as well as on large scales. So yes, we will introduce some corrections, but eventually we will arrive at the geometric relationship between the 2 points, and it will clearly demonstrate to us that there's a curve below our feet.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the point of flat earthers bringing up. Anytime you talk about the geometric shape of the Earth, they want to talk about an observation of it because they know that they've never accounted once for the refractive conditions of those observations correctly.
Yes, however, even if we ignore refractive corrections altogether, we're going to see that the results we get from our measurements match the curve way closer than they match a flat baseline by a factor of 6. Once we introduce these corrections, the globe wins by a factor of 82.
So, Crit, you tend to only talk about the psychology and epistemology and sort of vague philosophy of globe earthers. Why don't you give a specific argument for why the Earth is flat?
He's a space mystic. He's not interested in flat Earth.
No, it's been observably, measurably, and practically used. The only logical condition, situation there is that that's exactly what it is, as it appears and measures and is used as.
It's flat.
The space mystic part comes in.
So that's
for the space mystic part is important because a lot of the globalists will tell you that they've seen a photograph from space. If you follow that logic to a full conclusion, you come up with a cause and effect relationship known as the overview effect. And inside the overview effect, they got some explaining to do. Because that was a 50 plus years ago, supposedly all of humanity took a giant leap forward, but nothing changed at all.
Do you think?
Did you just admit
we can
on
still
record
have
to
from
being a space mystic?
And the person.
No, Carl Sagan is a space mystic. You can these concepts. I didn't come up with them.
Right. Do you think that we can have photos from space and the overview effect could be incorrect? Do you
you're hot micing, dude. So it's not, Peter, it's not space mysticism. It's just regurgitating what the experts in the glob had said. They had told you that they wrote a book about it too. There's a white paper, believe it or not. There's a white paper that discusses how this is a psychological phenomenon. And it's
I know, you told me this like 100 times.
Yeah, so this isn't me coming. I didn't write this stuff. These are people who supposedly.
I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, these are people.
You, not those people.
These are people who supposedly have been to space, not me.
Okay, and my take on it is that you have been submerging yourself in that environment for too long, and in the process, you yourself have become a space mystic. You're now model afflicted.
Yeah, I know. I've heard Bev say the same thing. He's like model affliction. Yeah, sure. If that's your take.
Well, you're going to turn this whole community here into a community of space mystics.
No, most flat earthers don't give a shit about photos from space. They put it in the same bucket as if like photos of Bigfoot or photos of a unicorn.
Yeah, but so you still always smuggle space mysticism. You smuggle space mysticism.
Because I like it.
Every opportunity you get, instead of engaging with dogs on the geometry, you went directly to space mysticism. You give him you're like a Jehovah Witness who knocks on the door and says, "Did you know about space mysticism?"
No, you missed it. The first thing he said, you have never given an argument. He claimed, if globe, then Crit has never given an argument for the flat Earth. I said, well, no. I said I've observably, measurably, and practically used as flat and stationary. Then you said space mysticism. I said, yeah.
I have never heard you defend flat Earth, ever. You immediately go to space mysticism.
Okay, then if you've never done something, then it doesn't exist. You've never been to space. You've never measured a globe. You've never
I have
seen
measured the globe.
anything other than a flat Earth. So there is only in your worldview now, using your epistemology, you're a flat earther.
I am the only
There you go.
person
I
you
just
know who actually
defended.
measured the globe. So
I
come
just
on.
defended the flat Earth right in real time, using your epistemology, using your worldview.
You're only doing this because I'm calling you out, and you don't want to lose your
Yeah,
standing
if
in the
that's what you
community.
want, I'm okay with that too. If you
You're not
think
a
that's
real
the case,
flat earther.
no problem there too. You're the only real flat earther here.
I am more of a flat earther than you are. I could defend flat earth against any glober any day. You would just go directly to space mysticism and quote Carl Sagan. That's all you can do.
Yeah, and you're a Carl Sagan denier.
I'll give you, let's go to any server, let's go to Gempanda, and we will defend flat earth. I will defend flat earth against globbers, and then you will, and we'll see who does better.
For what? For entertainment purposes?
To prove the point that you're a space mystic masquerading as a flat earther.
You can have that. Just whatever you want to make up. You just make up any set of conditions you want and take it to the bank.
Okay. I'm jealous that you're a mod here without being a flat earther. If a space mystic can be
you're
a mod,
probably
then
wrong.
a globber should be a mod.
How about come up with an or? Or what? If that's not true, what's another possibility, do you think?
Or I'm going to be really, really, really upset with you.
Then you can do that too. So you get to pick
Okay,
two
too late.
things.
It's already happened. I'm very upset with you.
You pick two things that never really got to a full conclusion. And that's fine. See, once my epistemology is once somebody's added their own answer and they're only inside that, they can't hear or understand anything presented to them. You'll tell them X, Y, and Z, and they completely ignore it. I'm all good with it. I know right now that it doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what I don't say. They're an immovable object. Their brain is stuck. They're stuck in the mud, spinning their wheels, and it's like even if you try to help them, push out.
This is ironic.
It is.
Yeah, is it more ironic or less ironic than the moon landing?
You are the irony.
Okay, more or less than the moon landing?
You are projecting, and that's why it's
more
ironic.
than the moon landing.
More than the moon landing. So you're
1,000 times more.
So you went in space mysticism. Congratulations. You did it.
Well, I am afflicted. That's an affliction I picked up from you, I guess.
You got there. You got to your space mysticism.
Nobody's immune.
All it took was just a simple question. Hey, what's irony? And you got there. You did it all on your own. And that's exactly what I was talking about. It doesn't matter if I say whatever I say or whatever I don't say, you're going to come up with your own answer all on your own, and nothing's going to change that. You're inside you're just making up your own shit in real time. You just saw it.
Dude, you were the irony I was referring to.
Yeah, ditto. Because you could just heard me talking about the irony of the space
this is getting
photos.
ridiculously ironic. Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's all ironic.
It's spiraling.
The whole thing is irony. In entertainment, that's the two things you got right now. Either A, irony, B, entertainment. So use it.
Okay,
and
if you entertain yourself for years with the same lie, do you become a suffered person because of it? That's the thing. Do you lose?
Hell, you got, dude.
Is that hypothetical?
No,
It's like a
some people
spinning
lie to
top.
themselves
You have
for
to
years,
spin it
like
and then
5
you
or
watch
10,
it
right?
spin.
Like for funsies. But if that's a lie and you end up just reconciling that after 5 years, did you torture yourself for 5 years?
Yeah, think about it. Try to come up with an answer and then use the or method. Or what? What other possibilities are there? Get as many
Especially when you
different.
think about the time and energy you spend.
Yeah, get as
on
many
thing,
possibilities down. You got a question, write down every possible answer, and follow each one to a full conclusion. And then when you get there,
That's
use
a
it.
stupid approach.
Well, it's a way to answer your question.
No, what
You're
you
looking
do is
for an
you
answer.
do that Well, that's step number one, what you just said, right? So you can fan out all the possibilities. Then you start slimming out the absurd ones that are on the fringe, right? You
But they
can
still be
come back to
possible.
them
It could be
after.
ironic.
You can come,
The
yeah.
fringe
You
ones,
can
the
come back to
irony.
them after you address the general case, but you don't address those first. So that's Pareto's principle, 80-20 rule. It actually it's held all across human history and nature and everything, right? So you don't violate these things unless you're a madman, looking for some new frontier truth. But those guys rarely find it, which is why we don't listen to them in general until they do, right? And prove it. See, we got all the bases squared, dude.
Okay, who has globe proof?
Lots of people, but you're just unable to understand it.
Jamie.
That's a good one right there because that was Twitwit. Twit said that on basically Gem Panda server, you've got people that fit into three camps. Half want flat earthers to either shut up, and the other half want flat earthers to die. And there's a few people who think they're there to teach flat earthers, but they also claim that flat earthers are too dumb to learn. So they're
Can I
in
give
a
you another
logical
option?
Not too dumb to learn, refusing to learn.
They're
No, stop
inside a
here.
logical contradiction. If you think that's the case, why would you try to teach something? I know that. See, the thing is, I know you're too dumb to learn. You're bricked. You're literally bricked. So I'm not going to waste my breath and try to teach you anything. What I could do is try to figure out how is there something you'll be able to understand? At least
The
one
irony
thing.
is wild.
Can I give you
Is
a
there
practical
one
answer?
thing that you'll be able to take away from this conversation? And you won't. You never will. Because there's nothing new. Nothing new under the
taking
sun.
away a lot from you guys. All right, so can I comment? So the idea for me is, why would I come in here and talk?
Yeah, who cares, dude? Okay, go ahead. Like, Jesus. So if you're
He was making a good point. I was wanting to listen to that.
If you're here to teach people something and you've got a claim that they can't learn,
Refuse to learn.
is broken.
Not can't, refuse. Maybe it is a can't. Maybe there really is a mental deficiency, and I'm sorry about that. But in most cases, it seems like a refusal, an outright refusal.
Yeah, it must be everyone's fault but your own.
A refusal to think.
Every single person in this problem. Everyone but you. It's always someone else's fault. You refuse to take any sort of responsibility.
That's not what I'm saying.
What you could do is call up NASA.
This is why I think you can't understand. You're literally misinterpreting what I'm saying.
You could call up NASA and tell them all the victories you've got on social media.
Stay stupid.
And tell them how you are the globe champion. You've defended the globe. You have this idea that you've gone out there and you've slayed dragons and beat back the Hydra of misinformation. And now it's time for them to crown you Queen of the Day.
No, dude, this is all projection. Like this is what you want for yourself, and that's interesting and everything. But I don't care about that. Like I'm here. It's partly entertainment. It is funny that grown adults think that the Earth is flat, but partially I feel bad for you're conning yourselves into just refusing to think, and it's quite sad sometimes. But
you did it on your own. You said it's just entertainment value.
I wish that
you got there. You figured it out. You said
you could describe what you believe better.
It's just entertainment.
So, are you acting as a flat earther?
Are you entertained or not?
Are you acting as a flat earther then?
Are you entertained?
Because there are many people here who I genuinely believe think the Earth is flat, and you're taking the piss out of them.
Yeah,
I am entertained. I'm absolutely entertained. But sometimes it's like
you're spiraling. You won't stop talking.
I don't care.
So here, I'll give you the proof. Then here's a flat Earth proof.
Yes.
You genuinely think the Earth is flat, because that's the entertaining part. But sometimes it gets a bit it's weird, and it's just the information is just wrong.
So, okay, here, this right here. So now we got to see this is the internet has the best value because we're talking about entertainment value.
What are you on about?
We got social value and production value. Flat Earth. Your globe
But
tard.
it's weird. Like no. But what's weird there is that if you're not a flat,
your globe tard tries. The experts in the globe try their hardest every damn day. You've got hundreds of articles with clickbait titles trying to get you to pay attention. You got like all kinds of crazy shit they talk about. Single day, the globe is trying to get your attention to entertain you.
Let's see how
Doesn't
long
work.
Crin could go on like this.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, I can entertain myself, buddy.
So
Turn
at
your
this
camera
point,
off, okay?
you've got Star Captain, Star Lord, Star Trek, Star Force. All these things are happening just on the like Hollywood. Like in the meantime, you've got all this drama with Starliner capsule. You've got the Dart collision with a mystery meteorite. You got experts talking about there's new components that are formed from radiation of dark matter.
Can I ask you a question, buddy?
Yeah, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, he's getting there.
You've
He's
got
climaxing.
all this entertainment. The globe model is oozing with
shit, I might be
entertainment
losing right
value.
now, bud.
And then on the top side of that, you've also got the social value that they tell people you're one, you're all together on the globe tard, one people. So why is it that as soon as someone says, "Hey, I disagree with the globe," suddenly you turn into this some kind of let's figure out what's wrong with flat earthers instead of figuring out what's wrong with you?
It's about to orgasm, guys. A few more. Go 2 more minutes.
Yeah, Peter, dude, why are you throwing salt over everything? Are you bitter today? That did you get your rejection letter from NASA, or did they not respond? Did you call them up and said, "Hey, it's Peter, the globe prover," and they're like, "Who?" Click. All right. Well, there you go. I was wondering why you weren't responding.
yeah. So what I'd say to that is like, I am more than willing to think about things conceptually, and so the reason that I'm not indoctrinated by that and not that straw man that your massive monologue was just about is because it gets to certain points where flat earthers just refuse to think where it's required.
Or what else?
And so the reason, what do you mean, or what else? What? Okay, got or
so
what?
you've got
or
the
you
one
absolutely know
conclusion.
it's flat, but you are unable to substantiate.
You've got the one
questions from
conclusion.
people who you want to help understand that it's
Are
flat.
you able to think of one other possibility?
You've
got one.
Yes, I literally just gave you another one.
Which is what?
Like you know better, okay? But if that's true, you are consistently, not just you, flat earthers, are consistently unable to substantiate
Or what?
their
Or what?
arguments. Okay, another or is you're just retarded, frankly.
Or
There's
I don't
more,
think that's
or,
fair. I don't
like
think
keep
that's fair.
going
no, it's
until
not
you
fair.
get
It's
back
not
to-
fair, but it's an or. It's a valid or. Like there are unlimited.
Keep going until you finally get to you. If you. So if you, then you, not me. So now you've got all the ors that include everything else, but this other half of the conversation, which is you. You're the other half of the conversation. So keep going. Keep going until you finally get to 50%. Because right now, you're like way below that. Your thinking doesn't covers more or like less than 50% of the conversation. You haven't even cracked like double digits yet.
Dude, so who's controlling the stars? Like you mentioned stars earlier. I'm curious about that.
Well, yeah, I would say if you follow the globe, Copernicus said God affixed the stars.
Equatorially or longitudinally? Which way are we following the globe?
Yeah, if Copernicus, if you believe Copernicus, which I don't, he said that God affixed the stars to a glass sphere that was just right outside of Saturn.
Yeah, well, Copernicus was a raging homo, so you know.
Well, no, he
you
was
can't
an
really follow those
incel.
people.
He wasn't a homo. He was an incel.
Is the globe proof?
And can somebody pull up the proof that Copernicus was incel? I'm kind of curious about that too. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, like, what do you need for proof for that? What would it take? Well, what's your
well, so I mean, yeah. Well, statements he made and like just generally beating his meat by himself. I think that
So,
would be
like, let's say if
sufficient enough
if I
evidence.
find a source that says Copernicus never married and never had any relationships with women, would that fit your definition of incel, or would you move the goalpost?
Well, is there something more? Is there something more? Like, is there more proof than just that? Because that's what I kind of want.
So if he never married, never lived with a woman, never dated, and never had any children, would that be enough to say, yeah, I would call that person an incel?
Yeah, but you'd have to show me proof of that.
Okay. And I'm going to do your fetch quest, but now you're going to go on mute. Because this is stuff that's you can easily find.
By the way, Crit, I like what you did there. You were trying to make them engage in the conversation where they are putting themselves at fault as an option.
Yeah, or 50%. See, a functionally normal person can go into a conversation and realize they are at least half of the conversation. Even more so if I went to a space to engage with said person. The globalist mind doesn't work that way. They see disagreement as some kind of affront to their sensibilities. They see this channel as an attack against them. So they're bound by some sort of code of honor, which they don't explain or take questions on, to destroy the flurf, to exterminate. And they'll use any method they possibly can, up to and including completely ignoring anything that they do or say. Anything they do is just justified. It's par for the course. It's defensible. Anything the other person does is always a problem.
I'm so sorry. My husband just called me, so I missed everything. But
Oh yeah, I just kind of elaborated more that the globalists can never see the forest through their trees. They are literally preaching up from a top of this mound of what they think is science, and everyone below them, they see themselves as perfect, so they can't be wrong. Even though inside their own epistemology, they think they can never be right. They're always 99% sure.
yeah, I like that. I like what you did. I don't think that they appreciate it as much, but it's your attempt to get them to at least be humble.
Yeah, word up, brother. I'm rooting for you.
Are these people that have a particular interest in this topic? Because most people don't really talk about it.
Yeah, Jay Leno has a good thing about Man on the Street, where he just asks people like just basic questions about the heliocentric model. Like, how many planets are there? You get like 36. Where's Earth in the solar system? It's like first. What's the biggest planet? It's like Earth. What galaxy do you live in? Old boy was like, I don't know. He said, it's a candy bar. Mars. I live in the Mars galaxy. It's funny too, because they tell there's people who have done contemporary, like YouTube versions of this where they just go around and ask people random questions and you'll give them $1 or something like that. And yeah, you'll see that people don't have any clue about the Earth being the globe. No clue. They haven't even looked into it. Their full learning on it is that government goes to space and explores space for the betterment of humanity, and that's it. And it's a ball. I mean, you've got people on modern day debate. This guy Leo, who said that he brought his proof. His only proof of the globe was that he saw live stream cameras on the ISS, and based on his very limited knowledge of math, said the ISS must be about 8,000 miles away. Because he looked at the live stream camera, saw that much curve, and then kind of visualized how far away you'd have to be to see that much curvature. And that's pretty much all you got. They
So
got
do you,
some sort of... Yeah, go ahead.
do you think the people that come in here and, as you say, defend the globe, they have a particular interest in the topic to begin
Well,
with?
because they added some kind of nihilistic atheist worldview to it, that they think that it has to be a globe for atheists to be true. That's what you're really arguing about sometimes. When they come in and say, "Oh, the Earth is flat," you guys must be super religious. They totally ignore that the current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, repeatedly now, like over and over again, says he personally talks to God. And God,
Hey,
one
but
of his claims.
who's to say the Earth isn't like donut shaped? You know what I mean? Like we don't have proof of it. We don't have
If you
any.
look at the rules,
that's a DQ.
Yeah, it is. You got to look at the rules. Remember, memeing the Earth is X shaped, dinosaur shaped, donut shaped. That is a DQ. I mean, let it slide.
I like my Earth how I like my dinosaur nuggies.
Yeah,
dude.
listen, dude.
Dinosaur shape.
There's no curve. There's no curve anywhere, so there's no donut either. So you can't say, well, there's no globe, so it has to be a dinosaur. There's no curve. It's not a dinosaur. So your troll failed.
Listen. I can subscribe to a dinosaur Earth. A flat Earth.
Okay, you just got told that that's a DQ, not from me and other people, and you kept it up. This just proves my point. See, it's great when Crit's on the rant, and then they demonstrate exactly what I was talking about, like in real time. You could hear me say, "Hey, watch." They will flip out. They'll talk about all kinds of crazy shit. They'll go into the land of absurdity, and you think you do something else just to prove me wrong. Yeah, you got to read that again, Peter. There was never proven. There are some historical accounts that mention that he maybe had a housekeeper he was engaged with, but that was considered like slander. Like someone was trying to slander his name. Do you have any proof of this? Because he denied it. He
But this
denied
is certainly
it.
more evidence that he wasn't an incel than was.
No, he had
How
no
are you going to fit
kids,
that into your worldview?
no kids, never married.
Okay, you don't need to be married or have kids to not be an incel.
Denied to having any relationships with any women.
Okay, you could have lied.
What's the idea that it was scandalous that he was with some woman?
Yeah, there. I guess that's this house maid or housewife or maid or whatever.
Right, and because they were living together but not married, it was considered.
No, like she
good
worked
old
there.
religion.
Yeah, she worked
Getting up
for
in
the
people's
estate.
private business.
Like no, she worked for the estate. She was an employee. So at the very least, it'd be a really strange power dynamic. And you got see a lot of these guys too. It's not just Copernicus. Newton also. Isaac Newton. Incel.
We all know
Yeah,
power
there's a big
dynamics in
guy.
relationships was a hot topic in the 1500s.
But I think there was even somebody had a theory about that and who was it? Nikola Tesla. He was obsessed with pigeons, wasn't he? And it was him or somebody about him was saying he would have never been anywhere near as brilliant if he'd have been interested in women. Wasn't it Tesla who like virtually married a pigeon, or like
Something
wrote
like
love
that,
letters
yeah.
to his pigeon?
Copernicus was also a conspiracy theorist. So
Well,
a lot of
everybody
you
is
guys,
a bit. Just how far you go with it, isn't it?
yeah.
Tesla didn't marry. Copernicus didn't marry. Newton didn't marry. No kids.
Einstein met his
Galileo
cousin.
was the one who was sort of considered a degenerate because he, I guess, did have open relationships with his staff, like carnal knowledge, relationship with the staff, and people were like, "Wow,
Almost
that's."
sounds like they were made up.
Yeah, like it kind of shows you, like, hey, check this out. This guy who never really existed, like, how would you prove he existed? Well, you'd have to have a family line where what happened to his children's children and whatnot. How are you able to track this guy's genealogy? Where's DNA
Must have been
evidence?
an only child. They were all only childs, no siblings.
Yeah, another thing too is like when you get these guys coming here and say flat earthers are autistic. They're not neurologically normal. You're like, so is that bad? And they're like, yeah, that's really bad. All your rocket scientists are like high functioning autism. Do you hate them too?
Cavendish as well lived a reclusive life and was intensely private. He never married and was known for his solitary lifestyle. Kant, Faraday, Erdos,
Why all these?
Military.
How come all these science dudes have no kids and never marry?
They're incels.
Da Vinci.
They can't mate.
Bunch
That's
of
what they did.
nerds.
Mendel.
They were like, man, we can't have no babies. We
Rousseau.
got to mess these guys up with science.
Turing. But that could have been because he was gay.
Or maybe that was the case too. Like, hey, if you're around in the 1500s and you're gay and you work for the Catholic Church, could you just be like, yeah, I took a vow of celibacy because of these sins I do, and oh, here, let me drop a scandal with a maid, and just constantly keep the. This is the height of the Inquisition, also. So you got people being burnt to the stake for having the lazy eye. What do you think they would do to an openly gay member of the church?
Yeah, does anyone know why he would lie?
Yeah, look at this. Egoplex doesn't get it. So you're on the globe. You've seen Earth from space. Oh, go ahead.
No, ecoplex. That cracks me up. Echoplex. Hello. Why would they lie?
Egoplex. He's not even in here.
Why would they lie though? I can't understand it. I'm a simpleton. Why would anyone lie?
Why would they lie?
How dare them? I just don't. I can't comprehend someone lying. I'm a simpleton. So I think I'm on a water ball. So please tell me, why would they lie?
Why would they truth? Why would they prove?
What a
Yeah.
fucking
Why do they riddle? Why do they riddle?
Why doth one tell a porky?
Why would they tell a bunch of simpletons that they're on a ball flying through space? I mean, I just don't get it.
Voltaire said it best: if you get them to accept the absurdity, they'll commit the atrocity.
Yeah, Voltaire also said when the government is wrong, to tell the truth is a very dangerous thing.
Yeah, it's dangerous to be right when the authorities are wrong.
Yeah.
He said common
So
sense.
why would anyone lie? I just don't get it. I'm bear with me here. I'm a simpleton. I think I'm flying through outer space. So just talk to me like I'm a simpleton, please. Someone explain it to me.
Please, it's a good question.
The space mystic Peter will do it.
Whoa. I think I figured it out. They want me to think that I'm a complicated rock. Oh, mystery solved.
Hey, careful with the mysticism, okay? Don't want to get afflicted.
Hey, Peter, calm down, Peter, please.
I've been here for the last hour listening
the
to Crit,
defeat.
so my head's spinning.
Embrace the defeat, Peter.
Fully embraced.
Okay. Well, show yourself to
The moment
be
I
fully
step
embraced.
into this VC, I always remind myself, I'll look in the mirror and I say quietly
and say,
to
I am a
myself,
simpleton.
Peter,
I'm good
you have
enough. I'm
already
smart
lost.
enough, but I'm a simpleton.
Yes, and I have already lost. And then I click the join button.
Well, I wouldn't call you a loser, but yes, you have lost.
Yes. The globe is dead.
Tis flat.
Well,
Tis flat.
Yeah, it's an archaic mythos. That is for sure.
Yes, an archaic Jesuit mythos.
Well, if you want to blame someone, sure.
I blame the Jesuits. What are they going to do about it?
Well, Nostradamus blamed the Jesuits too, so you're in good company.
There you go.
The Jesuits. Those degenerate Jesuits.
Yeah, whose mic is copying?
No, I think Eggs was doubling down.
Eggs was chanting.
Well, Eggs is cracked.
Gotta crack some eggs to make an omelet.
Or don't to make a universe.
I choose not to live on an omelet, Peter. Sorry.
Yeah, you live on a pizza. A delicious
pizza?
Yeah.
Pizza?
Space pizza.
What do you what do you
the sun?
Hold on. What are you
the
presupposing?
Sun and the
Yes.
moon.
Hey,
Sun and the moon
Peter,
are pepperonis. Slices of pepperoni.
Peter. No, Peter. The pepperonis are on the pizza, homeboy.
Okay.
Are you highlighting your simpleton status, Peter? Is that what you're doing?
I'm trying to learn the new.
Well, don't try. Don't try. Do. That's
You
your
live on
problem.
a pizza rotating upwards.
You don't do. You try.
As always, insightful.
The Earth is a pizza.
Insightful how?
Moving upwards.
How am I insightful?
In
Do
a
I
sort of
amuse you?
sarcastic-
Am I a clown?
Yeah, a bit.
Oh, really?
What the fuck is going on right now, guys?
Well, no,
I'm
time
one of
out.
those scary clowns.
If you
hides in the
don't
sewer.
understand what's going on, just take a pause. I'm the insane one for thinking I don't live on a spinning water ball.
I don't know.
I don't know who said that, but yeah, sure. Okay. Yep.
Okay. Do you
I'll sign
have
off on
any
that.
evidence? Okay. Do you have any evidence you're living on a spinning water ball?
Yes.
I have, but it has been dismissed.
Loads and loads.
No, not you, Peter. You've dismissed yourself.
Loads and loads.
Other than naivety, what evidence is there? Whose mic is repeating?
Yours.
No, not mine.
I don't know. You're going to have to look at who's. For me, when I speak, your mic, your.
How many beers are
thing is
you on,
lighting up.
Haas?
What's that?
How many beers do you
Not
on?
enough.
I've yet to have one.
I do not have proof that you have not yet had a beer. Therefore, you have had a beer.
Okay.
Using the Peter method, he's never seen Haas have a beer, so he's never done it.
Well, I've never seen Haas not have a beer.
Oh, really?
So we're now in a quantum state in which Haas is both drunk and not drunk.
Oh, eggs, you're cracked, homeboy. Remember the times that we've cracked you?
You guys
I
are
remember
boring
the
today.
times that you get really confused about what was just said in the conversation. Which
Okay,
is why I feel you
eggs.
old hard of hearing Haas.
Well, I heard you.
Are we at a point where you've got no argument and now you're just going to pull out a whole bunch of ad homs?
No,
Really? Okay.
He's a cracked egg.
Like I would
Are
have,
you-
I think you and I could have a conversation, Plum Bob. I've tried before with Haas.
We've had
and
conversations
I no longer-
before,
I no
and
longer
you've
have the
spiraled. Yeah,
naive
you've you've
hopeful
spiraled out.
enthusiasm for.
Oh,
possibility that you might be
excuse
able
me for my enthusiasm. Yeah, excuse
I
me.
wasn't talking about you. See, this is what I mean, Plum Bob. Like I clearly wasn't saying he was enthusiastic. I'm saying I've lost mine, but he doesn't listen. So there's no point trying, in my view.
What?
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, you've run away from every conversation we've ever had. Yoke.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Okay, correct. Decor. So what are you doing? What are you doing, eggs? Are you the globe hero tonight? Is that what's going on?
I don't think the globe needs much.
Spit it out. What? You don't think the globe needs a hero? Yeah, Lemaitre did a bang up job. Yeah, I think you do need a hero.
Lemaitre. Is that somebody
Yeah,
here?
you got.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Lemaitre. You guys throw. You listen. You
Lemaitre.
clowns throw the. Yeah,
Who's
Lemaitre.
Lemaitre?
He means
Your
Lemaitre.
priest.
Israeli. Who are
Yeah,
you talking about?
he's a Belgian Catholic.
I don't know what's going on.
I
This
know
is
you
how most of
don't.
the conversations usually
You're
go,
a simpleton. I get it. It's above your comprehension level. I get it. You're
Can
a
we get a flat
simpleton,
earth
but
hero in the chat?
I don't know.
Say
Can
that
we?
again, Mez?
I would like to. Plumbo, what about you? What's your favourite flat earth proof?
Mine is Plumbo.
Oh.
Mine
If you
is
can name
either
your favourite
Selnav.
6 or 7.
For me, it's Selnav or the mechanical gyro compass.
Probably the ice wall.
Who said
Curvature
that?
measurement.
No. Time out. We have a coper. Who's the ice wall coper?
I think it was me. It slipped out.
No, it wasn't you.
I mean, if the Earth was truly
No, I don't think you're mean. You're rather nice. You're a simpleton. I wouldn't call yourself mean. Go on.
I think a one-on-one between House and Crit would be fun to listen to.
About what? What topic?
About space mysticism.
That's you. You got that.
Space mysticism.
You picked up the space mysticism just now. I mean, do I need to go get the clip and play it for you?
It's very. Hey, Peter. It's very cute how you try to play this. You LARP as a flat earther. You LARP as a common sensener. But then you go, oh, I think it would be cute to see that they would have a conversation. What? Two people that are not lost in imagination having a conversation that would be interesting to you?
Yeah, show us the way. Show us the way.
Yeah.
We'll listen.
Oh, repeat yourself. Well, Peter, Earth to Peter, Earth
It's amazing.
Earth to Peter.
Am I in low Earth orbit? Where am I? Am I in a Lagrange point?
Well, Earth to Peter.
Remember,
I don't know
gas
where
pressure
you
requires container.
Where do you think you are, Peter?
I think I'm on Discord,
Okay.
living the best time of my life.
Okay. Well, where do you think your feet are upon?
My feet are on the bed.
You're bedridden. That explains a lot. These people who have conversations while laying prostate, that explains a lot, doesn't it?
Prostrate.
Yeah, my prostate has nothing to do with it.
Inside your bum.
I'm not exploring my prostate yet.
No, you're a prostrate earther.
He said prostrate, dude. Why would you say what the fuck?
Prostrate. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, I kind of want to make an inquiry.
No,
actually,
time out. We have a bed dweller. Hey, void filler.
Yeah.
Void filler. We have a bed dweller.
You mean I don't think prostrate's the word.
Yeah, prostrate's the word, I guess. But we have a bed dweller. Hold on, no, Peter, you're not sewing. You're lying. You're not sewing. You're lying on your bed.
Are you a prostate earther?
So he says, a needle pulling thread, Peter.
Prostate earther.
So,
you guys might as well be prostate earthers.
My question is
you people are the people who go to the doctor and have him shove his fucking tool up their ass. Yes, you guys are the prostate earthers. Hey, I want to use my insurance to have someone shove something up my ass. Oh, I'm an intellect.
Yeah, they actually issued they issued me with a no trespassing notice at my clinic because I come too often.
What? Your clinic? Listen, if I knew where your clinic was, I wouldn't come within 500 miles of it. You're sick
not allowed
fuck.
Nailed it. You're so clever.
Oh, I have a clinic. I have a clinic, and we're going to shove shit up your ass, and we live on a globe. You don't understand. You don't understand why I'm shoving shit up your ass, because we live on a globe.
Are you Demok's cousin? Are you guys cousins?
I am. I'm not. Are you? I am. You fucking dunce. Are you? No, I'm
you
not.
and Demok twins?
What?
Separated at birth?
I was thinking that the voice, and the
if I was any better, I would be twins.
And the amount of sense being made suggests a familial connection.
I vote for a one-on-one between Demok and that guy. They should go argue argue gas
about
requires
what?
container. About containers.
Whatever, man.
Dude,
it doesn't make sense.
It
doesn't make sense now. It's not going to start making sense then. Just get to it, and we'll figure it out.
Well, what doesn't make sense? Eggshells.
That gas pressure requires
No,
a container.
Peter. Do you think your name is Eggshells?
Sometimes.
So you're as cracked as Eggshells is. So how about we have some order? How about thank you. Yeah, it was pretty good, wasn't it? You guys put it up on a tee.
Finally, we all got to write our own reviews.
I don't understand what you're saying. Eggs? It sounds like you have marbles in your mouth.
So I have a question.
We have a question. This should be good.
Yes, sir. So not for you, sir, but for everyone else who thinks.
Hey, void filler. I just might fill the void. So tough luck.
All right. Yeah, all right.
Done.
You sounded so anally retentive earlier. Now you're talking about filling voids.
Okay, shut up. Wait, so I wanted to ask this. So I used to be in flat Earth, and now recently I'm very agnostic about it. And I just really want to ask everyone who think the Earth is a globe and we're like monkeys flying on a ball, like literally linear like stuff. Why is like NASA's equations when they bring out like these papers that comes out in the equations they use flat Earth model to
Sure.
prove their equations? Why is that?
I can take that one for
Hey,
you if
hey,
you want.
void filler. Void
So
filler. No,
Yes,
time
sir.
out.
so in that
Time
bit
out.
that you'll see
No,
that they.
eggs, shut up.
Sorry, I thought he wanted it.
Yeah, you are sorry, aren't you? So eggs, listen.
So the answer is that they don't.
Void filler. How is it you could be agnostic on this?
So I'm just I want to
No,
say that I'm not the
so. Not
I'm not the
so.
I'm not the smartest guy.
How?
I just want to learn more,
No,
and that's
no,
all.
I know. I get it. I get you're obviously not the smartest guy. No one's the smartest guy. There is no smartest guy. So,
Right. Like in this
void.
chat right now. That's what I'm saying.
Void.
Yeah,
No, I'm
being
not going to look in the
agnostic is
chat
just
right
like
now.
withholding judgment, you old fuck. That's what it means to be agnostic.
Oh, Leia's
No, I'm not
feelings are hurt.
Yeah, I keep stuttering, you old fucking pussy.
Yeah, I'm a very religious person. I do believe in
Oh,
God,
we
of
have
course.
some
I'm not.
feelings that are hurt.
I'm
Hold
definitely
on.
not agnostic about anything, but like
Well,
science, I'm very
you
skeptic.
just said you were agnostic.
No,
So how
about
could
this,
you?
about only this stuff.
Okay.
I'm not. I do believe in
Okay.
God.
Void filler. I'm going to fill the void. How? What are
right,
you
sir.
living under a rock?
No.
Okay.
Sadly,
So
no.
Okay. So how the hell could you be agnostic on this subject?
So
How?
I was into flat Earth, and I was very firm about it.
What
But
do you
then,
mean? What do you mean you were into flat Earth? What does that even mean?
meaning that I'm trying to say that like I kind of became flat earther, right? But then some
Why?
things
Why?
because it sounded true. It makes sense to me. Still, it makes sense to me that I don't think like
What made
if
sense
God
about it?
because
Okay,
it's
void
geocentric.
filler.
Because I do
What
believe that.
Lord, slow
made
down.
sense?
Jeez, give him a second to answer. Fucking hell.
No, I'm
Pump the
cutting him
brakes,
off
big
at the
man.
pass, bro. Listen, I'm cutting him off
Don't
at the
cut him off.
pass.
That's rude. That's bad driving. You're going to
What
get a fine.
made sense?
I can say nigger anytime I want. Nigger.
See, old hoss, this is what happens when you cut people off. You cause road rage.
No, it causes the simpletons to parachute in. It causes the desperate heliocentric outer space mythologists to parachute in, is what it does.
Right.
So how could you be agnostic?
Meaning that I am not knowledgeable enough that I can refute the
No,
arguments of
that's
this.
not what agnostic means. Have you
No,
lived under a rock?
so no, sir. What I'm trying to say is that
Okay,
like I
so
am not. I might not. Okay.
wait. Void filler. So
Yeah.
you were brought up like the rest of us to believe that you were on a planet flying through outer space, right?
Yeah. Of course.
Okay. So not agnostic.
No, that's not what I meant.
You're pretending to be agnostic is what you're trying to
No,
say.
not really. No. I believe so that my position keeps changing about this certain matter because every time I come up and I have a new like understanding of it, then some might shatter my arguments, and then I'm like starting to ponder. Then like, whoa, okay, is it? Excuse me, my lack of critical thinking, or is it my lack of? Am I enough dumb that like anyone can just come and shatter my arguments and then make me
Yes.
feel like I'm
It's your listen, it's not your lack of critical thinking. It's your lack of ability to realize that you should apply critical thinking to the subject. That's
right?
what it is. Yeah,
Right, but
right. So
I think
mystery solved.
I don't understand why you're being kind of very passive. Like, but
This is
I
just how
think I'm just
theology
trying to.
works.
Passive? I'm being
Yeah.
passive?
He
Yes,
has
you are.
two
I'm just.
gears, and the
I'm
other
just trying
gear is
to. I'm just trying
religious.
to. No. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand. I just wanted to make an inquiry. Like the two more like things. Like I just wanted to say that like it makes sense to me that I don't believe that anyone could leave Earth. First of all. Second is that
Okay.
like one of the biggest argument that I believe in for the flat Earth is that like because the science says that like gases always like infuse towards vacuum, like they go towards vacuum, and by that way what is stopping these gases to leave the earth and like basically earth gets sucked out by the space basically, right? So it makes sense. There is definitely a thing, might be a firmament, like like a whole dome thing. Yeah, I do believe that. Definitely, I don't think anyone can leave Earth. Right? I do believe that. But the shape of the Earth is the thing that I want to learn about it in a way where it's not too conspiratorial or like to such lengths to be. Look, guys, I just saw like a person typed in the chat says that here. Hold on, let me read the chat. It's like, we don't live in a globe, and why aren't we falling when the Earth is moving? Why isn't the ocean curving upwards? The latter, I agree with. Sure, it makes sense if there's like water is very fluid. If Earth was a globe, why doesn't like water goes down to the bottom of the globe? Right? It makes sense. But the first one,
What? No,
yeah,
void
yeah,
filler. Timeout. Void filler. Timeout, bro.
yeah, yeah,
We're talking about the surface of water. The water seeks the depths of the ocean.
yeah. Uh huh.
Okay, but what about the surface?
What about it?
Well, that's what we're talking about, homeboy.
Well, I mean, homeboy, I'm just trying to ask this. Like, well, so
No, I
water
know
carries weight.
you did more than try to ask. You did ask.
Yeah,
So
I did ask, like,
okay,
why doesn't it go bottom of the globe Because water is
well
fluid. It goes to the
because the globe doesn't exist.
exactly. So that's what I was
Okay.
saying. That I do believe that this makes me want to believe in flat Earth. That's what I'm saying. I'm
Well,
trying to find more reasons to believe in flat
hey,
Earth.
void filler. All you have to do is look at the surface of water in reality.
Yeah, it's straight.
Have you ever done that?
Yeah, of course. I've pondered
It's
upon the
what?
puddle and I've seen. Yeah,
What is it?
it's flat, of course. It seeks
Well,
level. Water seeks its level.
okay.
Yeah.
Is there any scale as to which it starts curving?
No, I don't believe so. I can't see
Okay.
that.
Okay. Very good.
Is it
So
is
you're
it
not
rational, do you
agnostic.
think, void filler, to presume because you haven't seen
Listen to
something
Eggs
doesn't
try to bail
exist?
you out. Listen to Eggs
That's
try
not
to bail
bailing
you
out. You're
out.
talking to a flat earther. You are so confused, Hoss. Confused
No,
old man, always.
he's
100% of the
agnostic.
time you talk, you aren't quite
He's
sure who you're
agnostic.
talking to or what you're talking about.
Yeah,
all you know is that you would like to say something.
I speak eggs.
Yeah.
So eggs. He said he is self-identified. Okay, when people self-identify, you allow them to use the identity that they want. He said
Well,
he's agnostic.
No, I refuse.
He's
Fuck yeah.
agnostic to the idea.
Yeah, you forgot the
Which
word
means-
agnostic,
Like,
Eggs.
I
he
somewhat
defined-
share Hoss's view that
Yeah, hold
I
on,
think
eggs.
that is...
Listen, please listen.
Go on.
He's not a flat earther. He said, I'm agnostic to the idea, and later added a qualifier that his definition of agnostic means he has not made up his mind yet.
Yeah, what's up? Eggshells are flat. Does it hurt your feelings? The previous conversations we've had here.
So, if he hasn't made up his mind yet, is he a flat earther or not a flat earther?
It's hard for him to respond when he's muted.
Oh, why
He's
did
an
he get muted?
agno-earther.
Why is that Hoss?
I don't know.
Is that Hoss
Agno-earther.
modding while he's drunk, while he's in the conversation?
Drink and
Don't worry
mod,
about-
baby.
what a
Drink
liability.
and mod.
Drink and mod. Go for it.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you. I'm not as drunk as you would hope I was. Sorry, bro.
Well, I hope you'll get more drunk and you'll stop talking at one point.
Well, maybe I'll get some beers, but yeah, not yet.
Maybe you should do that.
Sorry, man. But in answer to your first question, Void
You were,
Filler,
hold on, Eggshells. Are you stuttering?
no, you were. You confused.
No,
he's nervous.
Come
See
on,
what I mean?
Eggshells.
He
You
doesn't
sound
know what's
cracked.
going on from one syllable to the next. He's unclear on what things come out of his mouth versus his interlocutors. It's
Okay,
amazing.
enough of the ad homs. Enough of the ad homs. We can have a discussion here, or we can't.
Oh, enough with the ad homs. Fuck off. Old Hoss has been going off for the last half an hour.
We're going to put you on mute.
I just got. Hey,
so Void Filler, I have the
Einstein,
answer to your
got
first
here.
question if you would like it.
I just got here, Eggshells.
I'd like it, but then this guy who's
You
drunk won't let anyone talk, so I don't know.
Yeah, he's not really keen on listening. He doesn't know how it works.
All right, so new guy, Void Filler. So go ahead and give me your three flat Earth proofs that you know that you live on a flat Earth.
What?
Well, to be a flat earther,
Yeah, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah,
Well,
in,
Eric Dubay,
in our
I mean, I used to listen to him all the time. I still do. I
yeah,
mean,
Void.
I'm
Listen, real
what
quick, okay?
what
For us to welcome you into the Flat Earth community,
right.
you have to be able to articulate flat Earth.
Right, I
And one
can't.
of the
That's the
ways we
problem.
test this is
Right.
someone to give 3 proofs of the flat Earth.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
If you can't do that, we still would say, hey, you're welcome to be part of the conversation. No one
Right,
here is
right,
going to
right.
recognize you, the flat earther. Because to be a
Right.
flat earther, you'd have to articulate the position. If you can't
Right.
articulate okay. So do you have 3 proofs of flat Earth?
I never said that I am one, but I said I
Yeah,
used to.
he's feigning to be agnostic.
Be careful, Void. Be careful.
Who are you telling to be
Not
careful?
easy to prove.
I have 3 flat
Not
Earth
easy
proofs.
to prove flat Earth.
I want to hear
I
him being
do. I mean, I
agnostic.
could tell you right now on the top of my head, like 3 proofs that Earth is flat. I mean, sure, well, it's not an issue. Like I'm just saying, but does that
Okay,
prove
let's
that
hear
I
him.
am a flat earther?
No, that
Let's
would
hear
prove that you can articulate the position.
Let me help you. Think of the
Right.
Earth like a cylinder, right? It's flat,
Right.
but it has depth at the same time. So it's like a cylinder, but it's not a globe. Because if it's a globe, then gravity wouldn't work.
Anyway, so the other guy, yeah, give me the 3 that you said.
Wait, are you asking me?
Yeah, Boyd, you're up. 3 flat Earth.
Yeah, firstly, the water level, of course, like I'm very skeptical about it. It just makes no sense that like if the earth was globe and water is fluid, and how come the water like doesn't go to bottom of the globe basically, right? Definitely like that just it makes sense like of course there's something to the theory that like they has a flaw in it. Of course, the water stays on its
Which
planet.
bottom? Do you mean north
Bottom of
bottom or the south bottom?
no, like the bottom, like the
What's the
south, I
bottom?
would say. I think south.
Why is the
Right?
south the bottom?
I don't know. Well, the globe model says that like there's 2 polar points, right? The top and the bottom of the Earth, right?
Why are they the top and the bottom? Is my question though.
No, I don't know, but that's what the globe people say that, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Nope.
And if
No,
that
they
is the
don't.
case, then
No,
they don't
Void.
say that.
No, that's
Nope.
just for purposes of orientation. You could position the globe in any way you want.
Yeah,
You
you're
could
most
switch it.
likely to put it on one of the poles, but there's no rational reason aside from popularity that you would choose the north. Right? It's just more of it's the explorers who started mapping the oceans and developed longitude and latitude came from the northern hemisphere, and that's why
Right.
the north is at the top of most maps. There's no valid logical reason that it couldn't be the south.
Or the east.
Right.
For
Or the
example,
west.
during the Middle
Keep coping,
Ages,
eggshells.
people
Keep coping.
See,
No,
have you seen this?
I
Like,
demand a south center.
what you've
Yeah.
seen in this too is like Starship. You know, when we talk about entertainment and whatnot. That it's like a 3-dimensional combat. You've seen that in Star Wars.
Here
where
comes the
shit-
space mysticism.
Holy shit, Peter! Are you triggered already? I haven't even got through what I was going to say, and you're already squawking.
Maybe we can talk
Okay.
about the crisis in cosmology.
No, I'm talking to Void Filler
Ooh, Larry's
about
here.
why
That'd be a good
there's
one.
no up and down, why there isn't a top and bottom. Every
Well, so
direction is relative.
sure, but then again, I'm just trying to say. So, does Earth revolves around its axis? Is it true according to the globe model?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, it revolves around an axis, so there has
Like
to
a
be a
motherfucker.
top. Okay, well, there has to be a top and a bottom, right? Like it has to be
Why?
like an upper side.
No.
Because
Well, no, think about
how
spinning the
come
You keep
basketball
going from a
between.
rational question, right? Does it
Yeah,
revolve?
here, Eggs,
and then
let me
you
get
and then
this.
you just
I can
say,
speak
well, it
this
has
guy.
to have a top and a bottom. Why? What's your
Okay,
working
think
to
about
show that it has to
spinning
have
a
a top and a bottom?
basketball between your 2 fingers or spinning the
Right.
basketball like upright. You see, you haven't really changed orientation of which way is up and down. You just changed how you hold the ball.
Yeah.
The
This is
same
our
thing.
King Globo Crick talking right now.
The same thing with the ball, the Earth and space. It can be manipulated and looked at from any
any angle, any vantage point.
The only reason why there are some orientations on Earth is because it spins. So that identifies the axis of rotation, right? If it were not spinning, then it wouldn't be there. And the magnetic field, which surprisingly corresponds roughly to this with this spin.
But would the magnetic field be there if we weren't spinning? I thought the idea was it comes from spinning metal.
No, but there are celestial bodies that spin but have no magnetic field to speak of. So these are two different things. So that's why we say there is a tilt. For example, how could there be a tilt if there was no axis, a selected axis, right? The axis is selected by the rotation. Now you can measure the tilt. And because everybody hates on Australia, we consider the South to be the bottom. Okay? It's that simple.
Right. Yeah.
It's not
and then
bottom.
on your first point that I really wanted to address when you're saying NASA assumes a flat Earth.
Right.
In those documents, it will say they're a set of what are called in physics simplifying assumptions. And it will say this is assuming a plane of fixed mass, a rigid plane of fixed mass with the mass distributed evenly, symmetrically about its axis over a flat non-rotating Earth. Now, from that, why do we take flat non-rotating Earth and go, oh, they're telling the truth, when a plane of fixed mass would be basically free energy? Because if it's not burning fuel to fly, it's a flying free energy machine. So it must be changing mass throughout the flight, right? I don't know if you've ever been on a plane, but the airframe flexes.
Who gives a shit?
Pilots
That
don't
doesn't
always
prove
weigh
you
the
live out
same
of all.
amount as their co-pilot who's sitting next to them. So the mass cannot be distributed evenly across the axis. But what you get are 7 simplifying assumptions in a row where they say, we're ignoring these 7 variables because they will make our maths unnecessarily difficult. And they put them there so that they're upfront about them. So if later you go, actually, we do need to test what this would be like on a rotating Earth, you go, oh, looks like they didn't account for it in this, so we can now put those assumptions in. So unless you also believe in free energy machines and that planes can't bend and that pilots all weigh the same, then you're accepting that 4 out of 7 are false. Sorry, 5 out of 7 are false and the remaining 2 are true for some reason.
What?
Eggshells, can I add to that, Eggshells? If you took any physics course and you solved problems, like basic problems in classical mechanics, the opening sentence of every such problem description starts with ignoring air friction, resistance and friction, solve this problem. That's because otherwise you'd never be able to solve any of these problems if you had to take friction and air resistance into account. So every single physics problem is simplified like this, and only when you do actual engineering and you build something, then you have to account for everything.
Yeah,
and even
it's
there,
like the
you
spherical
estimate.
cow joke, isn't it? You know, like the farmer goes to a university and approaches all these different departments on how they can make his cows yield more milk, and the physics department comes back and they go, right, we can increase your yields by 100%, but it just requires that your cows are spherical.
The physics department does that, huh?
In this joke, they did. Yes.
What?
It was the agriculture.
He's not tracking.
So confused, so perpetually confused off. You're angry at what somebody said, but you're also not quite sure what they said.
Well, you were talking about milking cows.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're prostate.
You dunce.
Via their prostate. Does that make sense, Void? Like what we're saying here about simplifying assumptions?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Yeah.
Well, how many times?
It's like if you were going, I want to know the fuel efficiency. Okay. If it's like if you were saying, I want to know the fuel efficiency of my car, you could take into account tire pressure, tire.
Hey, tire guy, how many times are they milking cows a day nowadays? You dunce.
Yeah, eggshells. That's what you get for trying to learn someone a thing.
Maybe he's milking bulls.
Yeah, eggshells. How many times are they milking cows a day now?
Could you explain the relevance of what you're asking?
Well, I don't know. You said that they were sorting out milking cows in the physics department, bro.
No, I didn't. I said there was a joke
Oh,
about that, but confused old
well,
Hoss
you're
didn't
you're
follow.
not funny. So how many times are they milking cows a day?
Yes.
No, that's not. I'm looking
Yes.
I'm looking for a number. You drunk?
Yes. Whatever
Okay.
you want, Hoss.
You're cracked, homeboy. You're cracked.
Okay.
Oh, okay is right.
Yes.
Listen to him.
So yeah, basically, if you were trying to, like, if you were same as if you were trying to
So eggshells. How many times are they milking cows a day? You brought
Mod
it up.
abuse. Drunk mod abuse.
Peter, shut up.
Old Hoss, I need you to think you need to take a sit,
Hey.
sit down, have a glass of water.
The answer is
I am
every 12
sitting
hours.
down, homeboy. Listen,
Maybe take an Ambien.
Peter is shaming
Just
the
chill out.
Europeans. I don't take prescription drugs. Sorry, guys. Sorry, doctor.
All right, we'll smoke a bit of weed then. Whatever.
Well, I'll keep talking if I do that. You're not going to get the results you want from that, whoever this is.
I would love to see that.
How about, guys, I speak to
come on
everybody
over.
in the room.
Come on over,
How
Mez.
about we all go
come
on
on over
mute
to the
for
house,
3
bro.
minutes? Everybody, let's go on mute for 3 minutes. I'll
I
go
would
first.
love to.
Peter, you know what? What's funny, Peter, is you Europeans or whatever the fuck you are, you think you guys sound like intellects because you guys have these weird accents, but it doesn't really work. You get that, right, Peter? The world is no longer impressed by your accent. You understand that, right, Pete?
This is the time
Hello?
to deploy Bacon's Spanish.
Imbo,
mute up.
Imbo, no one cares what the fuck you have to say.
I mean, many people do. You do enough to get triggered because of it.
Well, who the hell is many people?
Embo, can you mute up? Because this will never end if you keep winding him
he's
up.
a dunce. So eggshells, how many times are they milking cows a day?
Yes.
Yes. It's funny, you Google experts can't even Google shit, can you? Just take a wild guess. It's between 1 and 5 eggshells. You're the expert. Hello?
So Void Filler, did my explanation make sense to you? I'm not asking if you agree with it. I'm just asking, did it make sense to you? Where you like?
So I was on the verge of understanding it, but then this friend of yours keeps yapping, and I just I'm like I'm on there almost, but
Hey,
then like
toxic. Eggshells his feelings are hurt by me. He doesn't consider me a friend, don't boy.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I know. You're just confused. You're highlighting your yeah, no, don't mumble.
I'm not mumbling. You won't let anyone speak. That's the problem. You know, like I don't know what do you think of you. Like first time when I came in, you're like no one is the smartest. But then it appears to me in the voice chat you're trying to inflict this thing where I'm the smartest
You
one.
just
Everyone is
spoke, dude. I'm a dumbass flurf. That's all I am. A DAF, okay?
Right.
And this guy's going to try to tell me how to milk cows?
I don't know what's the relevance of that to this.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I know. You guys have found the foggy irrelevance of everything, haven't you? Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, Toxic, do you have any evidence that you're on a water ball, bro?
I don't.
Okay, well, join the club. No one does. What do you mean, what do I mean? No one does.
Well, I don't. I mean, I just know that I
Well,
don't.
yeah, you obviously you don't. Eggshells doesn't. Peter doesn't. No one does. That's what I mean by join the club. You guys.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah. You guys think you're part of some special club that has this Earth as a ball, but you're actually part of a club that doesn't know shit from Shinola.
And you can test that. You could talk to experts in the globe and see what feedback you get. Like, publish a paper or something, or try to do all this expert knowledge and information you have. Set up a paywall, set up a Patreon. See if people like, hey, this guy's got good info. Let me see what this person's about.
Well, something I did on gases vaguely is cited in a scientific paper, if that helps. It's not, it's a very big stretch though.
That's a good start.
Yeah, I did a book on speaking, and I devoted a chunk of it to breathing for calmness, and a psychologist I knew was using it in prisons.
And is that one of the chapters of your book? And
nailed it.
You
Hoss.
dunce. Yeah, I did nail
yeah,
it.
so she cited
What's funny,
as part of
eggshells, is eggshells.
what do you call
Earth
it again? Like a sort
eggshells.
of violence.
Dude,
I love jerking off the hand here.
Dude, it's okay if someone says once in a while.
I disagree.
Might want to server me Jordy.
Is Jordy going wee up?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, I'm sorry, but I disagree. If every fifth word that someone's utters is I think there's an issue.
This is pretty interesting. I click on Jordy's profile. Jordy, do you realize you've been playing World of Warcraft for 33 hours?
Bro's a gamer.
Yeah, that's some hardcore gaming right there. 33 hours.
Is that drunk Hoss muting me again?
No, I ain't drunk yet, homeboy.
Yeah, eggs, don't worry about who's muting who and what.
Yeah.
There's back channels to discuss things. If you go into, if you talk about moderator action, remember that's concerned trolling.
Yeah, eggshells. Eggshells. You deaf fuck. Do you not remember all the times you've run away from conversations in there? Hello.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a selective memory.
You do remember, so you're just respawning here tonight.
I don't recall ever running away.
I know you don't recall jack shit, do you? Yeah, your measured language doesn't add up to much, does
I am
it?
mandating everyone in this chat to get their penis out and get guillotine.
That is a good voice thingy. That sounded exactly like Biden, except he didn't sound confused enough to be real Biden.
Jordy is not as clever as he thinks he is. Eggshells, you really get swept up with every the new flavor, don't you? Hello?
I don't even know what that means, man.
I know you don't. I don't know you shit. You don't know shit from Shinola, do you?
You just don't even try to make sense, do you?
Who, me or you?
Exactly. Nailed it.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah,
This coming from a guy who answers a number question. And hang on, no, Haas. You asked him a question about quantity of milking, and he just says yes.
Yes.
Instead of a quantity.
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Are you suggesting the question was relevant? Great. Could you explain the relevance of it?
Yeah, you brought up cow milking, so I would hope you were an expert on the subject. Just take a wild guess, you smartass.
So
a needle pulling thread. Listen to these. What is wrong with you, dude? You bring up cow milking and you don't know shit about it. Hello?
I told you a joke about physics.
It's not a joke, bro. Okay, you brought up cow milking. So how many times a day do they milk cows? How many times a day do they milk cows, homeboy?
I've got no idea.
I know you don't know shit. You don't know shit from Shinola, do you? You don't know shit, do you? Eggshells. Hello?
Yes.
So you don't know shit. Confirmed. Hello?
I know the difference between prostrate and prostate, which is an important one because you don't want to
Well,
be
listen, homeboy,
sitting
I'm
there
drunk.
lying down and then
Listen,
suddenly.
I'm drunk. So how the hell are you upset about a R that left out?
So you are drunk now.
Explain
Are you
that.
lying now or are you lying before?
Well, no. No, I'm going by your metric.
Were you lying now or were you lying before?
Well, were you lying? Are you prostrate? Are you lying? Yeah, you see. Whoever told
He's
you?
lying right next to me. We're both prostate here.
He's prostrate next to you.
Yeah.
Hey, eggshells. Whoever told you that you were clever?
My mummy.
I did.
I think Edgekells is very
That
clever.
sounds
I've
about
loved
right.
it.
You little
There
shit.
you go.
You little shit. That sounds right about right. Your mommy told you.
I think
What
he's
a
clever.
The
dunce.
last time I heard him prove the globe, I told him that. I
I
said,
think
well done, good globe proof.
I think he's clever too, dude.
Yeah,
He's very handsome too.
Don't stop now, boys.
I think he's clever too.
Well, I mean, like in a way where he said, he's trying to say that he did, something
Yeah,
for a
he's
paper.
looking for time. He's searching his little limited vocabulary well.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah,
dance.
I just looked it up for you, Eggshells. Like to lay prostrate is to lay face down, flat.
Yes.
So yes.
And
So
Hoss
that
before
is a
said,
word.
I will prostate myself before you.
Laying prostrate.
And Hoss before said, I will prostate
laying
myself
down.
before
But
you,
that
which
wouldn't
means.
you are Peter sleep.
I mean, it doesn't quite make sense, but it sounds like he's going to finger his asshole.
Yeah, eggshells. You sound like you're undergoing a prostate exam. That's what you
I
sound
think he
like.
has his,
That's the
I think
joke.
he uses his
Welcome to the
tongue.
joke, mate. We've been making it for half an hour now. I'm glad you caught up.
Well, that's you. You're prostate.
Nailed it. No, but you.
Your prostate.
The term of proselytizing.
You are a prostate.
Yeah, I would say they're not laying prostate because they're
Proselytizing
laying
is a
with
good
their
one,
asses
too.
up in the air.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you
that's
can
the
link
best
them.
way to lay. Yeah.
So
Face
eggshells,
down,
eggshells,
this is how-
Otherwise, how are you going to stick your thumb up your ass if it's not facing up?
Hold on, Peter. Peter, we have an imposter here. Eggshells, whoever told you that you were clever?
I did.
I just
I
went
did.
through that, and 4 people in the
before
room
that.
said that they thought I was clever. And then you were one of them. Now you're back. You've completed the loop and you're asking again.
Yeah, prior to that, eggshells.
Face down, ass up. This is how we like to, isn't it?
The Earth looks flat from that position. It measures flat when you're face down, ass up, with a thumb up your asshole.
That sounds like
Everything
a
looks
mulligan.
everything looks flat and motionless from that vantage point.
What is with you guys and your depravity? Like this is weird. Why so depraved?
They're speaking from experience. Yeah, they're speaking from experience. Hold on, Peter. You're speaking from experience.
It's a depravity.
It is. We're
Yes, it is your experience.
The Jesuits
Yes.
got to us. The Jesuits got to us. So
Yeah.
that's the end result.
Well,
let us serve as a warning to others.
Go have some communion and get back to us. Hey, did you guys ever read the book written by what was his name? The guy who was on the Dead Sea Scrolls investigation team. Yeah. Did you ever read that book?
No.
Oh, big shocker. Well, the guy he was the only non-Jesuit who was examining the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he enlightened to the world to the fact that the Catholics are actually eating psychedelic mushrooms with the communion. Have you guys read that? John Allegro? Who are you guys? Are you guys not well read? Hello?
No, I only read globe propaganda.
Oh, okay, so you guys are not well read.
Mushrooms, but never at a Catholic mass. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, who are you a Catholic?
I have Catholic family.
Well, have you been to mass?
Yeah,
Have you received communion?
part of the mass.
Have you what? Part of the mass?
That's part
Have
of the
you
mass. Yeah.
have you eaten? Well, yeah, but it's only for the Catholics. Did you eat the wafer?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what
Okay.
happens
Have
every
you?
time you go to mass.
Okay. Well, you're not supposed to eat it unless you're Catholic.
I don't know about that.
Well, I know you. Okay. Have you eaten the wafer?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a priest called John Allegro, and he says that the Catholics are lacing the communion with psilocybin.
LSD.
No, that's not LSD. That's mushrooms.
Mushrooms. Yeah.
Fuck.
So hold on, Denise. Have you ever eaten mushrooms?
Yeah, I've had a lot of mushrooms.
Okay. Does it not taste the same?
Yeah, I'm trying to picture what you're saying, and I don't really get there.
Well, I'm asking you if you've been to Catholic Mass and you've eaten the wafer.
I've eaten the wafer.
And does it taste like psychedelic mushrooms?
Yeah,
I was
that's
a
what I was
hungry
thinking.
little kid.
Yeah, it
tasted
does,
like,
doesn't it? All right. You
tasted like a
fucking
wafer.
dunces. You know what's funny is you guys think you're intellects because you haven't had a beer tonight. But here I've read books, and you monkeys have watched moongolf films.
I don't trust those bastards. As far as I can
Yeah,
throw
I
them.
know what.
Hey, Elf,
So
you're a flat earther, aren't you? Sorry.
Elf?
Day. How do you pronounce your name?
DF.
Dayf.
Hey,
Aren't you
eggshells.
flat Earth?
Eggshells.
Christian humanist,
Eggshells.
pro-gun control, pro-gun rights. You've gone on either side of a bunch of these. Day,
Hey,
are you
eggshells.
flat Earth or not?
Eggshells, are you deaf?
Everybody, what's wrong with that?
Say again?
I said,
like
are
to
you
piss off
deaf?
everybody. What's wrong with that?
No, that's fine.
Well,
Are
sometimes it's
you
like
deaf?
it's like a Venn diagram where some of those things overlap. Like someone could say, "I'm for gun rights and responsible gun ownership," meaning like, "Hey,
Yeah,
you
that's true.
you can have a gun, but to own some more advanced weaponry and whatnot, there needs to be some sort of checks and balances, systems and whatnot."
It's like
That's
me
true.
thinking I
That's
should
a
have
very
a
good
gun
point,
doesn't
Crit.
mean I should think you should have a gun, but there's some metric that we should use.
Yeah, a lot of those defined
no, I think
roles
I
make
think
it.
both of you made a very good point. I retract
Yeah,
that.
we're Americans. Yeah, we're Americans, so we don't have
humanist
to
and
worry about
Christian,
your guys' bullshit.
Yeah, a
Your
lot of
guys'
like the
feelings,
roles.
we don't have to worry about it.
I try to think of a lot of the roles too, just like a huge Venn diagram where all these issues kind of overlap, and then you kind of find the individual. Like I've got individualist and collectivist at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I'm just questioning these people. I'm trying to figure out how it is they're so obstinately gullible. How is it they're so sure of something that's farcical? And I'm just trying to figure out if they've ever uncovered any other riddles. But they haven't, have they? They figured out Santa Claus, and they think that's the last riddle to figure it out.
Well, they cracked the code with a lot with Christianity too. They got that one. What roles did you pick, Eggs?
I was just looking at my roles again. Let me see them. I am centrist technocrat. Although I've got to be honest, not 100% what technocrat is.
You're
progressive,
are you really?
liberal, globalist, determinist,
Centrist?
accelerationist, humanist,
No.
Oceania,
You're
atheist,
a-
agnostic, secular man.
No, you're a coping.
The
You
technocrat
cope.
one is kind of interesting. It's like a
coping
cryptocurrency and
technocrat.
stuff. In that like AI, like AI fueled sort of society where you'd have that. I mean, I guess where are you coming with the whole technocrat thing?
No, he fancies himself as a HAL 9000, right? Right, Eggshells?
I think that a lot of social
Listen
ills.
to him answer. Listen to.
I think a lot
don't
of social
compute.
ills will be solved or are already being solved by technology. You know, they have been since the invention of the hand axe or the plough. And that in terms of governance as well, applying tools like AI
All right,
will
Pollyanna.
increase human thriving.
Okay, Pollyanna. Very Pollyannish.
So, inside your worldview, then, just taking a guess, okay? If I'm way off, let me know. Would you have said that the cotton gin did more to end slavery than the Civil War?
Say again? The what did more to end slavery?
The cotton gin did more to end slavery than the Civil War did.
Oh, I haven't ever thought about that, but now that you say it, I certainly think that could be the case, because at the start of cotton farming, by far the most efficient way to get cotton was slaves. And by the end, my understanding was slaves were less efficient than just getting paid laborers. And so part of that could be the increase in the complexity of what they were doing. You know, generally jobs get more complex and then fewer people can do them. You know, fewer people are needed to do them, but fewer people are able to do them. So yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah, you truly have a simpleton's point of view, don't you, Eggshells?
I doubt you even heard it. I'd be absolutely astounded if you could steel man what I just said.
Who planted the cotton?
What do you mean?
Who planted the cotton seed?
I don't think every cotton seed.
I know you don't know shit from Shinola do. Yeah, who planted the cotton seed?
Answer your own question so we can see what an answer to that looks like.
No, you were the one that was giving answers. Oh, I've never thought of that, but I think you've never thought. That's the problem with you, Eggshells. You've never thought of shit. Yet you want to pontificate on everything. So who planted the cotton? Hello?
Yes.
Who planted the cotton?
Yes.
You're a dunce, dude.
Is
who
that
planted
your view,
the cotton?
Not that I'm a dunce. I mean, you can answer on that as well, but is it your view that the cotton mill did more to end? I don't know, mate.
Who planted the cotton
have another beer.
that was milled?
Have another beer.
You done.
Ask this question to a wall. It'll be just as stimulating for all of us.
So who planted the cotton? Eggshells.
Before. I think it's a good one.
Who planted the cotton? Eggshells.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, you dunce. You can't even muster a guess, can you? It's one or the other, you little prick, but you can't answer.
Well, he might. Okay, it's like some plants.
Fuck you, Eggshells.
Some plants grow every year, and other plants have to be planted. So I think what Old Haas is asking is a
who planted the cotton, the white man or the black man?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't know. You don't know shit from Shinola, Eggshells. You're a dunce.
You sound very upset. Do you need another beer?
No, I'm just amazed at how an idiot like you would pontificate. I'm not upset at all. I pity the fool. You understand that? Eggshells. Do you understand that I pity the fool?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Does someone who's pitying a fool does that lead to being upset?
You sound upset, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry for your interpretation, homeboy. You sound like a dunce.
Can we get back to the question?
No.
Because I think it's a really good question.
No.
You sound a little bit triggered.
No. Pay attention to the fucking answer that you didn't have. Correct? You don't know. Right? You don't know who planted the cotton. Correct?
Explain how it links to the point.
No, put it on the record, you little prick.
I did. I've answered it twice now.
Say it again.
This old
Say it again. You don't know. And now we're going to listen to you pontificate.
I don't know.
Okay, and now we're going to listen to you pontificate.
18 times. Do you want to explain the relevance to the conversation at hand?
Well, the relevance is you have no business pontificating.
That's the relevance.
Correct.
Nailed it, mate. Yep.
Nailed it, mate. Isn't it?
So, Crit, is that your view that the what is it? What did you say again? The cotton mill did more to end slavery than
the cotton gin did more.
Jin,
And
sorry.
yeah, like with Civil War, the conflict and emancipation. Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure. I have a good a good or strong basis on both. I've heard people say that who basically had talked about Lincoln being a bad president for federalizing and kind of use the issue to basically federalize America. That had they done nothing at all, slavery was already out the door. Technology was going to solve the problem.
Yeah, because I certainly think in principle that's the case. Like, if you sort of, if like it's an argument I have if I were arguing with feminists about like female emancipation, where they're like, well, all this suffrage movements of the 1900s and women's right to work and all of these things, it's feminism that has brought these advances and freedoms to women. And I generally think, well, actually, isn't it technology? Isn't it things like tampons, prophylactics, like safety improvements in technology that lead to safety? Like, you wouldn't.
Wow,
If suddenly
dude, you have
phone,
you have a weirdly funneled view of the world.
what is my?
These are
I
not.
bet you can't. I bet
No,
you
time
can't
out.
repeat it.
These eggshells. You're cracked,
Doesn't know what
bro.
I think, but thinks I'm wrong.
Eggshells.
Great,
You listen. You know how like when people separate
confused
the
old
whites
boss.
from the yolks. Hello. Have you ever separated the white from the yolk?
Oh,
hello.
Cool story, man.
No,
But yeah,
I'm
generally, I
asking
think
you.
that technology
I'm
does
asking
solve a
you.
lot
I
of
don't
those
care about
social
your
issues
fucking
that
sub-European fucking
and
UK
then
bullshit.
people who were
Time out.
fighting on the
Have you
side of
ever
that.
separated a white from a yolk?
Cool story, man.
No, I'm
Pat
asking.
themselves on the back and go, "Oh,
I'm
we did it!
asking
We freed the
eggs.
slaves, or we
I'm asking
fixed
eggs.
democracy, or whatever it is." And it's
Dude,
like, no,
you
you didn't.
have a
Technology
fourth
did.
grade understanding of America, you dunce.
I'm not even talking
Have
specifically
you
about
ever
America. I'm talking about
separated a
technology.
white from a yolk? Hello?
Can you explain the relevance of these weird questions?
No, I'm talking about your
No,
fucking
you can't.
PFP
I
right
didn't
now,
think
you
so.
cracked egg.
It seems
Yeah.
like you just say
Well, you
words
have an
as they
egg
appear in your adult
PFP.
mind.
I just want to know how much you know about eggs.
How much do you know
So,
about being
so
elderly and
nothing.
confused?
Well, my PFP is a nickel.
An elderly confused nickel?
Oh, I think you've over-exaggerated the years that I've lived, homeboy.
But not how confused you are as a result of that.
Yeah, I would take a bet that I'm younger than you are, you little punk. So have you ever
I'll take a bet I'm less
separated
confused
a
than you
yolk
are.
from an egg, from a yellow? Have you ever separated? Have you ever separated it?
Yeah. Have I separated the yolk
Yeah,
from the white?
eggshells.
Yeah, sure. I've made a whiskey
Eggshells.
sour before.
You have. You have now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what was the
Anything
relevance
else?
of me asking that, you little punk?
I doubt there is any, but I'm sure you're going to try.
Well,
Go for it,
it's
mate.
probably a
Tell us
kin.
Tell
It's
us what
probably a
this has to
kin.
do with technocracy.
Yeah, it's probably a democracy.
Technocracy. The
Oh,
topic we're
okay.
discussing, you
Well,
confused old man.
it's akin to your fucking 19th century American history fucking lecture.
It's akin to it. How?
It's clueless. you don't know shit from Shinola.
Wow. You just...
Yeah. I guarantee you've never even made an omelet. Have you ever made an omelet?
Like one of the easiest
Of
things.
course I have. I've poached an egg. I've made an omelet. I do. I've hard boiled and soft boiled. What is your?
I get that I trigger you.
Well, my phone's dying. I'll be
Sorry
back.
that you're...
No, I think you're a little punk.
Look, dissonance is a hell of a drug.
All right.
Is that what technocrat means, though?
Well, no, it's like people pick roles that they kind of self-identify too. You
Yeah.
one
I
person
see. So it's slightly
technocrat.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
The government or control of society or industry by an elite group, a group of technical experts. I kind of agree and kind of don't.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I hear the word technocrat. I'm thinking of people who are able to secure power because they've got they instead of monopoly on force, they've got control of the government. They control everything through technology. They're the smart you're kind of like in Warhammer 40K, the tech priests. The tech priests keep everything moving, and they eventually operate outside of law.
Yeah.
So, like in that, like Elon Musk had just did some sort of interview where he talked about high status males and like a technocrat, basically, like the smart people who keep everything moving and working. They'd be the ones in charge.
Because there's some bits I like about it, like that net neutrality Senate hearing in America that the rest of the world watched so eagerly because we knew it was going to affect our internet, where you had these confused old politicians being like, now what is the internet? My understanding it's like a series of pipes. And you're like, these are absolutely not the people. I don't care if they're elected. They should not be in charge of the regulation of the internet. They don't understand enough. So in those kind of situations, I'd be like, I think that stuff should be, in that way, I'm a technocrat, but then just only the experts get a say as opposed to, the people. Not sure I agree with that.
Yeah, like because they're the opposite. That'd be the opposite of a technocrat. That's like where you've got government blocking progress.
Yeah,
Like the best
bureaucrats.
I've seen, like a technocrat. Like was it season 4 or 3? What the latest season of Westworld, where people virtually all day are they're not interacting with people. They're only interacting like with AI. Like there was very little that anyone had to do. They ever had to talk to a person. At one point, the woman needs a motorcycle, and she just orders one, and it just comes right to her. No interaction with anybody. Just charges her bank account. It pilots itself to where she's at, and she gets on it and uses it.
You guys having fun?
Yeah, it kind of died out, huh?
Hey, Eggshell. Oh, my phone died. Eggshell, is you still here? Hello?
Yeah, I'm about as all here as you are, mate.
Governor. Hey, Governor. Listen, I just have a question for you, bro.
Is it going to be a relevant, meaningful one?
Well, how about you judge, isn't it?
Okay. I will.
Okay. What's funny is, and I get it, man. I grew up with Alex Haley's Roots, and I grew up with. Do you know? Are you familiar with that?
You just don't seem like you grew up much, so.
Okay. Well, isn't it, Governor? So, are you familiar with Alex Haley's Roots?
No.
So let me get this straight. You've got this weird fucking Cliff Notes version of fucking 19th century America that aligns, and you pull it out of the same bag that has you like holding on to all these nouveau politics, but to get it back on topic, you monkey. To get it back on topic, it's the same bag you pull all of these fucking outer space ideologies from. The same bag you pull George Floyd from, that you pull Rosa Parks from, that you pull the fucking cotton fucking slaves from. It's the same bag you pull this fucking outer space ideology, and it's weird. And it's so clear.
Let me try and help you out,
let me try and mute you, you little punk. Or do you want to listen? Be a man and listen to what I got to say, and then I'll listen to what you have to say, because your feelings have been hurt, and you've insulted me and tried to tell me I haven't grown up. But here you are, some Euro or whatever you are from the other side of the planet, right? The other side of the globe, bro.
Get him, boys. He said planet. You
You're
said
the other side of the globe, bro. You missed it that I used it unironically, you sober fucking nitwit. So the point is, you're pulling all these fucking, well, you want to pontificate about slavery in the Western Hemisphere and how the Americans used slaves to build the country. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson did this and George Washington did that. You twat. Because you've never even fucking seen the fucking story that they've shown the American people. Alex Haley's Roots. This story of slavery. Okay? You don't know shit from Shinola. That's what's funny is you have a Cliff Notes version of a fucking fiction, and you think it's real. So my point is, I don't know where they gave you people on the other side of the fucking world this idea that the American narrative fucking history has anything to do with your lives. But you guys have ate it up to the point where you guys think the fucking Yanks fucking went to the moon and golfed. You dunces. So all I'm saying is, your narrative that you play from, that you reach into the bag of, it's all equal bullshit. And I get it. You hurt everyone's feelings with your fucking bullshit, and I hurt your feelings, and you hurt my feelings, and you identify that I'm triggered. Yeah, dude, listen, all I'm saying is you have this weird narrative that is farcical.
One point.
Yeah, it is all one point. Well, I know, you're a simpleton. And that's what they've done. They've preyed on simpletons like you to give you this packaged story. Abraham Lincoln, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, cotton pickers. And you fucking ate it up. And yet you think the Americans are dunce. You think you people.
I think you are, but I don't think Americans generally.
Well, that's fine. I don't
not
think
very
you
worldly.
think.
I would
Listen,
certainly say that. Like,
I don't. I know. I've heard this. I've heard this bullshit before. When you guys start rethreading everything in real time, but you've sat here, rethreading, isn't it? The point is, you are embedded in some sort of weird ideology that you think you're too clever to have fucking fallen for. But here you are talking about American slavery. Okay? This
What did
weird
I say
story.
about
That's the
American slavery?
huh?
What did I say
Were
about
we not?
American
Were we
slavery
not
that got you
talking
so
about?
triggered?
Were we not talking about the cotton gin?
What did I say about it is the question.
Well,
What
you were
words I
being a
said that made you so
snowflake
triggered?
about it. You were taking some sort of high road, sir. You were
See,
taking the
thank you for
high road of,
demonstrating
oh, you asked a question,
terrible.
governor. You asked a
Thank you
question,
for
governor, and
demonstrating
then you
yet
want to
again
mumble.
how terrible your comprehension skills are.
Oh, that's fine.
I
That's
said
fine. Listen, pal.
technocrat,
Yeah, it
and
doesn't
then
matter.
Crit said,
Technocrat, Smithnocrat, fucking Smurfocrat. It doesn't matter because you've eaten
I think he
this
doesn't
whole.
remember what
Oh,
you said
come
about it.
on.
That's why he's
Oh,
obfuscating.
hey, oh, Matthew, just chill out, Matthew. I'm almost done with this cracked egg, and maybe we.
almost time to pass out.
Maybe we can continue the conversation, but it sounds like he's gonna. His panties are in a bunch, and he's upset now because he realizes that part of his identity is this farcical fucking slavery story they've told about North America. This guy who thinks that
But you don't know what it
he's
is that I
above
think,
all
and you
that,
can't
isn't
repeat
it?
what it is that I said
Governor,
about it.
go
So
ahead.
you're a
Go
bit
ahead.
confused. Let me help you out here,
Just go.
Cos.
You
Crit brought
think
up.
this? You listen, dude.
I'll help you. I'll help you. If you can just
listen.
take a
No,
breath
I'm going to help
and
you.
stop
No,
this
time out.
verbal diarrhea of nonsense, I will be able to help you
Well,
out, and you might even
projection
calm down your
noted.
dissonance
Projection
enough to crack
noted.
another beer.
You think there is some narrative to be told? There is not. It's a
It's not even about
farce.
slavery. It's just about how
But go
confused you are and how
on.
you haven't
But
followed the
go on,
conversation
you
yet again.
moron. Go
So
on, you
Crit
moron.
brought up American slavery, and I said, I don't
He
know.
brought up
I
the
don't know
cotton
much
gin,
about it. I
homeboy.
haven't heard that before.
Yeah,
Tell me
I
about
asked
it.
you who.
And
I
now
asked you
you've
who
gone on a
planted the cotton.
half-hour
You didn't know
tirade
shit from
getting upset about
Sinaloa.
my views about slavery.
I'm not
And your
upset. I'm in
conclusion
disbelief
is the
at
same
how
as my
naive you
conclusion,
are
that
in
I don't
standing
know
on
much
a
about it.
pedestal. That's
But
my
you're
position.
so upset you can't pause to
No,
listen
I'm in
long enough to realize
disbelief.
that you're agreeing with me.
I'm in disbelief that you would try to speak from a pedestal when you're an ignoramus. That's my position.
Except that I
I'm
said I
not
don't
upset.
know.
Yeah,
And
you
you just
did.
forgot that
You
because you're
did say you
confused.
don't know when I asked who planted the cotton seed. You still don't know.
Even when Crit brought up the issue of slavery, I said I don't know much about it. But here you are on a tirade because you're too confused to listen.
Yeah, you
Dissonance
dug
gets in the way
in.
of your ear holes.
You think you have some sort of politics identity with that whole story, even though you live on the other side of the planet, the other side of the globe, bro. Yeah, man. So do you understand that you're pulling out of the same bag? This narrative of slavery is the same. No, you sound like you need to see a fucking specialist, homeboy.
Sure.
But you're pulling out of the same bag the slavery narrative. Oh, we're not a poetry
You
troupe,
run out of
homeboy.
hot air. I feel like you're a balloon that should eventually
This
deflate.
isn't hot air. This is the fucking real. You're pulling out of the fucking same bag.
You've said this
This
17 times, man. Is it going to become more
fucking
interesting?
slavery thing with this outer space mythology.
Mythos.
You're lost
Yeah, we get it. We get it.
in
Yeah,
a
the outer space mythos and the slavery. We
You've
get
been
it. We get it.
propagandized to the hilt that you think you're an intellectual, but you're a fucking dunce.
Great, got it.
So you need to
gonna repeat it
process
again?
that,
Once
right?
more for us.
Isn't it, Governor? Isn't it right?
Once more?
I said right. Isn't it?
Did you get it all out, mate?
Right. So, dude, if I was any better, I'd be twins. Okay? So you're pulling the same fucking bullshit about cotton gins
Thought you were going to go again.
as you are of fucking space labs flying around a globe. Okay? You're a bona
triggerness has
fide,
been noted in
naive fucking dunce. You're a 21st century simpleton feigning to be some intellect. Right. Yeah, all you're fucking telling me is some fucking story that Alex Haley wrote that you've never fucking seen or read. So that's where you are.
That is
Isn't it? Right, governor. And so fucking go to the library, dude. Get a library card. Read. Learn the fucking myth that
Old
you
Haas,
think is
in the
real.
past 5 minutes, you've talked about 90% of the time. Do you think you might be able to?
Oh, man. Oh, I think I'll take the over on that, Matthew. I think it was about 99% of the time because I was enlightening a fucking dunce. So would you like to fucking talk now, Matt?
No.
Okay, then shut up.
That's what I'm doing.
That didn't sound like doing that. Well, let's have some silence now that this fucking smart ass fucking eggs cracked had his fucking I'm speaking from a point of importance talking about American slavery and I think we're nearing a black hole. You guys are fucking dunce. All of you. It's so sad for you. Because your synapses are firing, but you use it for fucking ill. And you're too soaked in pride to fucking let people know that this fucking myth was a fucking strong one and powerful. And it fucking sucked people into it. But you fucking punks are too fucking pride to fucking let people who are listening know. And that's where we are. So you guys can chant this fucking circus. The space, stars, the sun's a star. Oh, come on,
Posted
fucking
my
get it out.
evidence for the globe. in
Get
the
it out.
chat.
Oh, get it out. Get out your
Ray
fucking
loves it.
chant. What hymnal you're singing from, and we can fucking join. Let's all pretend to be stupid once again. No,
you
what's
think
the
he's drunk
number of
or
the
on
fucking
Level of
song?
detachment from
Matthew,
reality
what's
is
the
my
number of the
evidence that we live
song?
on a ball.
Matthew, what's the number of the song? What's the hymn you guys are singing? We'll sing with you and pretend like we're fucking stupid.
No, I'm just speculating whether you're on speed.
Oh no, get out the hymn.
He's
Get
on
out.
something today. He is,
Isn't it
like his
wrong?
usual, but just a little more hopped up.
Eggs, you haven't been here for months. You run every time the fucking shit hits the fan here. So shut up, you moron. What's the hymn that we're all singing
get that you're
from?
triggered.
So we can
If that's what you wanted
pretend
us to
that we're
know,
all
we
here
know it.
listening to
We
this once
are
again.
all on the same page. You're very, very triggered.
Projection. You cracked egg. Matthew came to bail you out. What does that tell you?
I don't think he's bailing me out. I think he's trying
I've
to
said
get
5 sentences.
We're getting a gun now, isn't that right?
Like, how are the flat earthers listen to this and don't go, this guy's a bit of a liability?
Fuck off, dude. Listen, if they don't like it, they can go watch something else for 20 minutes.
I think Haas is one of the best flat earthers we got right now.
You think so?
Well, that's okay. Look, if that's the best you can do, that's the best you can do.
Yeah, you know what? As Mike Tyson says, fuck it. You guys all have a plan until you guys get hit in the face. You guys are all cowards. We're all lowly flurists. I'm just a lowly flurf. I'm calling out your fucking bullshit. You guys are fucking losers.
The triggeredness is noted. We will reflect on it deeply.
Projection.
Does anyone else here like to eat eggs in the morning by chance? I'm trying to find a good egg recipe.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, this fucking eggs are flat fucking character. He claims to have made an omelet. He claims to have separated the yolk from the white, but he hasn't. Yeah, Google it, Grandpa.
I'm just trying to get a recipe
Yeah,
here.
Google it, homeboy. Yeah, Google it. There's all kinds of recipes
I'm
out
going to
there.
a flat earth server to get some egg recipes.
Dude, what's wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong with that.
Homie right.
Man.
Look it up from a Japanese.
No, of course you don't. You must believe in a globe, too.
Dude, I'm just trying to get some egg recipes.
Grandpa, here's what you do. Have you ever poached an egg, Grandpa?
I have, absolutely.
Okay,
I
well,
love eggs,
and they're delightful, aren't they? Poached eggs are delightful. Yeah, so why overcomplicate things? Whoever wants to make some eggs right now, go poach them. Put some vinegar in a rolling boil and sing Amazing Grace 3
Kumbaya.
times, and you'll have the perfect poached eggs. All right, Gramps?
That's
Good to
actually
see
not a
you
bad
here.
idea. Thank you,
Yeah.
Huss.
Yeah, good to see you've parachuted in as these fucking desperate chancers have been
I'm just trying to
screaming
get some
hymns that they
recipes,
won't
bro.
tell. Yeah, I know you're just trying. Make an omelet. Never thought of
I've
that.
only heard one person chanting for the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was you.
Was it?
Confused old horse.
Haven't seen any globe evidence presented.
No, that's true. There's been none of that in the last hour or so.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's hard to present globe evidence
Figures.
in, with a 0.3 seconds between breaths. So
All right, so we're
Yeah.
talking about technocrats.
Sounds like you took a couple of seconds to say that, but you couldn't come with some globe proof.
oh, I can.
How about
And we'll go back to
Matthew?
silence then, maybe. It's like,
What's Matthew's take on a technocrat or technocratic society?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like a good idea because technology isn't the cure for all ills. I know some people like to think it is, but I don't think it is.
So what if you've got a concept? Okay, not saying it's true, but if somebody made a pretty solid case for the cotton gin actually ended slavery, not the Civil War. Wouldn't in that framework, wouldn't the inventors, the technocrats who invented the cotton gin, be better positioned to be leaders of society than the psychopathic deranged crackhead freaks who started the most bloody war in all of human history?
Well, all of American history. I don't know about human history, but
Oh yeah,
yeah.
American. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Well, yeah, that's what I meant to say. Of all the most bloodiest conflict in human American history. Yeah, because both sides were American, so it kind of pads the numbers there. But no other conflict's been close since.
Yeah, in fact, I think that there's still more people died in the Civil War than all other wars put together.
Yeah,
among
I heard
Americans.
that it was more than the World War One and Two.
So in that framework, is a technocrat, if you could call that person, the people who invented these technologies, are they better off, or are they somehow a better choice?
I would suspect that the ability to invent technology is independent of the ability to govern well.
Well, if you're talking about people who are there to give others what they need, they're there to make society work and make society function. Is a monopoly on violence or a monopoly on innovation? Which one seems like a better choice? I know it might sound loaded, but I was also starting from the premise that there was a choice between ending slavery through civil war or ending slavery through technology.
Yeah, I think it's hard to adjudicate between those two. Again, I don't think that the ability to invent or the ability to create war means that you have an ability to govern well.
But do you not think that technology can aid in governance? Right, like the laws.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's strange to start a question with, do you not think?
I don't know. That's a common form.
I think that technology helps governance. Do you?
I agree. That was a better formed question. Thank you.
Yeah, you're nailing it because it was a sort of weird negative in the middle of a
Yeah,
question.
yeah. You understand what I was saying. I get you.
Yeah, no, well called.
We're all cool.
Matthew, you're no fun, dude. I went to go click on your roles. You just got North American Christian. That's how this conversation started. People
That's sort of
were
a weird. Oh yes, they're two separate roles: North American and separately Christian. Yes. That's
Oh yeah, yeah. What people are asking, like, hey, how do the people's roles and what they pick and whatnot? It kind of like assume that each, like, you take all the different roles, like people sort of pick and choose aspects of whatever role they picked, kind of like a Venn diagram, and where all those things intersect, that's where you find the person. So for you, it'd be, North America as one circle and Christian as another one, and you're in that area where they both intersect.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't looked at the list of roles in a while, but I could go look at. There might be some other ones I would add now.
Old Hoss's phone died.
All right, so what's next? What's the next topic?
Here's the next topic. Are you a I'm always curious about the will this come out? Will the shape of the Earth become a common consensus within our lifetimes question? Because some people seem to think no, never. Some people think, yeah, it's imminent, any moment now.
My answer is yes, it already has.
Yeah.
Yeah, just 11 million at Brazil.
Yeah, there is an insane number in Brazil, isn't there? I would love for follow-up study or questions, just because I don't even know what question they asked to get that result or what their samples were, but that is huge. That you're talking about that questionnaire study that suggested that like 1/10 of Brazil is flat earther.
Well, I was talking about the consensus has already been achieved.
No, the consensus, yeah, more flat earthers every day.
Are there?
Yeah.
But people are losing faith in the Baal religion. They're seeing that this isn't what was promised. Like they were told.
Yeah,
you
I
can
blame
get more
the
peace with
literal animals in the Mars footage. I think that's doing a lot of damage.
The actual animals. Love it. What about if that one was reversed? If the Globers were saying, "Hey, we found a ferret or whatever it's meant to be on Mars," would you consider that good enough evidence to conclude that therefore that's a ferret or whatever we said it is, like a marmot?
That's a fairy tale story.
Right.
I can tell you the exact species it is, and it's a species that's endemic to the place where they do all the simulations of being on Mars. So, I mean, you're going to take a massive logic leap in order to justify not taking that 1, 2, 3 step.
No, I see that step, But I mean, I think there's other ways to test it. Like last time it came up, we found the original photo, and then found photos that the rover had taken right before it that included the same thing, and it doesn't look at all. I mean, even without just take away the color enhancement, and it suddenly doesn't look like a marmot or whatever the hell it's meant to be. And then if you look at that same rock from a different angle, you're suddenly like, oh, it doesn't look so marmoty anymore.
You send me evidence for that statement or series of statements?
Oh, it'd take me a while to dig it up again, but I probably can. What? It's not a marmot. What was it meant to be? Animal on Mars.
Who did
some
clean
rat
it?
or something.
Who did
What's a
clean
vole?
the solar panels of those hovers?
Or
Who
a
did
shrew, actually.
Oh, let's not do a gish, Garl.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can if you want, but
Someone has to go there physically and clean it. So
By the way, just in response to the question about how many new flat earthers there are every day, I'd say maybe less than 10,000 per day. But there are at least maybe 300,000 globers every day, new globers every day.
that's a fallacy, you know. Everybody.
They're reading and they're graduating high school reading at a 5th grade level at an alarming rate. It's only getting
true.
worse with
Yeah, I don't
Obama's
think you can
Common Core curriculum. So great
these
job, good
people
argument.
fairly. I mean, these people haven't looked at either viewpoint and come to a conclusion. They've just been raised on one. So saying there's more of them coming out, well, no, they're not being exposed to an alternative.
Yeah, it's not a proof of anything. We were just speculating about whether flat Earth is growing or not.
You know what's happened when someone's present this globe object at school? Everybody asks this question: why people at the bottom doesn't fall off? So it seems that people know there's something wrong. So yeah, very interesting.
And he's also assuming a continuous rate of indoctrination. It's like people are raising a lot of questions of what they're and very aware of what is being taught to their children. So I think a lot of things are changing here in America. Don't you see it? Don't you think it's a good requirement to have a Bible in every classroom?
I mean, a lot of people, for different reasons, arrive very quickly at the idea that there's no practical value for any of this knowledge for me. Just like most of the maths and science, they might make that assertion quicker, but they'll still say, I don't want to go to university. I want to have a happy life and maybe get married, and for that, I'm going to need how to do something like engineering. Don't need to understand space travel.
Yeah, so that's a very small proportion of people that would actually go do that. So it would be a specialization you do after the fact.
Just like they look at cosmology and they go, well, that's interesting, but I'm not going to bother with it unless you force me to.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of kids won't even do their art class. I mean, if there's no discipline isn't what's being taught.
All right, so when we're matriculating an idea set, can you say that most of the people who make this categorization even know what they're talking about?
They might not, but
They're
I
not.
think
They're
I think
essentially
that
not
ends up being a
sold
bit of
on an idea. They're sold on the notion that other people have worked it out for them. That's all.
But I think that ends up becoming a bit of a double-edged sword, because if you're saying other people could be deluded about the shape of the Earth, one needs to be accepting within that it is possible for well-intended humans like me to be deluded. So it is possible that I am the one who is deluded.
Yes, so what?
It's a very
correct. You nailed it. Spot on, isn't it?
I mean, there's lots of delusions that are running the world. You don't need to look far to find them.
Yeah, do you write letters to Santa Claus, Eggshells?
Back to the questions that don't make sense.
Listen to him. Do you just answer no? Say no, and then understand why you don't write letters to Santa Claus. Because Santa Claus doesn't live at the North Pole. Santa Claus isn't real. You thought that Santa Claus was going to be the last myth you would uncover in your life? Snap out of it, homeboy.
I get that you are triggered. Let me know what I can
Oh,
Well, I
do.
think he's
just
searching for
noted, you
Prometheus,
little punk.
right? The
Protecting
panspermia,
my asshole.
sort of space cosmological god that he's searching for. That's what he's hoping to uncover. But he's like, oh, it's too in my lifetime they won't discover Prometheus. So he just has this sort of faith that he has in the progression of mankind, so that one day
Yeah,
we'll be growing potatoes on Mars, and then we'll find the remains of Prometheus, and then we'll be able to go visit him.
yeah. He thinks
Can
he
I ask
landed
you,
smack.
Brave?
Yeah,
When
eggshells. You
people,
think eggshells? Are you cracked, or are your ears still working? You think you think you've landed smack dab in the middle of, oh, we'll just never know, isn't it right? I mean, get over it, dude. It's a mythology. It's a modern mythology. Okay? Your pride disallows you to realize that this story you've been fed is bullshit. You figured out the Santa Claus mythology. You're too. Oh, can we get back to the point, Governor? All I'm saying, bro, is I have some charge on my phone. You figured out Santa Claus. Maybe you can figure out this water ball mythology. Or maybe your pride will just keep sweeping you away in fantasy, isn't it, boy? Did you hear me?
huh? I mean, I heard all
Yeah,
of the words. Yeah, I didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, dude. You don't write letters to Santa Claus anymore. And there's a reason for that. You figured out that myth. So maybe, Governor, you'll figure out this next one. But maybe your pride and your arrogance will keep you
Maybe
from
he
it. We'll just never know.
maybe he's had a pet rock, and he didn't realize that he actually had a pet, one of his cousins,
Well,
and he
did you
never
say
thought about the
had? He probably still
morality of
has.
pet rock. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he has them.
A complicated pet rock that is his cousin. He still has it. He probably talks to it on the shelf, isn't it? Yeah, we hear your silence, eggshells. Just whoever you're like posing this fucking narrative to how you've rationalized that you live in outer space, whoever you're appealing to, they know that you're going to desperate lengths to appeal to this, isn't it? So carry on. It's weird because you disappeared from this server for months because your act was played out. And now you've come with this new boisterous confidence, yet it's hollow. Oh, were you talking to me? I didn't hear you right. How would I know you were talking to me in the first place? The cotton gin, Governor. So yeah, whoever you're appealing to, eggshells, they're just as cracked as you are. Capiche?
Well, I think eggshells appeals to me. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly, Grandpa. You are his audience. You're
He
like a
appeals to me.
Swiftie.
What can I tell
You're
you?
a Swift. You're like a Swiftie. You've
I'm a
lost your
fan.
fucking mind.
What's the big deal about being a fan?
A fan of absurdity?
Of eggshells specifically. I like his accent. What can I tell you?
Okay,
Hey, look,
that's fine. That's
look,
fine.
it's won
You
people
can.
over before.
Yeah, hold on, eggshells. Your fan spoketh. Hey, Gramps.
Yeah.
Carry on with the fandom that you wish to carry on with. Okay, I don't
Well,
care.
eggshells,
But
I respect you.
it just sounds like you're a fanatic.
Well,
It sounds like you're saying things and chanting things and agreeing to things that have zero to do with reality.
wait, did you
They
hear
are
my
just
chanting? I thought I was on mute.
yeah. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare. Yeah,
Speaking of chanting
you're
in
carrying on with
You heard
fanaticism.
that?
Yes, I heard your fanaticism. Yes, and there's nothing wrong with it. It just has nothing to do with reality.
I'm
You
just
guys
saying,
are.
I thought I was on mute. That's all.
Oh, how would you know, right, Gramps?
Well, it's true.
Are you in the
How
wild?
are those eggs coming, Gramps?
Well, I haven't started yet, but I'll keep you folks posted.
I bet you haven't. Yeah, listen, don't make eggs when you don't need to eat eggs. That's rule number one.
But I haven't eaten.
Yeah, order a pizza, bro. It's weird to start making eggs for yourself in the middle of the night, unless you're like a bodybuilder or something.
No, I'm not a
Well,
bodybuilder.
unless you're just okay. You know what? I've made eggs for myself in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
So
what's
I take
wrong with
that
that?
back.
It's good protein.
Yeah, nothing's wrong. Yeah, nothing's wrong with that. Making protein in the middle of the fuck it. Why even cook them, bro? Put them in the milkshake.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's not yeah, cook your eggs if you're gonna eat them, everyone, and call before you dig. Call before you dig and cook your eggs. So where are we? I mean, we've had a lot of like
I've got not a
people have
fucking
started
clue.
shouting. Matthew started shouting out, "We're living in outer space" or something like that. I don't remember what he said.
Redburn, are you in the wild?
Yeah, all I'm saying is,
Yeah, I heard the motherfucking crickets, man. Crazy.
oh yeah, the crickets are out and it's fall, right?
Yeah, that's so loud.
Well, you know what's crazy is this is the first evening I've heard a cricket.
There's so many now.
Yeah. Oh, I heard some crickets a couple months ago, but this is the first evening that I've had a cricket accompanying me. It's just one. Well, you know what? I take that back. Can you hear the ones? Can you hear the ones in the distance?
I mean, I just hear chirping all the time when you talk.
Yeah, you just hear the one. Yeah, but yeah, the crickets, they hear the truth and they just join. they say, "Okay, that's right."
Yeah, true.
Oh, I think he can. You want to talk to him? Do you want to say something to the cricket because he seems to know that we're talking about him right now? So this is a good moment. You want to say something to the cricket?
I mean, I hope he knows that he's living on a flat plane. I mean,
well, I hope he knows he's on the YouTube. You know, I hope he knows. Well, I don't care if he knows, but yeah, that cricket is on the YouTube this evening.
that's crazy. Are you living by the woods?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I love it.
Yeah, right by the beach, actually.
Oh.
And here's the cricket. But anyways, yeah, we have silence. Matthew screamed tonight, and who was the eggshells cracked?
I did hear Matthew scream.
Yeah, what was up with that? And Gramps even said, "Hey, someone tell me how to cook an egg." I mean, so things must have been like falling apart for you, eggshells.
They were. I could barely cope.
Were you the one asking about the cricket, or was it someone else?
That was me.
Okay, because I can't keep track. At the bottom.
Evidently. Yeah, me.
BB Vanis or Vanis. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of who's talking. But yeah, I'm glad because I wasn't even paying attention to cricket until you mentioned him. But he is here.
They're just so unusual to me because I rarely hear them. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the fun thing is, it's like crickets are weird around here. It's like sometimes I've had crickets in the house. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, get out of the house. And then sometimes it's like you'll just be driving down a road and it's like, oh, you hear the crickets. And then tonight there's a cricket right here. This isn't normal, you know. It's not always.
So are you living by the woods?
I guess. I guess.
I don't know. I live in the town. I rarely see
the cricket. Honestly, the cricket's just living in the landscape, in the landscaping. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
but I can hear them in the distance, like they're here. But what's weird is they haven't. it's so strange because the fall must be here. Because up until this is the first night I've had a cricket close by, you know. So the seasons must be, you know what I'm saying? There must be something to these seasons and Labor Day and
Well,
like they're all
say climate change.
yeah. There's delineations. You know, you can no longer. Well, you know, if you think it's fashion. Oh, you don't wear pants after this date. Well, no, it's like it's cold as shit. You don't want to wear pants. You don't wear shorts after this date. Well, it's like, well, yeah, no shit. It's cold now. You know what I'm saying? But it's strange. It's like what are manners? What is etiquette? And what is just common sense? You know what I'm saying? It's like,
oh wait, Egg left, man. I miss that guy. What the hell, guys? You made him leave?
no, Jiminy Cricket's still here. The last, no one made anyone leave.
Eggshell.
No, Eggshell's always slips out the back door.
I miss him.
Yeah, well, he's a distant thunder right now. Yeah, when his
get him back, man, please.
Well, he'll resurface. He responds.
Well,
he
just
comes
message
back.
him, call him, do what you got to do.
Well, why don't you?
Well, I don't have his number.
Just say at Eggshells in the chat. Say at Eggshells. Where'd you go, bro? I was cheerleading for you.
All right, I'm gonna do that now.
No, what happens, Grandpa, is Eggshells has a certain bluster, and the shine or the sheen wears off, so he has to do what we call respawn. He'll reappear in 2 months and act like it's a new act. You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna act like it's a new act, so he's like double acting.
Yeah, it's respawning. Yeah, respawn.
I got you.
Spawn, respawn. He just, I guess, if you really broke down respawn, that's probably a double act. Interesting, you brought that up, Grandpa. Thank you for. You know what people say? Why you? It doesn't matter why you guys talking about this. Well, we learn all kinds of interesting things. So respawning is sort of a double act because spawning is an act and respawning infers that it's happened before. Interesting. Thank you. But yeah, beg him to come back. But you know,
I am.
Well, Gramps, he has nothing. You know what I'm saying? He just appeals to this idea of, isn't it the smarter governors than us who have sorted all these meanderings upon, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? He's just full of shit.
Yeah.
He just has that accent that I don't want to dox people, but some of these people, I'm like, how fucking old are you? I mean, your accent makes you sound like you're some like 82-year-old dude with a pipe and a robe that has something to say, but he's probably some 21-year-old punk.
Well, I don't think he's that young.
Isn't it? What?
Well, I'm saying he doesn't sound that young. You said he's only 80.
Well, yeah, that accent. There's that accent from that group, from that part of the world.
Yeah, but that's a young whippersnapper. 80.
Yeah. Well, to you, you're 94.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He is a young whippersnapper at 80 years old, isn't he? Isn't it? But yeah, I don't know. I don't. The funny thing is, I don't even think they know that their accents have such gravitas. And it's ironic that they're just, like when we hear some little punk from, the States here, who's, second semester in college saying, well, we're in a black hole, right, bro? We're like, yeah, fuck you, you moron. But when they're like, I think it's a situation of humanity, it's like, oh, okay, there's some gravity to that, But yeah, they're probably just as, I mean, aren't we all within the same mythology, Gramps?
Well, you said there's some gravity to that. But gravity doesn't exist.
Well, I was using the word figuratively.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. Like when you don't know, I mean, this guy could be 21 years old from the UK, and it sounds like he's some 80-year-old professor.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because the accent's foreign to us, we can't age them. But when I hear some guy go, "Oh, bro, I'm studying black holes right now, bro," and it's like, okay, go do something, please. Like, do something with you. Throw the frisbee around or something. We get it. You're trying to pass your astronomy class. Anyways, so Gramps, I can't figure you out. I mean, are you sort of like just cheerleading for these guys who are confused,
I'm
or are
fans. I'm
you,
fans of them. What can I
also?
say?
Yeah, you're a fanatic. So what is it? You can't wrap your head around the whole idea that this could all be just a myth.
Yeah, I'm just confused, I guess.
It's too big. Is it too big?
I think it's too big and too confusing.
Well, it's really simple though, because they show us a water ball on TV, right?
Yeah.
But what happens to water in reality?
It bends around a globe.
On TV. Are you able to separate TV, textbooks, cinema, and reality?
Aren't they all one and the same?
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing. That is the conundrum, Gramps.
Well, if you've ever seen 2001: A Space Odyssey, it perfectly
I
replicates
have.
what we're seeing.
No, that would be like a fetus of an old man floating in a Victorian mirror disco room or something.
Oh, true.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, I guess it's just too big for most to realize that this entirety of our understanding of being on Earth, like our whole academia and school and whatever. I mean, it's a little bit too much for a lot of people. It's it's just too much for people to realize, to even entertain the idea that it's all just a myth.
Yep.
But they tell us about myths. Isn't that interesting? They always tell us about myths.
Yeah, like Santa Claus.
Well, and Zeus. Things like these. They
Zeus.
always tell us these Zeus and Hercules,
and
Rudolph, Napoleon. Yeah, things like these. But yeah, so
Hitler.
There you go. So they have everyone by the balls. It's like they say Genghis Khan, and everyone's, oh, watch out for those fucking Mongolians. Don't set them off again. But they're nothing. I mean, they're everything. Does Mongolia even exist, or does China own it? I don't know. I mean, Mao Zedong seemed to be like a real dude, or at least a lot of people were killed, or a lot of people were killed in his name, or so they say. I mean, they do have one time zone.
What reason would you have to doubt that he existed?
Well, yeah. What reason would I have to doubt that Mao Zedong exists? Well, I trust Andy Warhol, I guess. I don't know. But that's sort of like Dennis Rodman trusting Kim Jong-il. But yeah, is there any... I think Dennis Rodman went over there and he got to the airport and they said, dude, just go back home. This dude just doesn't even exist. And he's like, oh, fuck. But yeah,
Kim Jong-un he met, I think.
Un, yes, thank you. But yeah, I mean, there's always the possibility that everything we see on TV is just a fairy tale. Correct?
Absolutely.
I don't think so. I think that's...
Yeah, so why would we think we're on a ball?
Like Anderson Cooper. You think that guy's
or
actually
like
real?
Wes Anderson. Yeah, it's like, why would anyone think they're on a ball then? Because that's all they've ever seen it on.
I think it's more logical to say half of everything they say on TV is a fairy tale. Still, like a large portion of everything on TV
is what? Farcical?
Fairy tale. Well, represented as non-fiction, but in fact it's fiction.
I'll take the over. But whether it's true or not, it's scripted. You know what I'm saying? That's anyways. Now we're just stating the obvious. But yes, what is on TV is
Yeah. Has anybody
it's
got a chance to see Trump's ear that got shot supposedly?
oh Lord. Yeah, that's
There's
a little bit off
chunk
topic. I mean, you're
missing.
kind of
There's a chunk of it
what is
missing.
Difference does it
well,
make?
He could have just
yeah,
had it surgically removed. The whole
yes,
ear could be a prosthesis.
it was on TV. I hate to break it to everyone, but all this shit's on TV. But anyways, so Gramps, what's going on? I mean, so we've got the globe on TV. Where else do we have it?
On my iPhone wallpaper.
So that came from Google Earth.
Oh, I thought Apple took a picture of it or something.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. It's your phone. I was just asking.
I thought.
Well, that's where they took the
Steve
flat
Jobs
map and
took
they
the
wrapped it
photos.
around the ball to fit people's expectations that were set by Hollywood.
I got you.
So it's a
They
myth.
call
I
him
mean,
Mr.
it's like,
Hollywood, Mr. Hollywood, Mr. Simmons, Mr.
do you
Blue Marble himself.
you
Hollywood,
really have
baby.
that on your screensaver, Gramps?
Absolutely.
What is it? The one that shows Africa and Madagascar?
Well, I don't know if those countries are real, but it appears to be a
No,
globe.
well, that would be a continent in a country. But yeah, I was just asking
Madagascar.
which picture. I was just asking about your screensaver, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's more of a wallpaper rather than a screensaver.
Have you ever talked to Charles Gramps?
Mr. Darwin? I grew up with him.
No, Prince Charles, the President Charles.
Oh.
Prince Charles.
Well, President Charles.
Well, I grew up with Darwin, not Charles.
No, okay. Well, the guy who was just talking with us.
Hey, Charles.
Because
Nice to
yeah,
Are you
because
related to Charles Darwin by chance?
no, he's President Orion. Anyways, the point is, someone with your sort of like not in nonsense limbo may have a decent conversation with Charles. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, Charles.
Or Gramps, what are you? You just want to muddy the waters, or are you here to learn, or here not to learn, or what is it?
I'm here to learn all I can learn. But I'm also here to cheerlead for eggshells because I like
Well, that sounds
Oh,
like
he's
you're like
back. Welcome back,
so you're like
eggshells.
so like
missed you, man.
in other words, like a propagandist when convenient.
I guess you could call me that. That's okay.
That's crazy. Hold on. I know. I have a question for the guy who said he's a propagandist. Is it not nuts though that you would have to propagandize something that's real?
Is it not nuts?
Yes.
I
Why
think eggshells is very
why would you feel the need to hurl propaganda
No, I just like his
to the
accent.
airwaves? Time out to the airwaves of something that's just that's legit. Why do you have to cheerlead for a guy who's
Well, these aren't airwaves. These are
obviously a bullshit
digital
artist?
signals that we're sending to
Yeah,
each other.
figuratively speaking. Man, you guys are the kings of concrete thinking. It explains a lot why you have fallen for this outer space mythology.
Well, it's not necessarily concrete. It's more so ones and zeros being sent. It's not
Okay,
necessarily concrete being sent.
Yes, I understand. Yes, yeah. Attempt to split hairs that aren't there.
Well, I'm bald.
And now you're resorting to concrete thinking. Anyways,
Well, like I said, it's more so.
What's wrong with you, Grandpa? I mean, what's the problem, Grandpa? Is the news that the Earth isn't a ball too much for you?
What did I do? What the heck?
No, I mean you keep coming back. You keep respawning.
Well, I see eggshells. I join. What the heck?
Okay.
Eggshells. What's up, buddy?
Eggshells is a clown.
Well, In my eyes, he's a good clown.
You just like the
Clown with
circus,
a
huh?
great accent. That's what I am.
And the accent.
Yeah, it has some gravitas that probably shouldn't be assigned.
I was assigned gravitas at birth.
Yeah.
I bet you were. Do you remember the 90s? At least, Eggshells?
Yeah, I remember the 90s.
You remember the 90s.
I grew up with cassette tapes.
Okay.
Missed you before Eggshells.
Say no more.
Sorry.
What do you
Need to
think of the
hear
recent
people
space
making
mission?
sense elsewhere.
It's
Which
pretty
recent
boring.
space mission?
Boring TV shows.
Do you think it was real or do you think it was fake?
Yeah, it's boring TV shows. The Starlink Boeing crises.
Fake.
Because in that video, the Earth looked pretty round to me.
Yeah, well, in the Godzilla films, Mothra looked fucking pretty huge.
So you think it was CGI?
Oh, come on, Crystal. Don't do this. Don't lower yourself to this bullshit.
No, I'm just trying to find out.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
It was fake. Okay. It's
Yeah,
fake.
show us the picture. We'll tell you how they made it. Go ahead. Post it.
It was a fish island.
Well, I want to know how they made Mothra. That's what I really want to know.
There's a puppet.
Welcome to the
Yeah, but
Muppet
puppets
Puppet.
are small. This
Yeah, a
looks
puppet.
big.
Yeah, a puppet on a little set, and they had a puppet Godzilla that made it. Everyone thought Godzilla was big, so they saw Mothra and they said, "Holy shit, that's a huge moth!" Because
But
it's
Godzilla is
fucking.
big. So it
Well,
must have
yeah,
been bigger
they
than
established
Godzilla.
that. Yes, they established Godzilla's size in the earlier films.
Absolutely.
think about
But how could a
interdimensional
puppet be
reality?
that big? That's what I want to know.
Well, how big was the puppet?
Many stories high, apparently.
No, it appeared to be that big, but it was a puppet.
Set with small buildings on it. That's
You
weird.
dunce.
That's what I'm saying. How did they make the puppet that huge? It's literally
Well,
bigger
it
than
was
building.
close. It was close to the camera, and they had the fake mountains further away.
Yeah, but the
And everyone
buildings were there.
always they preyed on people's emotions because everyone thought Godzilla was a giant lizard already.
Well, he is.
So yes, he is. So why are you so confused
Well, I'm
as
just
to why
saying, you're saying
people?
it's a puppet. I'm saying, how did they make a puppet that's multi stories high?
Well, the same way they made a Godzilla puppet.
Well, that's what I want to know.
Well, study puppetry, bro.
Prove that it's
Get a career in it.
Prove how many stories tall it was. Send a clip.
All I wanted to know.
Yeah, have you've never studied the making of the Godzilla films, have you? Because they have what do they call that? They have photographs on set.
Yeah, but how do I know they're real?
Huh?
I
Why
don't
are
know
you
the
asking?
photos.
Why are you asking about them if you don't know they're real?
What do you mean?
Fuck this
I don't know.
shit.
What do you mean?
The answer is you don't.
You're asserting that they're puppets, but I don't believe the photographs.
Well, have you ever seen a giant moth?
Well, that's why it's so
Have
fascinating.
you ever seen a giant moth outside of a Godzilla film?
No, it was sitting on a
No,
bridge.
that's why.
Fair.
That's why it's fascinating.
Okay, well, yeah, there you go.
Interdimensional
Your
reality.
disbelief was suspended successfully.
What do you think about interdimensional reality?
I think reality should stick with their own realities.
I think
And
it's a
dimensions should stick with their own
buzzword.
dimensions.
I think it's a
Look,
buzzword, Shrek.
in the globe religion, they're talking about pocket dimensions, that pocket wormholes are slowly alternating reality.
I mean, they are.
Yeah, but there's
That would
there's
explain things.
what there's the first density, the second density, the third density, what we live in, and fourth, fifth, sixth, so on and so forth.
So on and so forth.
So maybe
Yeah, what dimension are you in, homeboy?
Right now, we're
No,
actually
you, not we, you.
I'm entering the fifth dimension.
I bet you are.
fifth dimension.
This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
When he
Nah,
says
I don't-
fifth dimension, he's talking about a fifth of Jack.
Sorry, I don't go with that bullshit. That Aquarius bullshit.
That's what she said. We're entering the fifth dimension. Okay, bro. Thank you, Shrek.
Good album,
What
by
do you
the
think?
way.
What do you think about that, Gramps?
Oh, it's a
Only
great
those
album.
who enter it will enter. Okay.
No, Shrek. I mean, that's sort of what's the word for it? I don't know. Sort of. What do you? What? Yeah. What's the question again?
What do you
We
think
were
about
asking about
dimensional?
eggs, I think.
No, he was asking about the fifth dimension.
No, what do you think about interdimensional reality? Easy.
Well, I mean, I would have to talk about off-topic things to even address that, wouldn't I? I mean, what are you aware? Are you aware of some sort of interdimensional beings?
Well, during lucid dreaming, I can enter into different dimensions.
Yeah, I mean that's dreaming. Oh, yeah, I've had some wild dreams too. Yeah,
Dreaming is basically
yeah, I've seen the film. Did you see the movie Waking Life?
no, never.
Yeah, well, it's like 20 years old now, but it was about lucid dreaming, and it was made during when the whole idea of lucid dreaming was all the rage. Waking Life. I don't know if it's good or not, but
Never seen it.
I didn't like it. But yeah, it's I don't know, man. I mean, they're dreams. I don't know. Well, then, I mean, there's this idea that, but yeah, I mean, this whole idea that these are all things that are separate though from whether we're on a ball or not. And if you've had certain experiences and have maybe realized that certain things aren't what they seem,
Yes.
or where we are aren't accurately described to us through academia, and that maybe we see a better or a more accurate view of it through dreaming or through other things.
Or astral traveling, you know.
Yeah, have you ever read Carlos Castaneda's?
No.
Well, it's a separate reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are people who have studied these things.
But I
I mean,
have astral traveled, so
what?
I have astral traveled during meditation.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, I've had like I've said, I've had wild dreams too that are kind of hard to explain.
So usually,
But I mean, these things don't they like I heard something years ago, like 25, 30 years ago, where they, and take it for what it is. It's legend. Call it legend. But they would, and it's obscure. It's like it doesn't have anything to do with anything really, except for it's either true or it's legend or it's just a lie.
Yes.
But they would say they would say, I'll spit it out. The Native Americans, they would go out on hunting trips.
Yes.
And some would go this way, some would go that way. And when a certain animal was caught, the other group knew to gather these things to accompany this meal. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They didn't send them smoke signals. They didn't call them on the cell phone. They just knew someone in the group said, hey, let's go get this, this, and this now.
Yeah. So basically, they were talking telepathically with each
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's not that hard to believe. But what does that have to do with? I mean, anyone who's in tune to themselves, or even when you're, I mean, everyone's had experiences where they've missed a connection.
Yes.
So I mean, why are these things so hard to believe?
Because
And what does that have to do? What does that have to do with us being on a ball? You know what I'm saying? It's like these things would more likely exist on a plane than on a fucking ball flying through space. And this whole idea that we're not special, that we're just, oh, you see that light in the fucking distance? Well, there's fucking 11 trillion people circling that light. Bullshit. So, I mean, I think, I mean, I'm not breaking any new ground here saying that the connections between people have been deteriorated, like stripped. They've stripped people, and they mock people who connect the dots. But why are you asking this?
Oh, because some entities perceive reality differently than others, if you know what I mean.
Well, what are you saying? That some people, yeah, I agree. Some people are going to be forever lost in the outer space mythology, period. There's no getting through to them. Because it's not something they seek. It's not something that's on their radar. Like, I don't know what was going on with I don't know why these stories exist of, oh, they caught a rabbit, then they started collecting cranberries and this and that and that and this and whatever they did. But I don't know why these stories exist other than even if they didn't happen, I don't know. I mean, it goes down a wormhole, but yeah, I mean, these things probably are more likely to happen if people are living on a shared plane of existence, not this fucking ball flying through space.
No.
I mean, it's hogwash. The whole outer space. What's crazy is within the outer space mythology are still the remnants of these. Oh, a chariot pulling this fucking light across the sky. Yet people can't make the connections that these modern day stories are just as fantastical. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, just continue on, Shrek. I don't know what you're trying to say.
No, it's the reason why I'm trying to say this is because sometimes certain entities from the second dimension see a flat plane in the third dimension because sometimes they perceive reality differently. If this is too advanced, then I just stop it. Okay.
No, it's not too advanced, but okay. Yeah, I mean, if that, and I agree that's probably is the case, but it makes me wonder. The questions I have are why so few are shown it. But I think people are shown things all day long, every day, all day long, and there's so many things that are marked up to coincidence and this and that and that and this and.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, the way you kind of put it, it's sort of like makes it, and I agree that there's, because people say, well, what about flat Earth? I mean, why doesn't everyone believe it? Well, it's not.
Well, because some
it's too big for most people to wrap their mind around, and it's not even on the radar of people. Most people, I mean, myself, the only reason I was even at the point of being at the of seeing this discussion take place is because I had been researching their fucking space travel stories for decades.
Yes.
And most people don't do that, and I don't blame them. I mean, I'm not judging them, but that's what was interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? Through like my enthusiasm, like photography and film and things like that, I found it interesting. Most people don't. Most people will tell you fucking things happen. They've never even seen the film.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, now we're going in circles, but yeah, it's not for everybody, and it's just, yeah, the world's weird, dude. I mean, it's like, I mean, think of a David Lynch film. Do you watch David Lynch?
No.
Okay, well, yeah, there's a lot of things that are just,
I only watched the Twilight Zone.
okay, well, you should watch some David Lynch then. Find whatever David Lynch you can find, because there's things that have. Well, okay, there's a movie called Straight Story, and ironically enough, it ends with them looking out into the stars. But it's a David Lynch film. It's a Disney film, but it's David Lynch,
Right.
and it's a true story. But what I'm saying is just things happen in people's lives, and people's lives are too busy for people to actually grasp the brilliance of. Well, you can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't. It's too hot. You know, it's too shiny. It's too true. If you follow that, then you have to become some person who wears a robe and wanders the earth.
Yes.
So I don't know. They've set people up in quite the maze where all the things that are obvious, they've framed it as being, yeah, for lack of a better word, coincidence.
Right.
And people just don't have the time. You know, people say, "Oh, what are you smarter than I am?" It's like, well, no, I'm definitely not smarter than, you know, a lot of the people in this world. But I happened to be focused on this thing, you know, this story that they told people, and it's a crazy story if you were to think about it.
Yeah.
It's insane because I mean they struggle with fucking planes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, but we've got rockets and we've got, you know, RC controlled things on Mars, so we got it all sorted out. It's bullshit. And there's some weird thing where they're trying to skip over the like the people of the old world.
Yes.
Who actually listened to it on the radio, saw it on TV. They're, God bless them, but they're dying.
Yes, they're dying off.
They're dying off. Okay, I mean, so now to the point where I'll hear some little 19-year-old punk in here tell me what happened on 9/11. You know what I'm saying?
I was held
Well, anyway, I don't mean to go down that rabbit hole, but 30 years ago, this shit all happened within the last decade.
Yeah.
In the early 70s. It's new. It's a new story, and they've already abandoned it because it's absurd.
Yes.
Because they bit off more than they can chew. They jumped the shark. They played golf on the moon. They rode around in dune buggies. And what? Now we can't get back? No, I don't. That's too simple. But
they can just they don't want the mass population to know about it.
yeah, well, they don't even want people to know of the old conquests.
Yes.
That's weird because that's how civilizations are born. You know what I'm saying? Like old stories of old conquests. Now they're like separating themselves from it. I don't know. It's fucking weird. And I think they're at a crossroads and they've got people. That's why they're.
Okay.
I mean, I could go purely down there. Fuck, I could go, dude. I'll go straight down the rabbit hole here for 10 seconds.
Here's another
I think.
idea. What do you
Okay.
think about the Galactic Federation?
Oh, what are you fucking trolling me now?
No, I'm not trolling.
No, there's no outer space minions.
No?
No.
So we're the only ones.
Doesn't it seem to be that way?
Or are we under a
All these listen, all the stories of all the other fucking people are insane. They're presented on Fox. Like, there's nothing as far as I would venture to guess, as far as anyone knows right now, we're it.
Yeah.
And they're really fucking confused about that. That's why they keep making stories.
Yes.
They have no way of substantiating. Well, I don't know, man. But yeah, we're it. I mean, what are the fucking chances of 300 million years of evolution and we're living during the fucking span of time that we're visited by people from outer space?
Well, the ancient stories sometimes.
Well, ancient stories tell of like events in the sky. I mean, I don't remember any stories of like, I don't know, man. Wheels within wheels and shit like that. Yeah, I don't think there's any such thing as. I guess I'm speculating, but I just don't think there's anything else than what's here. And that's why they tell the stories. That's why they tell stories that we're not, that every star you see is somebody.
Egghead is falling apart in the chat. He's like having an identity crisis. He isn't
Well, he's correct.
agreeing to the laws of logic.
I mean, isn't it weird, Shrek? Have you ever seen Contact?
Yes.
I mean, that seems to be like the ideal encounter with the entity, right?
Yes.
And it's just so, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's nothing really I can say about it, but I mean, it's like, you know what I'm saying? The humans added a seat in the pod because they couldn't understand why the aliens didn't add the seat in the pod.
Because it floats.
And then Jodie Foster realized her necklace floated. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but isn't that the story that we came up with here? You know what I'm saying? It's like every understanding or every time they try to present some idea to the people, the masses, of us understanding these people, it's always these people have all built off of, they've exceeded what we already understand as humans.
Yes.
I
And
don't know.
maybe
It just
the
seems,
evolutionary gap between a human and an extraterrestrial is the same as a me and a dog.
yeah, it's like it's a leap of it's a wishful thinking. It's like, just imagine this. I mean, it's cool fiction. But I mean, shit, even when they do Twister, the movie Twister, it's
That was a remake.
no, I didn't see the remake, but the original. That's even sort of like pie in the sky. Let's drive our truck right in the middle of this tornado and let these little malls out. I don't know, man. I guess, but yeah, I don't know. It's just the whole thing, the whole era that I grew up in, where it was dinosaurs, outer space. And then they moved it into, Twister was sort of like the one. That's like the only science movie I can remember. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only meteorology movie I can ever fucking remember. And it's just weird. It's like they were trying to lay a foundation then at the time. I don't know. Armageddon and shit like that.
You remember that movie, The Day After Tomorrow? That movie kind of
Yeah.
disappointed me because it was a few years after that I found out that global warming's not real, and I was like, oh darn, I was looking forward to that.
Yeah, so I'm saying that all those movies were all based on, it was Hollywood, but it was science propaganda. It's weird. Yeah, but if that doesn't raise a red flag that, I don't know, they're churning out dinosaur and outer space movies back to back. Sort of like, come on now. Day After Tomorrow, I think I don't know if I saw it, but I remember it. Well, there was a movie that came out like 10 years ago called Another Earth or Earth 2. But yeah, they just make these movies that are sort of like the way these Globers make the arguments in here. Like imagine we're on a ball, and you wonder why they start like that, because they can't see it any other way. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird because Space Odyssey, it went from our solar system to Crazy Town. You know what I'm saying? It went from our solar system to just slabs of light flying by his head. So I don't know. They did a good job of, and everyone who saw the original narrative, they're gone. I mean, not everyone, but most of them are gone. And then it becomes something like a generational thing where if you challenge the event that happened in our life, how dare you? Yeah, they're elaborate riddle weavers for sure.
Yeah, it's just stories in their religion. That's all it is. Like you can know a lot about different theologies. But they're so mad all the time. It's like it's just education. Like they should teach you about all these different religions. It's important to know about the religions that are behind the real politics and world and economic politics. You know how they all work together globally on this flat Earth. Fascinating topic. There's a culmination of nationalists in different areas of the world. They're all working very diligently at subverting their own governments. So, yeah, through religion, right?
Yeah, what's like
We have
what's
this,
it, what
the
they
woke religion is what we call it. It's woke religion.
yeah, I mean what they did in the last couple of decades, maybe 3 decades. I mean, even starting with JP2, they started saying all these religions are equal. It's the same God that everyone's worshiping. But what's weird is by substantiating all these religions, they put the science up on a pedestal, but that was just one of the fucking religions.
Or maybe like
Yeah,
same gods, different perspective, different
yeah,
angle. But you're
they
looking
got everyone to focus in on that, and then they continue. Oh, do we discovered a black hole? So it's like they since a black hole isn't a floating elephant, they act like it's science when it's the same fucking thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too cynical, but yeah, they did
No,
something weird
absolutely.
where
They hold gravity is the god of
But it's always
secularism.
good
That is
to
all, pretty much all religions. They all concede to this Vatican invented cosmology, and where they all, instead of having the cross, you have the globe. That's why they put a lot of globes on crosses and vice versa, right?
yes.
And really, the cross is just another cosmological symbol.
Yes.
The other one, the Tibetan one that nobody likes and nobody's allowed to talk about, that is just another celestial symbol. The reason I had the tilt was just it's in the region of the Caucasus Mountain. Simple stuff. But there's all this lore that's put behind. People are scared of it. when it's just cosmology, right? We're just looking up. It's astronomy, astrology before it was astronomy. It was a social science. It was never considered a science.
Yeah, that is crazy because the same people who put that little design of the Big Dipper going throughout the year in sand, what's strange is these are people, or even it went to the West where they make floats of flowers, like floats covered in flowers. And if you look at a flower, in the middle of the flower is what we think of as a star. You know what I'm saying? So they have this dot in the sky that is just beaming, and they, in art throughout the last several centuries, they have it as a 5-pointed
Yeah.
thing, which is what's at the center of a lot of flowers.
Yes.
That's where the stars are.
Yeah. Have you read the book? There's a book called The Law of One.
No.
No? Okay, it's a really good one.
Written by what? Written when?
1980s.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was?
So there's a woman that uses her body to communicate with a fifth dimensional being from the planet Venus.
What?
And basically they talk
The Law of One.
Yeah. They talk about the law of one and how reality works.
Was it sci-fi? I mean, because sci-fi was sort of the end of the heyday of.
This is not a sci-fi novel. It's a real.
Well, to
True,
them, there's no such thing as sci-fi. It's just predictions.
this is not
You know,
predictions. They're actually channeling.
the inventor of satellite, right? That was the writer of that On Our Way to the Moon.
Yeah.
You know, it was just started as science fiction, and then they think at one point they were like, oh yeah, enough time has gone by, it's like real. Except, you know, the real science fiction is people thought we were going to have radios, right, in our hand, all kinds of weird oddball stuff, and then what we got wasn't that far off. Except we don't have flying cars. We don't have colonies on the moon. Like, we're not going to Mars. We don't have hoverboards. I'm pissed about that one.
Well, what was the significance of Venus? Because that's in the heliocentric lore, where Earth was. I mean, does it have anything to do with Earth being assumed to be the size of Venus?
No.
And what was the significance of Venus, I wonder?
They were just living in the fifth dimension on that planet. And
they were on drugs.
well, they communicated with this woman that she.
How so? In a meditative state?
Yes.
On
nothing. It was they were on not on drugs. They were just meditating and channeling this entity through.
Yeah, but you know, it's weird because I'm not doubting anyone's personal meditations, but what's weird is in the 80s is when the Grateful Dead decided to add their whole whatever intergalactic, Mickey Hart. They went why Jerry went off stage and did his things. The drummers did like a 30-minute 20-minute drum interlude called Outer Space or something like that. And that was in the 80s. In the 80s, they started doing that. In the early 80s.
Have you seen
I don't
the
know.
Altered States
That was
movie?
the pop. What's that?
Have you seen Altered States, where he gets in the deprivation tank and he goes and he it excites some primordial DNA and evolves or de-evolves his body because he's tripping in the deprivation tank?
No,
Dude,
but I
that movie
did see I saw the Simpsons episode where Lisa and Homer got in the sensory deprivation tanks. But yeah. No. Who got in the sensory deprivation take? Jerry Garcia?
No, it's from the movie. Just this professor. He was, I guess they tried to make him like Terrence McKenna, where he found this
Yeah.
new mushroom, right? And it was the I guess we can't talk about that, but yeah, so he goes in the deprivation tank, and then he's trying to like incite this in his DNA, like get to like the primordial like ape likeness, and he trips out. It becomes too real. But it's like a movie from the 70s. It's a classic.
Nah, I missed it. What's it called?
Altered States.
Yeah, I mean, even like all the Terrence McKenna interviews, he references outer space. I mean, it was in the whole.
Well, talking about that, you were talking about the wafers tasting like the psilocybin.
Yeah, John Allegro. John Allegro.
They do the
He look.
ayahuasca. They do the ayahuasca, and those are Catholic sects that are practicing that, where they take their sacrament and it is the ayahuasca, and they're does DMT, crazy.
Well, yeah, that's what I didn't want to mention. That's why I mentioned Carlos Castaneda or Castaneda.
Yeah, that's just part of Catholic sacrament. I think Jerry Garcia.
Well, is the origins of that? I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, priests are pretty. Well, in the old days, priests used to be pretty. Like, I knew friends who would go hang out at the priest's house in the area in college, because they were the ones stoking the herb. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's like, where did that? If that's what's going on, if they have all these Catholics going to mass. Well, I went on a field trip when I was a kid to where they made the wafers. Okay. And these nuns, in retrospect, I've never seen a happier lot of people outside of a Smurf cartoon. And yeah, I've asked a lot of people that. I mean, have you? Yeah, because it's weird, because there's a lot of people who they've not made the connection, but yeah, it's weird. I don't know, because if you think of all the crazy prep schools, now we're going into off topic and things like that, but these are things that are like in reality. People go to prep schools, okay, and people.
Well, yeah, you got to. You
know what I'm saying? I mean, people. That's how bands evolved. The Strokes, they met in prep schools. Are those guys a bunch of Catholics? No, but they were going to fucking Catholic prep schools. Or maybe I'm gonna get fact checked. But what I'm just saying is, a lot of wild stuff goes on in the church. Yeah, and that's
the Vatican. The Vatican, is inventing all this, and there is large portions of people that are look at this city with a lot of authority, and it's an authority that's not even by man, because it's now a greater power that there's this subtle cue to this authority that this man with the fish head has.
But yeah, just imagine that they have all those in allegiance to this ideology, microdosing and not telling them. I mean, that's a pretty wicked deed in my book, because I know people who are. I know people who don't miss a mass. And who's to say? And I don't.
Well, I want to know
we're going down a weird path, but
yeah, there's Homo sapien meat making its way into the food supply. Apparently, I want to know why. How? Or is it just a story?
Hold on. Now you're talking about McDonald's show.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
My phone.
But as Matthew says, everybody's sort of born in the club. You're born a globetard.
Hypothetically, if the world were to be round, why would everyone believe it to be that way? Or most people?
Why? Or
Yeah,
what's your
why
question?
would that happen? What's the motivation? Assuming it's a lie.
I would just say that why would somebody, or what started with the Pythagoreans, they were really obsessed with what they called the perfect shape, a sphere. And it just evolved to people thinking they live on one. Pretty simple.
I feel like we're a little bit more advanced in liking shapes at this point. What about modern day society? Why is it not changing? If everything you see is so prominent, if your arguments are so valid, then why does no one else see it that way?
What do you see? In what way?
Every single time I've joined this chat, we've made a lot of different arguments. If these arguments are so easy, if they're so intuitive, then why do most people not think that way? Do you think that you are special?
Well,
Or
before you said
intellectually superior?
you were seeing something, and now you're saying you're thinking something. So there's a difference between seeing something and then just thinking something.
So instead of responding to anything I just said, you decided to argue semantics with me. Because you can't respond
Yeah,
to what I said.
precisely.
If
Because what
99
you're
people are
saying is
telling you that you were delusional, there's a
what
really
you're
good
saying is
chance that you were
nonsense.
delusional. There's a really
Well,
good chance. It's not
would you
100%,
a
but there's a
logical
pretty solid
fallacy.
do you
chance.
know what
Wait, hold on.
whatever word you
Let's
said
let him
means?
know the fallacy you just committed. Have you ever heard of appeal to majority fallacy, form a logical fallacy?
It's not a majority as in like 60%. It's a majority as in 99% of educated people
Yeah,
are making
that's not.
arguments
You're not
against
answering my
you
question.
and think that your
Do you know
arguments
what
are
that
not valid.
fallacy is? Do you know what a
Yes,
logical
of course I know what
fallacy
that
is?
fallacy is. That's a super simple one.
So do you realize that you just committed that fallacy right here, right now? Do you realize that?
Just because it's correlated with a fallacy doesn't mean it's 100% the fallacy exactly as it's described.
It is
Most
the fallacy.
Disavowed the
people
law of
have
identity. You asked
educated
why I would be
reasons to
speaking
go
about
against you.
terms.
Most people agree that your arguments are full of shit. So it is fair
Well,
to
you
say
don't know
that
most people.
objectively,
You don't know most people.
your arguments are
No, so
wrong.
what happened was you were fallacious and you were just called out on it. So your question was a question that was violating the law of identity. You said two different things.
Why do
Think
most
and
people
see.
disagree with you if your
You
arguments are so
you said
valid?
think and see. And then I chose to speak in semantics, which would be a logical way of communicating
If
ideas.
you
So
would
your
like to
problem is
say
with
it's a
logic.
logical thing to do, I don't really see how.
Your problem is with logic. Yes, you were mad that I called you on your identity violation. Seeing is not thinking, right? So we can just move on from that. But let's just don't get all upset. I'm saying your question was incoherent. So you're going to have to say what is the argument that you are even suggesting that we're making that's so absurd. What is the argument? See, I'll
There's
tell
a very big
you, it
difference
is that
between
level
overwhelming
is
population
horizontal.
and overwhelming knowledge. We live in an extremely well-educated society, right? You can go to high school and learn things that they didn't even know existed
Well, they're
250 years ago.
graduating. 60% are graduating with less than a fifth grade reading level, comprehension level. So
Were you
you
a
don't
part
have
of
a
that
point there.
60%?
You don't have a point there.
I do
That
have a
was
point
your
there.
failure again, and then you use that to just sort of diss me. No, it's a
It
failure
really
of your own
wasn't my
argument,
failure, and that's
and
not an
you
accurate
actually
statistic. Can you
were
prove
under
that?
this Common Core curriculum, sadly for you, and this is why you are the way that you are.
I certainly don't have a 5th
You
grade
brought
reading
it up.
level. I don't know where you got that from. Is that the
Based on what I
correlation you're trying to make? You believe what government institutions tell you, and
Well,
math
you have a
and
green
basic
tongue.
observation.
You
Or
haven't
do
made an
you George the
argument,
Animal
and you
Steel?
haven't said what my argument is.
I haven't said what your argument is.
I told you horizontal
I'm not making your
is
argument.
level.
I'm making your argument.
I'm
I'm making
yeah,
an argument.
exactly. You were making my argument. I'm telling you, my argument is level is horizontal. Now, what part do you disagree with? That's flat. True.
And if you were the size of an
He
atom,
can't answer simple questions like that. He's an intellect.
if you are
He's a
the size of
wanderer.
an
He has
atom
to use
and you
measured
stood
language.
on top of a billiard ball, everything around
If
you
ifs and
would not
buts were
appear to have a
coconuts,
curve because it is so incredibly small. And the same thing could be said when you stand on anything large.
So you're confused about scale? You're talking about a cue
I'm not
ball, and then
confused about
you're
scale.
confused about scale. Okay.
yeah,
I'm
you're
telling you that the
rationalizing,
scale,
bro.
Can you
we
tell me
are
about the
so
scale? Let's say
incredibly
that cue
small
ball with
compared
the
to it
radius
that
of
it would be so silly to
3959.
say that,
Let's
well,
say that.
horizontal is flat. That doesn't mean anything.
Well, let's say that
Horizontal is what we
What does it
see
mean to
let's
you?
as people who are
pretend
super incredibly
Verdi,
small
what does it
compared to the
mean to
Earth.
the
you?
radius of the cue ball is 395 miles. Let's pretend that. Now what? Now, do you see the curve or don't you see the curve?
If the cue ball was 395 miles, for sure, that's not that big.
If the radius was 300.
And we were the
Dude,
size
that's
of
a
people. Do
giant.
you have any
That's a
idea
giant
how
cue
big
ball, Verdi's.
24,901 miles is?
It's not that big.
It is very big compared to us.
So I would see the curve.
It's not that big. It is big. Which one is it, Verdi's?
I said that we are not that big. The Earth
No, you were
itself is
talking
very
about the
big.
3,959 mile cue ball. You said that's not that big.
I think you're confused.
No, I think you're confused. So
Are
what's
you
going on,
any
Verdi's?
substances tonight? Have you had anything to
No.
drink?
Are you?
What's up with you,
No.
dude?
I don't do
You're
things
talking
like
about
that.
cue
What are you,
balls
a teetotaler?
395 miles.
Or are you a teetotaler?
24,901 miles. That is the circumference of the Earth.
The radius.
Well, yeah, that's the circumference
the
of the Earth.
radius.
That's the circumference
Okay.
of the globe Earth that's embedded in your psyche, Verdi's.
So show us where
Are you
we
on
see
a
this cue
substance
ball,
right
this
now or
big cue
something?
ball curvature.
So, Old Horse, I'm not trying to be that guy. I think Into the Break is a great arguer. I think you're having a hard
That's
time.
fine.
So just
I
for now,
agree.
if you could just be a little bit quiet.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
want
I
to
will
talk to
be.
you
I will
because
be a
you're
little
not
bit
making any
quiet.
points.
No,
I get
Old
it.
Hoss was
I
continuing
agree.
the point.
Into the Break is a great quote unquote arguer, but the thing is, Birdies, you're talking about this ball Earth as if it's like a lead pipe cinch. Birdies.
I'm waiting for you to finish what you're trying to
No,
say.
you just seem so sure of it. That I was finished. Just maybe check yourself.
Okay. So if you were going to make the
allow
claim
for the
that
opportunity.
horizontal
Listen, allow
is flat,
Birdies. Since you
can you not
pranced in on
interrupt
a
me,
high
please?
horse, maybe allow for the opportunity to acknowledge the possibility that this 26,000 mile circumference ball you think you're on is maybe just a myth.
If you were going to make the positive claim that
Okay,
horizontal
I
means
love the
flat,
sound of someone not
okay, I'm
letting
going
something
to turn
sink
you
in.
down for just a second because I'm trying
That's
to speak and you
fine.
keep interrupting me. Is that fair? Thank you.
Yeah, keep talking.
So if you
I'll tell
make
you
the
what's fair.
positive claim that
Are you okay, Birdies? Are you on a substance?
Yeah,
Sounds like he's trying to put words in your mouth.
My claim that level is horizontal.
Yeah, I was technically talking Into the Break, and that's what
Technically,
originally
okay,
led
yeah.
to this
Well,
conversation.
carry on. Yeah, carry on with your Your
Okay,
fucking
yeah.
science
So
communications.
I was saying that it appears horizontal and it appears flat merely because it's so it's scaled to us to a significant degree. It is massive. We are really, really small compared to the Earth.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
So from our
Yeah,
small eyes,
cool.
we're not
So we
going
would
to
never. So we would never
view this
see
massive
curvature.
curvature.
So we would never see curvature of Earth.
We
It would
would
never
see
be
curvature
blocking
of
boats
Earth
and
under
buildings.
very
Oh wait,
specific
we would.
circumstances.
Oh wow.
So if you were in
What are those
space,
circumstances?
you
Okay,
could
what are those
definitely view
circumstances?
them. If you
In
were past a
space,
certain
okay.
elevation,
Imaginary.
you could also see them.
What's the certain elevation?
The
Can we
elevation,
test
I'm not
it?
entirely sure. Can you tell me the exact number?
Ooh. No, I mean, the Earth is flat. There's no
Okay.
elevation where you start seeing a curvature. What say you?
Are you absolutely sure that that makes any sense? Isn't the model
Well,
for
I
the
don't know. Do
disk
you want
Earth
to prove it?
a disk? Like it's still a circle. There is still like a
No, I think
edge.
I
yeah.
guess
Hey,
I don't know. I guess if you were if you were building a toy model, I guess you might want to do that. Maybe a snow globe or something. I don't know what you want to do.
Yeah,
It's your arts
Birdies,
and crafts.
you've latched on to a damage control model that's been presented to the masses. Okay, flat Earth
Yeah,
A
you
doesn't
damage
want to
equate
control
use
to
model?
distance.
Well,
Well,
then what is the real
go on,
model?
make
babble.
a little globe.
Go on and babble, bro.
What is the model that you
Are
were
you on
trying
a
to advocate
substance?
for?
I'm not
I'm
advocating
giving
for
you
a
the
model.
opportunity to
I'm talking
educate
about.
me
I'm
and show
talking
me
about
exactly what
reality.
you're talking
You
about,
smarmy
and you're
little
not
shit.
taking it.
We just
You
use
do
your paper
realize,
mache
Birdies,
model.
we're not in a poetry troupe. We're not supposed to talk on top of each other, right?
If you were just saying that I'm on a
Yeah, we
substance
just
over and over again, I'm not going to respond to you.
You'll be fine.
we just use your paper mache model. What about it? What's so special about your paper mache model that you call a globe?
Yeah,
A little toy.
that is the model that I'm advocating for. I'm asking what model am I advocating
It is a
against?
toy
What is
model.
the thing that you're trying to say?
I have a Hulk Hogan. I have a Hulk
What
figurine. It's cooler than that. Like
I know, but
I
what
mean,
is the thing
it's
that you
like
were trying to represent? How can I
You see
visualize it? How can
reality.
I know your idea?
Birdies, we have your wild. Listen, Birdies, we have your wild imagination, and we have reality.
Okay, how does your model work?
You
What
get
does
that?
it look
No,
like?
reality.
It looks like reality, but I mean, is there any
No,
way
no,
for
no,
me
no,
to
no, no, no,
visualize
no.
it? How do I
Birdies,
learn about it?
Birdies.
to visualize it, taking one of
Yeah,
those
Yeah.
I just
Hulk
want to
sticks,
know what you guys are
model.
talking about.
Well,
paper
go
mache model.
outside, bro.
Smash
Have
the
you been
paper mache
outside,
model
Birdies?
with the Hulk stick.
I live on
Just
a
try it.
college campus.
Okay, so
Well,
you're lost
they have a
inside of
lot of Hulk
a dorm
Hogan
room then.
person globes.
No, I'm actually
You
not.
can do this experiment.
Okay, so you're lost off campus.
I think you're confused.
You're lost in a textbook.
I still think you're confused.
Oh, how so?
You're just yammering. What were you going to say into the
What
break?
am I confused about? Dude, what am I confused about, Birdies?
The college experience, but it's irrelevant.
The college experience? What are you talking about? No, I
Have you
didn't
been
say
to
the college
college?
experience. Yeah, long decades ago.
What was your major?
None of your business, homeboy.
I don't think you've been to college.
Well, I think you assume much. Listen, I went to college when they tried to fail you out of college. They didn't just wait till you paid the next check.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And you can't even tell me your major, and you can hardly even speak straight. You have no critical thinking skills. You can't even provide
It's none
a
of your
basic
business,
explanation of your
Birdies.
model.
Birdies, we're not talking about models. We're talking about reality, homeboy.
What is a model?
We're not talking about models.
What is
the model,
a model?
The model that you're lost in is a outer space mythology model. We're talking about reality. You get that, right? That not everything presented to you in the world that is reality has to come in the form of a model. Oh, whoa.
That's not changing anyone's perspective. What is your argument here? That doesn't make any sense. You get that as reality. You can say it a million times and no one's going to change their minds.
Birdies. Listen, you're a dunce. You're not going to change your mind. You're too proud to change your mind. Dunce.
I'm not too proud to change my mind. I'm giving you the opportunity to educate myself. Tell me about what you think.
Okay,
Besides saying it's reality.
Birdies. Then use your ears. How do you know that it is you're living on a ball?
You can't
flying
answer
through
that with the
space?
question. Tell
We're
me
not
about your
talking about
model.
models, you
What
little
are you?
prick.
Tell me about your reality.
We're not talking.
Why is the Earth flat?
It's the
How does
same
it work?
reality. It's just birdies. It's the same reality you live in.
How does it work? What is
Pro
it?
bono. Pro bono, bro.
Can you just tell me, man?
Well, it works pro bono. Do you know of it working any other way?
Do I know
Birdies.
of it working any other way?
Birdies. Listen, you're the academic. Reality works in some sort of pro bono setup. Do you disagree?
I disagree.
Yeah, do
There's
you
plenty of things that are not
believe in
pro bono
Okay.
about
So
reality.
so when did you make it? Listen, have you put in input into how reality works?
Have I like developed scientific
what do you
consensuses that
do,
explain
dude?
it?
You're
No,
the
I have not.
academic. Why is it the academics always have to repeat every fucking sentence I say?
Do you think it's because we're asking you to explain more?
What? Explain what?
I'm asking you to dig deeper.
Oh
You're
my gosh,
making
that was
points.
very
You're not
bro,
making points.
no. You're pulling. Listen, you're pulling into your same little bag that eggshells was. You think all these little narratives that you guys have been taught in the schools over the years and seen on TV have anything to do with reality? Yes,
Okay.
you have many. Okay, good. You
Pro
have
bono
many.
is a legal term, so I don't even think
Yeah,
it's an
no
appropriate
shit,
thing to.
asshole.
It means
I'm not
for public
asking you.
good.
I'm not asking
right?
you what.
Reality
Listen,
is not for public
listen.
good.
I'm not asking you what you found on your Google search 12 seconds later. So time out, you little prick.
You love that word, don't you?
Which word?
Prick,
Little?
dunce. You come up with like a lot of very
Yeah.
European insults. I don't know.
European?
I've only ever heard that from
No.
people in like the
You
UK.
wanker.
No, bro. Yeah.
You wanker.
Your education is lacking. You've never made a flashcard in your life, have you, birdies?
I've never made a flashcard in my life. What is your point?
Correct.
That I'm uneducated?
No, I'm asking you, birdies. Have you ever made a flashcard in your
Of course,
life?
I've made a flashcard in my life. What?
What?
The school hasn't automatically just become this like super easy paid
Listen
pay to
to
win
you, little
challenge.
punk. Hey,
on the back
punk.
of it, right,
Listen,
is
bird.
parallel
Hold
to the
on.
plane
I'll
of the
shut up in 10
horizon
seconds.
at right angles
Just
to
let
the
me.
vertical.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about that.
We're talking about trigonometry.
Yeah, that simplifies the whole thing
Your
too much.
simple flashcard.
This
Very
guy's
simple
lost
flashcard.
in an outer space mythology. He saw it in a book. He saw it on TV. He saw it in the movies. He thinks it's real. He has to tell me I haven't been to school.
There's more
I've wasted
reasons
my
than
time in
I
school
just see it
plenty,
in
bro.
movies. I can explain to you
Yeah.
various reasons why I believe it is
Yeah, I
round.
can explain to you Godzilla and Mothra fighting, bro. So listen, what's your name? Giesel?
Yeah, my name's
Birdies?
Diesel.
Yeah, Birdies, if you want to be an arrogant little prick, carry on. But if you maybe want to have some humility
Why
and
are you
realize,
out of breath? You're sitting down.
Oh, I'm not out of breath, homeboy. I'm speaking. The fact that I'm speaking tells you that I still have breath. Are you not aware of the way the fucking words
But I can
work?
hear you breathing. Like
Well,
really
I can hear
loudly
you
too.
and I can hear you
called a
bitching
voice.
and whining. Birdies, I hear you bitching and whining.
I'm not complaining about it. Maybe I like hearing you breathe.
No, you're
Maybe
not
I'm a
complaining.
freak.
You're bitching and whining.
Okay.
You're not complaining. You're bitching and whining.
Oh my
I
god! Can
didn't
you
bring
stop?
I didn't bring
Can I talk
that
to
up.
someone
Did
who
I?
isn't just going to use like elementary insults the entire time? This isn't a roast battle, dude.
Well,
You
you
need to
said
chill.
time out. You said they were European. Now they're elementary.
They're both. They can be European
they're
and elementary.
both. Okay, so Birdies, if
Do
you
you think
want to
there's
be
little kids in Europe?
Birdies, shut up.
There are.
Listen,
That's what I'm
if
saying.
you want,
You're like a little
if you
British kid.
Okay, well maybe I am. So if you want to continue to be a dunce, that's your
You
prerogative.
enunciated that so strongly.
Yeah, with a hard soft C. You heard it right. So you can pretend to be some fucking hyper mumble for me, you little prick. Listen, dude, if this conversation is
I'm laughing at you, bro. This is
Listen,
genuinely
No,
so
we're
bad
laughing
for
at
you.
you.
You are
Bernice,
losing
We're
so
laughing at
bad. You're just
you.
insulting me. You're not making any
Bernice,
points.
Boom, roasted.
if this
You already
conversation is
conceded. It's
too big
roasted.
for you,
The
don't
roast
have it,
is not.
bro.
You're a dunce. You are a victim of institution.
Yeah,
But
that's right.
What are you
No,
trying to
those
get
aren't my
at? You're not
words.
making any points.
I
You're
never
making
said
yourself
victim
look
of
like an idiot.
institution. You said you made up the term victim of institution. I didn't say that.
Institutions brainwashed me into believing the world was round.
Correct.
That's literally your
That's
point. Yes.
correct.
So I am a victim of institution. That
Okay.
is a super
Yeah, say it
simple way of
again.
saying that.
Say it again. Maybe it'll sink in. Maybe if you hear yourself say it, you'll realize it. Say it again.
This isn't getting you off.
You're
right?
no. You made it this way. You are a victim of.
I said I'm not a victim of institutions.
Oh
And that's
no,
a
that's
really
not what you said.
silly way
You
of saying
misspoke.
things.
Then you misspoke, you little prick.
We'll just go back and clip it. We'll go back and clip it.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, dream on that you live in outer space as long as you want. I don't care.
What is out there if it's not outer space?
Oh my
What
lord!
would you refer to that
Do you
as?
do you not hear the absurdity of your
Would it
desperation?
just be nothing at
What is
all?
out there if it's
What
out
is
there?
outer space if it's not outer space? There has
What's
to be
out there, man?
something. Yeah, what is out there? Can you
Right,
explain
Jodie
it?
Foster.
Can you tell me any individual characteristic about flat Earth outer space that would be any different than
The
my
sky,
perception of outer
the
space?
nighttime sky is dark.
Yes.
Have you ever been outside at night?
Yeah, it's dark. It's dark.
Okay. There you go. There's something for you.
Yeah, it's dark in space too. What is your point?
You've been to space?
I've seen
Bernice.
photographs.
No, I know. Okay, Bernice. Listen, Bernice. I know this is pretty heavy for you. I'll stop talking and
You are pretty
count.
heavy for me. 300 pounds, maybe?
I pretty am. It's like I'm sitting on your chest or something.
Please don't sit on my chest. I like my rib cage.
But listen, dude, that's the point. The point is that you can't separate.
The point is, you can't.
Yeah, correct. That's the very point. The very point that you cannot imagine yourself anywhere but outer space is the point.
I literally can. I'm giving you the opportunity to educate me on exactly what you think, and I want you to tell me about it. What is outer space if it's not outer space?
No, bro, you figuratively can. Or you think you can, not literally.
Yeah, when you say think, you mean
dunce.
just imagine, tell you a fairy tale story. Tell you just a story. Hey, let's sit around the campfire.
Yeah, that's the problem. You guys don't know the difference between figurative and literal. The generation that says literally 3 times a fucking sentence doesn't know that
I don't think I've said literally a single time besides that one.
Figuratively, you do.
Okay. I think you're confused.
Okay.
I do
Now
agree
you're
with you.
stuck
There's a
on
lot of people
repeat.
in my generation who are pretty stupid, but I feel like that's with every
Yeah,
single
you
generation
think?
ever.
What generation is that?
I'm 18, so
No, you tell me which. I didn't ask you how fucking old you are. What generation is that?
what generation is what?
The generation you're speaking of. The
Every single
of
generation
stupid.
ever?
No, the
Has dumb
generation of
people.
the generation of stupid that you're referring to. That's
There's
what
no
I'm asking. Which
exclusive
generation is
generation
that?
of stupid. I'm saying my generation
Your
is stupid.
generation. Your generation. So which generation is that?
What? I feel like
What?
this is a trick question. Are you trying to fuck with me?
You brought it up. You tricked yourself. So what
Dude, you
generation
literally were
is
just
that?
making fun of my generation. It's Gen Z, is it
Figuratively.
not?
Figuratively. I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who brought it up.
It's Gen Z.
Okay. So Gen Z is full of gullible dunces who believe outer space mythologies, and you're what? You're the outsider?
I'm not the outsider. That's not why I'm saying my generation is stupid.
Okay. We know why your generation's stupid.
And it goes far beyond this
You've
like
never
basic
lifted
idea
a
that
finger.
well, people in
You've
my
never
generation
lifted a
believe that
finger,
the Earth is
homeboy.
round because that it was proven to them at multiple separate occasions.
Is that a question?
How did the
I have taken No, I'm asking you. Why would I
Never
believe that?
lifted a finger, homeboy.
I haven't been through 13 years of school, right? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't care what schooling you've been through. No offense.
Okay.
Well, he went through some indoctrination to tell him that whatever space fantasy he has right now, like you're in space, buddy. It's
Is it
just a unit of
indoctrination learning
measurement.
that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell? Or like
No,
basic fucking geometry? That's not indoctrination. I'm learning basic facts.
Smart ass. Hold on. Smart
If I
ass.
learned that like religion is horrible and you should never do that, like sure you could say that's indoctrination, but I wasn't swayed by school.
For these, indoctrination is a worm astronaut on Sesame Street traveling in outer space. That's indoctrination. Okay.
Are you confused?
No. Did you not watch Sesame
like
Street?
how
You're the intellect?
No, I don't watch Sesame Street. I'm a grown ass
came
man.
down
Thank
from
you.
stars and seeded life here on Earth. This is what you believe in.
It wasn't indoctrination because I was taught critically. I developed my beliefs through thought. I wasn't told the earth is round and Hollywood says so. I learned why.
No, Birdies. The paper mache globe on the shelf told you so.
And even beyond that, like in my science class, even in the 7th grade, I remember this. We looked into why people thought the earth was flat.
And why was that?
Like we spent like a whole class period just like watching YouTube videos and things like that and talking about it.
What did your dunce teacher tell you was the reason?
The reason the earth was flat or the earth was round?
No, bro. What you just said.
I said two things, dude.
You said the reason. You said we spent a whole class period on the reason why people think there's this flat. So what was the reason?
One of the biggest ones is that the curvature is not visible from a standing location, like 0 feet from the ground. And theoretically it would be, because it's like 8 inches times a mile squared, right? That would be the theoretical curvature of the earth.
How do you get 0 feet from the ground? Your head would be in the sand.
I mean, like as an observer, you were just standing on the ground. You were just standing there. Like, sure, you could say, like, we could argue stupid things and say, I'm literally arguing your thing.
Do you think any human beings are 0 feet tall?
So, are you enjoying yourself? I mean, yeah, sure. It might have been silly for me to say 0 foot observation height. I just mean you were standing on the ground. Obviously, it's like maybe let's say 5'2" for you, right? You're 5'2". You're standing on the ground.
Good.
The curvature of the earth should be 8 inches times mile squared.
You got me. I'm 4'8". You got me, bro.
It's not
observable. That's above 0. 4'8" is above 0.
And then we talked about why that curvature wouldn't be visible or why it should be. And then we just discussed it.
It sounds like an interesting class. And what did they tell you why?
Why could we not see the curvature? Because the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference.
Well, how did they prove that? Hold on, time out. Which class proved that in the first place?
Which class proved that in the first place?
Yeah, why do you have to repeat everything I say? Why do you have to repeat everything I say?
Because we're talking about the validity of the claim that we can't see the curvature of the Earth, and then you're asking me to go back in my education and claim that, it was proven to me this way. We're talking about the proof of one thing, and then you're going back and saying, well, you haven't proven this yet. I can easily prove it. That doesn't mean anything.
The validity of the validity of the claim that the Earth is a 24,000 mile. Yeah, that one.
ChatGPT coming in clutch.
Huh?
Are you like reading off a script?
Yes.
No, you.
Is that why you're struggling to say the words that are coming to your head?
reading off of a fucking panel.
And you do this all the time too, which is impressive to me because I would imagine that you would have like a really good ability to speak on it, but you don't.
I do what all the time?
You've been in this channel every single time I've joined this channel.
Okay, and you still don't get it? Hello?
When you're yammering and saying things that a senile old man in a nursing home would say.
What yammerings have I made?
You just take something that I say and you're like, well, how do you prove that? And then whenever I prove it, you're like, well, how do you prove that? It's like, of course I can go in a circle and we can say like, oh, you can't prove that the Earth is this big, right?
So Birdies.
And that assumes that the curvature of the Earth is this and whatever. It's a circle.
Why are you taking this so personally? Why don't you just realize that you've been left holding the bag of this ball mythology? Like, you have no answer for how you know the Earth is a ball of 24,000 mile radius or circumference. You
Do you
have
not
no
even
answer
know the
for that.
circumference of the round Earth?
Well, yeah, I
We
know
talk
the
about this
claim.
all the
It's
time.
24,000 miles, yeah.
It's not
So how do
24,000.
you know it? How do you know it?
It's 24,901.
Okay,
I just
how do you
explained how I
know?
knew it.
How do you know that to be?
Exactly how I just described it.
Okay, so how do you know, bro? I mean, I'm not trying to. I mean, what do you want to do? Just remain like
Do you trust
invincible,
secondhand
ignorant?
sources?
What secondhand source?
Okay, I'll give you an example.
The TV.
You go to the store to buy
The textbook.
disinfectant, right? You need hand sanitizer because, I don't know, maybe someone in your family got sick and you don't want to get sick. Whenever you...
No, you dipshit. You fucking health fucking studies fucking imbecile. I don't care about how people fucking wash their hands. You fucking idiot. Okay, Verdiz, you get that?
Why are you so angry? I was making a comparison.
You're giving a hand washing lecture.
How do you know that hand sanitizer works?
How do you know it works?
I know because I trust secondhand sources.
Oh, you're a fucking imbecile, bro. Would you jump off a bridge if everyone else jumped off one?
No, but if a scientist told me that hand sanitizer kills 99.99% of germs,
Oh my
I would
God,
somewhat
dude.
believe them.
Okay, well, you're
Just because I can't prove every single aspect of my life
your
doesn't
gullibility.
mean that it
How
hasn't
old
been
are you,
proven
bro?
by somebody.
How old are you, Birdies?
I'm 18.
Okay. You've highlighted your gullibility. Okay? I
Do you
get it,
drive a
bro.
car?
What?
Do you drive a car?
Do I drive a car? Yes, I drive a car.
Did you design that car?
Oh my God.
How do you know that it's not going to explode? How do you know the mechanics behind it actually work? Because somebody else did it. Is that gullibility?
Listen, smart ass, you smarmy little shit. I've had cars that have exploded on the road.
Okay. But how did they work in the first place? How did you know that they were going to work? How did you know that when you pressed on the ignition?
It wasn't okay. It was not okay when the car fucking exploded on the road.
I don't really care if your car exploded on the road.
You said okay.
I know, because I don't really
when
care.
I get into a fucking car, I don't
Your car
know if it's
worked
going to
at
explode or
some
not.
point, and it didn't work because of
shut up.
you and your scientific observation. It worked because of
this
someone
is
else's, because you trusted
academia.
someone else. And it's the
So this is
same
modern
reason
academia?
why I will trust sources from other people when it comes to the globe Earth. You can't hypocritically say that, oh, I believe
Have
that
you ever
my
driven
car
a
has
car?
pistons in it without taking it
Have you
apart,
ever
and then
have
say
you
that,
ever
oh, I don't
driven a
believe the
car?
Earth is round because people are saying that it is. I'm not being
Dude,
indoctrined.
have you ever driven a car?
Of course I've driven a car.
Okay.
What is your point? Are you confused? I trust secondhand sources.
I was just wondering.
And you don't.
Yeah, you're gullible.
Well, you do, but you don't realize that you do.
You're naive and gullible.
You haven't made a claim against what I just said.
I've had cars that have exploded on the fucking highway.
You trust secondhand sources. That is my thesis.
For what?
I trust secondhand sources as well.
That's your thesis. That doesn't make it okay. I get it. You're a fucking religious zealot. Are you happy?
What? I'm not really.
Does it make you happy?
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck does it make you happy to announce to everyone that you believe the story that was told to you?
I am certainly not a religious zealot. I don't know where you got that information
You're
from.
just a
Are you?
Catholic.
Well, you're
I'm not a
chanting.
Catholic. I am extremely against Christianity, Islam, all of
Yeah,
that.
I
That's
get
the
it, bro.
true
But
specimen
hold on.
fallacy. You are a Catholic. You believe Catholic doctrine. You're a Catholic.
Yeah,
The
that's
Catholic doctrine was not that the Earth was round.
Well, what about the Big Bang?
They invented it. Yeah, they
I don't believe in the Big Bang. It's a theory. It's a hypothetical answer.
So you're a cosmology creator.
No.
So what are we talking about here? We're talking about the mainstream story that they've put in the textbooks, on TV, and the movies. We don't care if you think there's some nuanced, fucking different version of it, bro. It doesn't matter what you fucking think.
The Big
You
Bang
understand that, right?
Theory. No one is saying that 100%. The Big Bang Theory did happen, unless they're just
Well, yeah, they
unidentified.
are saying that 100%.
It is a theory. Otherwise, it would
Okay,
be.
so
the
how
Big
did the
Bang.
Earth get here? How did the Earth get here, Birdies? How did you
We have
learn it?
theories about it.
Okay, so it's just nonsense.
It's not nonsense, but it is a theory based on scientific knowledge. We can't prove it to be 100% true or 100% false.
Okay, so I got it. So you have no idea what you're talking about then. You're just
very order out of chaos.
You're wishful thinking. Got it.
Are you confused?
No.
I haven't made the claim that the Big Bang Theory was even relevant.
Birdies. I was confused once upon a time.
Were you gay? Do you like men, to be honest?
Yeah. Sorry.
I think you have a crush on me.
Oh, Lord, you wish.
No,
But
I
listen,
don't actually.
I used to be... Okay, well, you need...
I don't
Are
like
you
alcoholics.
confused?
And I like
You
people who
sound
make over four
confused.
figures.
You sound confused,
You need
bro.
therapy.
I don't need therapy. I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's too big of a conversation for you, that's fine, Birdies. But we get it. Yeah, we get it. You've been presented with an idea, and you ate it up hook, line, and sinker. We get it. It's a
Do
theory.
you believe that I was critically presented that idea?
What define critically presented?
Presented as why it could be true and why it couldn't be true.
What?
That is what
What does
critical
that
thinking
mean?
is. It is evaluating what
You were
is and what is not.
You were presented in school that Earth possibly isn't a water ball.
I literally just had this conversation with you like 30 minutes ago.
No, I'm asking you right now.
Yes, the answer is yes.
We
talked about that.
No, you said the reasons as to why people think the Earth is flat.
Dude, we literally dedicated time to just looking at
whole
it
class
and
day.
evaluating it.
Yeah, that was one class. That has nothing to do with the idea that the Earth might not be a ball. That has to do with why people think it might not be a ball.
So
Correct?
it's presenting the idea critically. If we're evaluating the reasons why people believe against it and the reasons we believe it is.
You have a bastardized idea of what fucking
Dude,
critical
define bastardized, because I know damn well you don't know what that means.
Warped. Inbred.
Corrupted.
Here's the thing. You have this idea that the reason why people thought the Earth was flat, it was presented to you in a way that was bastardized, a poisoning of the well of the actual fucking idea. I don't even believe
This isn't
you.
an argument, yo.
Well, you asked me the question.
You've
yo.
literally just said again and again and again, and this is me being as respectful as possible. I have argued with some people on this channel who are amazing at this.
Hey, Birdies.
It's not an argument. There's no debate.
Yeah, a
You don't
smarmy
know
little shit like you can't be respectful. You get that,
Yeah,
right?
you don't know shit.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know anything.
Educated, son.
You don't know
boy,
shit
you're getting
from what I know.
educated.
Correct.
Do you have a job?
You've been dude.
What
You're
is
really
your
getting
job?
desperate, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, if I don't know anything, tell me about your job.
Wouldn't it be more impressive if I didn't have a job, Birdies? You little shit.
I wouldn't say so.
Isn't the goal retirement, Birdies?
Not really.
You little 18-year-old twat.
Just tell me, do you have a job? Like, what life experience makes you more knowledgeable than me? I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Well, here's what it is, Birdies. You're 18, okay? I was immersed in this outer space narrative, this travel thing, the rockets to the moon and shit like that.
And then I picked up alcohol.
Oh, dude. Are you okay?
No, I'm making fun of you because that doesn't make any sense. Go on, though.
It doesn't make any... Well, you asked a fucking question.
I'm gonna let you keep answering it. Come on.
Okay. Well, here's the thing.
You are either exploited by the system or the system is exploited by you. That's what Birdies.
We live in a predictably unbalanced world.
Yeah,
You
Birdies.
either allow it to take advantage of you, or you bend the rules.
Birdies, stop telling us what your fucking teacher told us. You asked me how I
what
told
a naive
Birdies.
child you are.
Yeah, it's.
Have you read the 80-20 principle?
Birdies, you asked
No,
me
you
how
haven't.
it is. I pulled my head out of the ass.
Naivety.
That's
Hey,
what it's referring
Birdies.
to. But thank you.
Birdies.
What?
You asked how it is I graduated from your level of naivety.
No.
Correct.
I'm asking like what makes you more intelligent than me?
Because I've been immersed in this fucking outer space mythology my whole life.
So you change your belief, and I'm supposed to change it too?
Here's what it is, Birdies. I actually studied and believed and fucking looked at what they presented. You have not.
Do you think you're
I've
supposed to
been in
do
this channel
something,
like 5
Birdies?
times,
Is there
dude.
something that
I'm
you're
not
supposed
talking
to
about
do?
this channel, Einstein. I'm not talking about the channel. I'm talking about the outer space travel mythology that they have presented to the masses. You are ignorant to it. You believe it. So maybe if you would get off your high horse, okay, shed your pride, stop being a pseudo intellect little prick. I get it. I was 18 once. I thought that I fucking
I don't
had
think
all
you
the
were ever
answers.
quite like me.
No,
Or
you
even
don't think.
close.
I bet you don't believe I was 18 either, do you?
I believe that you were 18. I just believe that you were probably like some alcoholic stoner,
smarmy little shit.
unemployed, living in your mom's house.
No,
Like,
I
it's
was
not
in
that hard to
school.
believe.
We got young children.
I was in school and I was majoring in communications and also being a stoner and an alcoholic.
Hey,
Like,
listen, I was a smarmy little shit who was telling my friends that the sun's actually a star. That was me.
yeah,
Okay?
that's a
That was
conversation
you.
I have with people too. I sit down at like breakfast and instead of like, "Hey, how are you?" I say,
Maybe my
"You know
friends,
that the sun's a
were
star?"
having
As
their
if that wasn't
advanced
like common knowledge.
conversations. Listen, I know you and your friends talk about fucking games.
No, we don't.
My
We talk about
friends
like
and I
life
talk
and
about
politics and things
mysteries
like
of
that. We don't talk
reality.
about the
You little
Earth being
shit.
flat.
Okay, well, this was a long time ago, you little punk.
Well, a
People
long
used
time
to
ago
have,
in your
listen,
senile world of schizophrenia,
people
I don't
used to
care.
have
What
discussions.
politics are you talking about? Like you're sitting there, you're talking about Nietzsche,
Yeah,
Communist manifestos. Like what are
What
you
communist
guys?
manifestos? Why the fuck would we talk about communism? Communism
aren't
just
you guys
doesn't work.
intellects?
It's your favorite
What the
stuff,
fuck
isn't
are
it?
you talking about then?
We are not communists. What the fuck?
You love the institution,
Your
right?
I don't
intellect's
love
Your
the
love.
God, your
institution. I
government
actually
God,
really
your
hate the
government God.
institution.
Time out. You don't have to be a communist to read Nietzsche, you fucking moron.
There are like plenty of
They're
things that I really don't like about institutions just as much as you.
and stuff. Totally.
I'm not like this victim of institution and I'll sit down and argue for my government.
Yeah, you're
My
naive.
government has clearly taken
You already
advantage of
said you
me
are a
and it's
victim.
taken advantage of you. But it's not in the ways that you think. Not in the way that they've convinced us that the earth is round for whatever fucking reason. The way that they take advantage of us is purely objective. They get something out of it. And telling us the world is round is not objective.
Birdies, that's the crux of this fucking Discord server that you've entered. Okay? If it's too big of a topic for you, that's fine.
I'm literally talking about the topic right now.
Yeah, how do you
Can you
know
stop
that we're
repeating
on
yourself?
Oh, bro. Stop being a smarmy little shit.
Dude, stop repeating the same 3 sentences.
Okay. Well, then give me an answer.
Come up with a critical thought.
How do you know that you're living on a ball?
I'll give you a few examples. Number 1, Polaris. North Star is only
Polaris?
visible.
Wait, well, hold on. Did you just say Polaris?
I mispronounced it.
No shit.
Yeah, it's only visible from the northern
This should be
hemisphere.
good.
The model of the flat Earth does not explain it.
Okay,
Before you say it's reality, not a model, there has to be some kind of
What model? See,
representation of it.
again, you're talking about a model. No,
circular
you're actually
reasoning,
using.
bro.
You actually
Okay,
use
so
my model
outside of
to
what you
even
guys
make
are saying,
claims.
there have been
And
models
then you said
presented to
you
me
can't
that do
use
not
it.
explain it by people in
Well, the
this channel.
model that was presented to you was a flat Earth model. You didn't know that, did you?
Yes, of
Your
course, it was
globe
a
is
flat
actually
Earth
flat, based
model.
on flat. You put yourself at the middle, and you look up at the stars, and you give
Why
this
is Polaris
radius
only
number
visible
value
from the northern
to the
hemisphere?
surface, and so that's your star position. You didn't know that?
I'll ask it again.
You didn't know that your
Why
globe
is
is actually measured
Polaris
flat.
Hey, Birdies, you
only
smart ass
visible
little prick. How the
from the
fuck are
northern
you
Use my
hemisphere?
model.
of a globe? How is that proof of a
And then you
globe?
said it didn't work somehow. But you said
Yeah.
some other make-believe model didn't work either. It was very weird.
Any flat Earth model just doesn't describe it. Why is it not visible? Can you explain it? Why is it not visible? Answer the question.
We use Polaris to measure latitude, don't we? Say north of the equator. As soon as you mention Polaris, then you're going to be talking about flat Earth measurements, which are angle measurements to Polaris, the equator being the minimum elevation angle of Polaris above the equator. So this is going to be a flat Earth measurement that you're going to start talking about, dude.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Your latitude system.
Polaris is only visible from the northern hemisphere. It would be visible from all locations on a flat plane.
Buddies, we don't need to get off on the wrong
Answer
foot.
the question instead of dodging it.
Not dodging the
You are
question.
a smart person. You are capable.
You're going to get off onto the wrong foot, and I've only just started talking to you. I've been listening to you for an hour. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with you. So as soon as you mention Polaris, you're going to be talking about the latitude system which we use on Earth. This latitude system is used and measured by elevation angles to Polaris, which is going to be a flat Earth measurement. Why you can't see Polaris beyond the equator is because it's gone beyond the minimum elevation angle. Elevation angles are going to require a horizontal plane to measure an elevation angle up from.
That's not trigonomically possible.
We're not talking about trigonometry in this
Trigonometry
instance.
is a very good part of this.
Excuse me.
Elevation is all about trigonometry. It's triangles.
Excuse me. We're talking about celestial navigation. Now, we can do the same thing with ground-based objects like lighthouses and mountains. That will be very basic trigonometry. We will be using a horizontal plane for that. Within celestial navigation, we're not necessarily interested in the distance or height of the object above the surface. We're interested in the ground position of the object, the GP of the star. So we can draw a circle of equal altitude around it. This circle of equal altitude, like you've mentioned, is the equator, the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. This is a flat Earth measurement, dude.
And correlating it with the flat Earth in that way does not argue that it has anything to do with the flat Earth, nor does it suggest that there's a valid reason why Polaris wouldn't be visible from the southern hemisphere.
Answer the question. You've just been asked a question. Answer it now. Stop the parading around here. Jedi just asked you a question.
Hey, Plum, I'm going to have to respectfully ask you to not speak again. Thank you.
What's an angle? What's an angle, dude? Last time. What's an angle?
I was muted. You can't pretend like I wasn't muted there.
Dude, I'm not looking.
Oh, okay.
I haven't muted you. I'm not looking at the screen. I'm asking you a question. What is an angle?
Fuck, I've never been asked to define an angle.
Oh, let's go.
The intellect.
What's an angle?
That's some crazy shit. Well, how do you define an angle?
Just think about it, homeboy.
You. What's an angle?
You've seen a triangle, haven't you?
Would you like me to help you? What the fuck?
You ever seen a triangle, Birdies? There's 3 of them there.
I've taken calculus.
The damn question. You've been asked a question.
It
Answer
sounds
it.
like it.
It has. I have literally. I have the transcripts.
Well. Are you on a substance, bro? You've seen a triangle, so just talk
Isn't
about
it just
an
a
angle.
measurement between 2 lines that connect at a
Those
point?
lines. Yes, those lines. Now they meet.
I thought that was
point
too elementary, and you're gonna shit on me for that.
Dude, you're correct. Two lines. These lines, they straight sides. Are they straight sides?
They don't always have to be, but
We're
at the
talking
point
about
that they
an
do,
angle.
they have to be.
Excuse me. We're talking about an angle, like from a triangle.
Oh yeah, in a triangle they have to be straight, of course.
Yeah, of course. So we're talking straight sides. An elevation angle is a measurement up from a horizontal side.
Yeah. Go on.
Good. This is the exact measurement that I'm talking about. An elevation angle is a measurement up from that horizontal side. That horizontal side is mean sea level.
If there's a point where the elevation angle is like 90 degrees, like say you're standing directly under Polaris, theoretically,
yep.
You could never get to 0. Or a angle so low that you wouldn't be able to see Polaris.
Okay. So if I was to measure with a sextant a 45-degree angle, what's my latitude? If I've measured with my sextant underneath the ground position of the star, an elevation angle of the stars at my zenith, 90 degrees, the vertical line down from the star where it intersects the Earth and the horizontal baseline to form that 90 degrees. If the star is at my zenith, my latitude is 90 degrees. If I measure 45 degrees with my sextant, what's my latitude?
I think I'm having a hard time understanding your accent.
He wants to know.
Oh, dude, that is lame, bro. That's fucking lame.
I'm sorry, it's nothing against you.
Yeah, you are sorry.
If I measure 45 degrees with my sextant, what is my latitude?
I'm actually not sure. Can you tell me about it?
45. Measured at the first instance underneath Polaris, as you was correct. 90. It's above me at my zenith. I move south away from Polaris. Halfway between the distance and the equator is 45 degrees. I measure 45 degrees to Polaris. That's an angle measurement from a horizontal baseline. That horizontal baseline is mean sea level. So as soon as you start talking about, I can't see Polaris, that's because it's gone beyond the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. All flat Earth measurements, dude.
No, he's chat skanking now.
Oh, if he's chat skanking, he can fuck off. If he's
Yeah,
not
he
listening,
doesn't understand you, Jedi. He doesn't understand. God forbid Sasha show up in here. Yeah, he went to chat skanking land.
No, I'm listening to what you're saying.
No, so you listen. So you understand what I'm saying, right?
To some degree. I wouldn't say nearly as much as you understand what you're saying. I think you're having a hard time explaining it and structuring your argument.
You are a slummy little fucking desperate prick. That's what I think.
I mean, if you just yammer on, it takes a lot of like.
It sounds like you understood me just fine, homeboy.
I don't know.
I'm literally feeding him his model that he tried to put up in false dichotomy, and he's saying, yeah. And it's his model that he's trying to say is no good. It's hilarious.
Yeah, you explained that perfectly, Jedi. Like, if he's just being an idiot or, whatever, like, that was perfectly said, though. Like, don't even worry about him. Like, sometimes you just can't.
I just think you could say it a little bit better.
A brick wall.
You have a community
what I mean?
college by you?
So, like,
Sorry,
idiots
dude.
like this, idiots like that, you just gotta kind of just maybe just mute them and kick them out,
Sorry.
If that gets you off, yeah, sure, do it.
Excuse me. I had to repeat myself because you couldn't understand English very well.
I understood you.
Good.
I don't.
Do you understand what an angle is then, correct?
Yes, of course.
Good. Two straight sides meeting at a point of vertices. That vertices is where you stand to measure an elevation angle up from a horizontal plane. That horizontal side, the elevation angle to Polaris is the elevation above that horizontal side. That's a flat Earth measurement.
You can have a straight. You can have a straight line on the globe Earth. It just doesn't have to touch the globe Earth the entire time.
You can't.
And also, this only applies to the flat Earth. We wouldn't even need to have an elevation angle in this context for that.
This is how you measure latitude. This is a flat Earth measurement. You make your ball after you measure a flat Earth, by the way, using this measurement.
Yeah, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat. What is your thesis?
does, because the first measurement is taken from a horizontal plane.
It literally doesn't. You can take a sphere and you can make it flat. You can make it appear flat. That's why we have flat maps.
Guy's a moron, dude.
It's literally not that hard to understand. We have longitude and latitude, not because the Earth is flat, but because we can have 2D depictions of what happens on the sphere.
They measured
That's
the
not
Earth
something
flat
that
and
takes
they made it
genius to
glow. That's what
understand.
happened.
It's cogdis, like at its fullest, live and direct, right in front of our eyes.
What? That was not English. Can you repeat that?
know what English fucking was.
You
mate.
haven't made any flashcards, have you? Cogdis.
I
You're
think someone's
suffering from
struggling. It's not
dissonance.
Jedi.
Yeah,
Someone just
you're
said something that's
suffering from
supposed to be like
cogdis,
an
bro.
insult, but I couldn't really understand him because he was
It's not
mumbling.
an insult. It's an assessment.
Someone else was saying
Fucking
something.
moron.
I said this is cogdis to its fullest, and we're witnessing it in real
Oh,
time.
you can't just say cognitive dissonance. You struggle with that one? It's a tongue twister, isn't it?
Okay, so now we've gone off.
Do you say LOL in real life too?
Mild,
LOL.
Sorry, hold on 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Now we've gone off into mild character assassinating, which is done by women. You now seem to be getting a little bit upset. What the fuck are you doing, dude? You're not addressing what I've said. You're just going nah, and then attacking other people because you don't have a point to prove.
Oh, I already addressed what you said. Just because it has flat Earth, like just because you can put longitude and latitude on a flat Earth, doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
No, that's
you can
how
have
it's
2D
measured.
depictions of a 3D solid.
That's how
For
it's
example,
measured.
whenever you want to make a cube out of like printer paper,
Okay.
you can just have all of the different things and then you can fold them up.
You said that you can have a horizontal straight line on a sphere, didn't you? That's incorrect.
I did not say that. And if you want to go back, you can look at it. I made the claim that it doesn't have to touch the Earth to be a triangle, right? You can have a point, and then if it went on infinitely, it wouldn't be touching the Earth anymore, and it's still valid. It can
Are
touch
you on a substance?
No.
He has
It's just a line tangent to it, right? It's a tangent. Can you tell me what a tangent line is?
Before.
Can you tell me what a tangent line is?
Before, you stupid fool.
Can you tell me what a tangent line is? Yes or no?
A tangent is a straight line that intersects a curve at one point.
It doesn't intersect, it touches it. But I appreciate you trying, I guess.
You think intersex means, you fucking dunce?
It's clear that he's just not educated.
He's a dunce.
I'm clearly educated,
Actually, literally, clearly educated in what? Green tongue?
No. In math and STEM.
Math and stuff. Yeah, you're a smarmy little arrogant prick is what you are.
Hey, why don't you suck my dick?
Oh,
You've been riding on it this whole time.
You wish. You wish. No, thank you.
I don't think
you homosexual.
He's just
Okay, that's enough of that crap. You've just been put on mute for the rest of the night there, buddy. Talk about meltdown.
Yeah, he knew what everyone was saying. He just didn't want to accept it because he knows it destroys his argument, his position.
Yeah, pretty weak.
I'm glad Jedi called him out when he said you could just put a horizontal on a sphere. Yeah, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, that guy was a top tier prick. Who's next?
Yeah, his whole political ideology just crumbled at the fact of questioning his institutions, and he's like, "Oh well, I do," and so he just had a preference for what institutions and the big institution, and he just had a preference for bullshit. He had no standing to even be here, just an ignorant child.
Yeah, I'm sorry to pigeonhole these people. When they tell me they're 18, I just, no offense to them, but I know the school that they just birthed from. It's fucking ate up.
Yeah, and then he spurgs and does the most juvenile thing he could do, just proving the point. Like
What'd you think of that,
you
Mark
talk
G?
about Fortnite with your friends, like he's like, no, we read books and talk about politics.
Have you ever been to college? Oh, I don't believe you've been. Yes, full prick. What do you think about that, Mark G? What do you think about your fellow outer space mythologist? What the fuck is up with you guys lately?
Yeah, they are unprepared for the argument. I'll just put it that way.
Well, you should have told him that because he doesn't listen to shit we say.
Well, I was about to say something when you guys started talking about dicks, so I just put that on pause.
You understand, Mark G, that he's just a little scab. A little scab of heliocentrism.
Well, I mean, Peter's much more brutal at this than I am, but he
That
does need
wasn't
to go.
Peter.
No. I mean, but Peter will criticize Glovers who come in and just don't know what they're talking
Peter's
about.
pretending to criticize. Listen, Peter's pretending of criticizing others is his own cope.
No,
But
he
that
will.
little smarmy shit.
After people. No, whatever. I was about to say, look, you just take a pause, go look at some stuff. I don't think most of what Jedi said was true, but there's things in there that I don't think are true. So, or not quite worded correctly. But he needs to know the difference. He can't
Like
tell
what?
the difference. So,
like what?
Oh, I'm not in the mood for an argument tonight.
I don't know. I'm not in the mood, bro. I just know I'm on a spinning ball flying through space, and what Jedi said was wrong because I just didn't agree with that. 'Cause I don't know what he said. I just don't know, bro. Got it.
All right. Yeah, exactly.
No, not all right. No, the last guy said it was okay. Okay, no, not okay, not all right. Well, what is up with you guys? I mean, do you guys all get together and write letters to Santa Claus?
Not in a long time.
Why not? And if you don't, why not? Well, you know there could be a fat man up there at the North Pole with a fucking red suit and a team of reindeer, and you know there's a chance. Why don't you guys all get together and get like an Xbox or something?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I can get what I want finally. For Christmas.
Get everything you want with a letter to Santa Claus. Dear North Pole.
Exactly.
As you sit atop this spinning ball, I want a Pac-Man machine like they used to have at Pizza Hut. Thank you, God. The end. P.S. Don't let Rudolph shit on the roof. My dad will be pissed. I mean, what is it, Mark G? Is it too big is it too big for you guys to conceive of that this whole thing could be a myth? Because you guys all just respawn in the same spots together, the same story. I just don't get it. Like you don't even say, hey, Berdiz was full of shit on this, and this. You go, well, I disagree with Jedi. I don't think some of the things he was saying was true. Well, it made Berdiz right away.
First of all, the first thing I said was he doesn't understand the material well enough. He doesn't understand the arguments. What exactly he doesn't understand, I'm not clear because he wasn't articulating clearly what he understood or what he didn't understand. For example, I'll give you an example.
No, I'll give you an example.
Yeah,
he doesn't understand the possibility. He doesn't understand this guy, Berdiz, this little 18-year-old prick, he doesn't understand that this whole thing that was fed to him in books could all be a myth. He cannot conceive of that. That's what he doesn't understand. But go on.
Possibly, but I'm just, for example, he had no clue about the relationship of Polaris to latitude, right? So, I mean,
well, hold on.
Don't, right?
Berdiz called it Polaris.
Okay, fine. That's just somebody who's probably read it in books. That happens when people read things in books and they don't actually hear people talk about it. So I don't have a problem with mispronouncing
That's what
words.
happens when you get educated beyond your intelligence. And that was a prime example there. He was educated beyond his intelligence.
I have no idea how intelligent he is. He's a kid. I don't know, right? But clearly, he didn't understand when Jedi started talking about Polaris and latitude. He didn't know, and he didn't. I don't think he knew what a sextant was. Kind of basic stuff. If you're going to argue these points,
then he should have asked and should have been arrogant, shouldn't he?
Well, I was about to chime in when you guys went off the rails. I mean, not that it was mutual off the rails, but I was about to say, hey, look, take a pause, go look this stuff up, come back in a couple of days or whatever.
And then that would have been very kind of you to have done so. However, if he didn't understand something, all he had to do was ask.
Well, the problem is, come on, Jedi, you know that you're in the middle of an argument. You're going to ask your opponent for information. Now, some opponents will be forthcoming, but some opponents will be very selective on what they tell you, right?
Yeah, but if you don't understand something, it's kind of a good idea to ask for clarification. I do it all the time. It's not my fault that people who are arrogant don't.
Yeah, he should have just tapped out and said, hey, look, obviously I need to look more into this and come back, right?
Or what's the sextant?
Yeah, you could have done that too. Either way, whatever.
I mean, he was 18, guys. Like, fucking... I don't think he was ready to even argue a Jedi about this shit.
No, very few... Yeah, I'm impressed that he could actually,
I wasn't impressed.
Have a somewhat cogent...
Like, he just went into personal attacks and shit. It was stupid.
At the end there, yeah, you can't do that. He needs to grow up. But he's talking in a room. He's an 18-year-old kid talking in a room of people that do not agree with him, even though he thinks he's right. So
that's flat Earth, though, right? You walk in the arena and just fucking prove your point.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of the I'll call them interlopers, and I guess I was at one point. Just came in here and you think that it's going to be easy just to make your point against a room full of people who have heard all these arguments before, and it's not quite as easy as that.
No.
It is easy, though.
I mean, Brenda, it is easy, right? But it's not like... I know you're going to say that. All right, go ahead, Brenda. You and Jedi. I've never heard you and Jedi fucking argue.
No, I was done. I just made a little comment. Go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt too much.
It would be interesting just to hear you and Jedi go at it, though. Like, I don't...
Well, what's there to go at? I don't know the person. I don't even know the person. I barely know you, Branch.
I know. Well, Jedi's from the 24/7 clique. I don't think you ever really hung out in the 24/7 room.
Yeah, I haven't. I talked to Brenda briefly back in Clubhouse a couple years ago in the atheist rooms. We hung out. I don't know if she remembers me, but briefly back a couple years ago in Clubhouse.
I seem to remember the icon, the avatar. Yeah.
Brenda, are you religious, Brenda?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, you're an atheist. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought so. I just didn't want to presume you're.
I hung out in the philosophy, atheist versus theist circles long before I did anything in flat Earth.
So, Brenda, what's your number one reason for thinking God's fake?
I don't see any evidence for God. Right?
I mean, so have you disproven every miracle that people say has happened? Like,
I don't think miracles have ever been shown to exist.
Yeah.
And it depends on what you mean by miracle, right? So is it just something really unlikely, or is it something that violates the laws of physics, for example?
Like me personally, right? I definitely believe in God, right? But I'm very science-based too. And I understand there's no proof.
But you're a flat earther, Branch, aren't you?
No, Brenda.
I thought you were.
wrong to
You
think
were at one time. I'm sorry, I forgot.
wait. When was I a flat earther, Brenda?
A couple of years ago.
What is
Yeah.
an earther? Can someone tell me what an earther means? What's that mean?
Flat
Earther.
earther.
Believe in Earth.
Flat earth.
Sorry,
What's an
Brenda.
earther? What does
Brenda,
earther? What is that term? What's that
A
mean?
Person that
flat
believes in
earth.
Earth.
A
right.
person who believes in Earth is
So
an earther.
oh my
It's
god.
short
Okay.
for flat
Oh,
Earth believer. Earther. It's just
you walk
combining the
into a
two.
flat earth
Instead
chat
of
room
saying
and
Earth
ask what
believer,
flat
you're
earth
saying
means.
Earther.
Seriously, this guy
These
walks
are
into
incoherent terms. You're being inductive, like you're
the break
using
into
itself to refer to itself. That was
you walk
absurd.
into a flat earth chat room and ask what flat earther means.
He didn't ask what
Hello,
flat
did I
Earther
ask
meant.
you that?
He asked
No, I
what
Believe
said
Earther
in
meant.
what
Earth.
define earther. What are you talking about? What is an earther?
Somebody that believes the Earth exists in the first place.
The Earth exists. Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
Earther.
There are people that don't think the earth exists. They don't think reality exists. They
I
think
think
No, are you talking to
everything
those
is a
people?
creation.
part of me,
Everything is a
Where do
creation
you
of our
talk to those people
thoughts.
at?
Brenda, there's part
Where
of
do
me
those
that
people
believes that
exist at?
part of if you know what, like there's part of my religion that says that we actually do not exist. I'm a Hindu,
Oh,
by
well,
the way.
then I don't have to pay any attention to you.
I'm just we don't. But I'm a Hindu, and
If you don't exist, why should I pay attention to you? You're just a figment of my imagination.
it's an interesting religion.
Yes.
It's an interesting religion.
But
Bye.
but Brenda, if if he's a figment, then he
Hinduism
exists
has casteism,
in
by the
some
way, so
abstract object at
it's
least.
also a fucked up religion.
Years ago, there was this comedian, and he said, some people believe, this is all just a simulation. He goes, but I still see them look twice before they cross the street. And that
No,
made me think about it. That mean, like, you know what? If you truly thought that this was just some simulation, this wasn't real, then you wouldn't live carefully. You wouldn't live like, you wouldn't be afraid of it
Well,
because it's just a
well,
simulation.
this
right.
simulation still has pain in it, so that's enough for me.
Hindus
Yeah,
don't believe.
the cars are part of the cars are part of the simulation, dude.
Look, you guys calm down,
And the real problem is you don't respawn.
Brenda.
When you die, you don't respawn.
Can you chill so that some other people can talk? Hey, Ephirion, so like in the Hindu religion, right? We don't believe it's like a simulation. But like we believe that the reality God lives in compared to our reality.
Are
Hindus
you a
believe in the
Hindu?
caste system.
Like we're more like a dream than a reality.
Are you a
What's your
Hindu now,
caste, buddy?
Branch?
Which caste are you
Brenda,
from?
I've never been a flat earther and I've always been a Hindu.
Are you a Hindu?
Okay, I don't understand why you think I was a flat earther.
Ask them their caste. Ask. Look at them not answer the caste
Hindu,
question.
like I'm not sure where on the caste thing I fit in. I know different things, but like I don't know. Once you move out of India, you don't really fall into that class anymore. You know what I mean? But yeah, Brenda, I've always been Hindu. What do you mean I'm a Hindu now?
I hear something speaking, but I think it's just my imagination. It's part of the simulation. So I'm just going to ignore the squeaky little mouse.
Okay, Brenda, here's the thing. You're being annoying as fuck right now, right? Why not try to have a conversation? And you know what?
I
Honestly,
can't have a conversation with something that doesn't exist.
if you want, you know what, Brenda?
Do you exist? Do you exist, Branch?
I've actually always been a flat earther, Brenda. Let's go fuck around and talk.
Branch? Do you exist? Do you exist, Branch?
Go ahead, Brenda. Tell me your best proof
Can
for
you
why.
take this lovers quarrel like somewhere else? Like
No,
you
I
guys
want
are.
I'm not saying anything.
Brenda, what's your best proof that Earth is actually a globe?
Ships disappear over the horizon.
That's the
Boom.
shit you could have said. You could have just said
What?
pictures from space.
I could have said what?
Pictures from space.
That would be good. Sure.
But no, you want to talk about stupid shit like fucking ships going Brenda, you're not
Yeah,
worth.
yeah, that's evidence. That's evidence that the Earth is not flat. Yeah, that it must have a curve to it.
Proof.
That's curve.
Brenda, but like, first of all, you gotta have the best zoom possible to ensure you're actually seeing the ship go over the horizon, right?
No, you don't. You can do it with your naked eyes.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. That's what the ancient Greeks did. They could see ships. They could see ships.
Oh, you cannot resolve with your
Yes, you
naked eye.
can.
Oh, Brenda, you're
Yes, you
stupid.
can. They're only three miles away.
Brenda, to see how big is this ship you're talking about?
Oh, I don't know. Big enough.
All right, Brenda, with your
It
naked
just needs to
eye,
have.
your
It
naked
just needs to have a tall mast,
why people
and you
say
can see them.
then you zoom and it comes back, right? Because
No, that's never happened. That's never happened, Branch.
talk about the naked eye being able to see this shit. Shut the fuck up, Brenda.
Well, you can just reject it and go nah, but you could engage with it.
With the naked eye, you cannot see a ship going
Yes,
bottom.
you can.
No,
Yes,
you
you
can't.
can.
Show
Yes, you
me.
can.
Show me one video with no zoom being used that
You
actually shows
just
it happening.
just all you need is the fact that you can see the mast of the ship.
You know what? Today,
Branch, when you ask me questions,
cameras
Branch,
actually better resolution than our eyes.
Branch, shut your mouth. When you ask me questions, allow me to finish the answer.
Speed up your answers.
No, I'll take my goddamn time I want.
Oh, I can't keep up with the slow ass pace. I understand you're old. But don't talk so slowly.
Okay.
Hey,
I'll
look,
do
Branch,
as I please.
you and Brenda
you
are
can
going to have a
sit
back and forth,
and you
okay?
can
We're not going
spin.
to. Hang on there, Brenda.
Take your thumb, Branch, shove it up your ass, and spin.
Brenda, I put him on mute so that you guys can have a back and forth if you're going to have a back and forth. But he is talking over top of you, and I'm trying to get that to stop. So if you want to have a back and forth, I'll take him off mute. Would you like that?
Great. That's great. Right? So the idea is that you can see the mast of a ship before you can see the hull. Right? That is evidence that the Earth is curved.
All right, Brenda. I mean, you know what? You got me. Maybe the Earth is curved.
Yeah, there you go. Ta-da! I win.
Hey, Brenda. Brenda, stop the cap.
I'm listening. What?
Yeah, stop the cap.
I don't know. I don't know what you kids. I don't know what you kids and your newfangled slang means. I don't know what that means.
I don't know. Okay, Brenda.
Hey, you do.
I just told you.
You
The fact
damn
that
well
you
know
can
what that
see.
means. And stop the cap.
I don't know these things. I'm old and decrepit. I'm ready
You
for the
get the
nursing
drift.
home.
You get the drift. And
I need a
so stop.
wheelchair.
You get the drift of
I need
it,
a
so stop the
wheelchair
cap.
to get to the kitchen.
Brenda, I'm so sorry for like talking about you being old. Like, I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, honestly, I don't think me and you have never really not got along. And like, you've always seemed okay to me. You've been cool. But like, no, Brenda, why did you think I was a flat earther, Brenda? It's the weirdest shit.
Dude, sometimes if I am misremembering, I am sorry. But I thought about 2-3 years ago, you were all on the flatter side. If I made a mistake, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Jesus, dude.
You know what, though, Brenda? I would say this. I'm not on the globus side. I don't think the earth is flat, but I don't like the way that globers, like the globers that follow the flat earthers around, I don't like the way they talk to flat earthers, though. It's weird. I'm like that. I don't like the way that they put themselves in a pedestal above flat earthers. Like they're so much better than them because they actually know the earth. It's so
because because it's really, really elementary.
Right, it's absolutely elementary for someone to put themselves in a pedestal, right? Because they actually feel like, oh, I'm on a pedestal because I know the Earth is a globe. To me, as a glober, or as someone that knows the Earth is a globe, not necessarily a glober, but like it just seems ridiculous how you people act.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Like seriously, man, let them have their fun.
All right. Whatever. Branch. Whatever.
You get it though.
That's nice.
Fun, Brenda. But that's why I was bringing it back. I was bringing it back to like your religious debates, and here's a question I have: why do you think people feel better when they believe in a religion?
I don't think that's the topic for this room. I think there's other places that you can go to if you want to discuss religion. This room has a different topic, and I think we should probably stick to that, okay?
Well said, Plumbo. Well said. I'm sorry. I was trying to further this conversation with Brenda.
I don't have a problem with that, Branch, but if the guy says that's not the topic of the room, then we have to go with that, don't we?
But okay, that's totally fine. But there is a lot of like, if you want at least Christian religion, actually, like talking about flat Earth and religion does kind of work.
You don't have to be a Christian even to believe that the Earth is flat.
No, like Hindus. No, here's the weird thing, Brenda. It's like Hindus, we believe the Earth is a globe, and there's many planets out there that actually harbor life, and there's many stars that harbor planets. We believe all this shit for fucking years.
Okay.
Like that's part of our religion. Like Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita, like yeah, like this planet is Earth, and there's many planets that demigods have, and if you really want to like talk to demigods, you can, and that's totally fine with him. And you go to their planet afterwards, after you die, maybe, right? Or you can believe in him and I don't know what happens after that, but like it's just different. Like it's just a weird thing. Like even Krishna talked about planets in the Gita. Plum Bob, did that get too religious? I think that's on line with flat Earth shit, though, right?
Let's just say that you're creeping in on the edge, and it'd be nice if we could just, keep it kind of clean and away from that topic. If you guys want to, go somewhere and have a conversation about it, that's fine. You can go do that and then come back. That's not a problem.
Nah, we're chilling, man. We're chilling. I actually just walked in to say that to give my 2 cents on that one dude that was here, and somehow it became this.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I would say though, I would love to hear Brenda and Jedi go there, because like I've known Jedi for a while and I understand his arguments, and he was trying to make one with that dude. And I wonder if Brenda could sit in and just let's have these two talk it out. That would, like, I love that type of talk. That's entertainment to me, man.
Brenda will just stick to the falsehoods and won't accept what Jedi says and reaffirm the biased position using the falsehoods as proof, and then trying to validate it by saying because it can be proven, and or because they say, or because we know. That's been Brenda's whole argument for years now. Always going back to the lies that we're addressing and pointing out, and never willing to learn the truth. That's kind of like the expression.
You have to show that there are lies apocryphon. And
No,
you
because
can't.
they are. Yeah, they are.
Well, that's what you say, but those are just words.
Yeah. Like for instance, like when Jedi was trying to tell that idiot kid earlier that there's no horizontals on a sphere, and then he then doubled down on stupid.
That's wrong. That's
and
wrong.
Well, there you go. I rest my case.
Yeah, horizontal would be perpendicular to any vertical, wouldn't it?
As I
So
said, I rest my case.
why couldn't a horizontal be on a sphere?
Jedi, you want to take a stab at it, so that way
Right.
you could try
So
to
we can
teach
define,
Brenda like you're trying to
if
teach
we
that
define,
18-year-old kid.
yeah, if we define horizontal as being perpendicular to vertical, then every vertical on the globe Earth will have an associated horizontal.
Yeah, like I said, you're going back. I mean, I called it. I literally laid out everything you were going to do, and then you're now living it, in live for
What am I
everybody to
doing
see
that's
and hear.
wrong? Do you disagree with the definition?
You are using the falsehood to prove the falsehood. So, for
What's
instance,
false? What was false? Let's start simple,
that the
step by
world is a
step.
globe. The world's a globe. That's a falsehood.
No, I said if the Earth is a globe, right, then every vertical will have an associated horizontal that will be perpendicular to that
Okay.
vertical line.
Okay, but by definition, though, and this is what I don't know why you can't grasp this, or you don't, or if you just choose to not accept the fact because it just it just goes against your argument and you would lose. But it's a fact, Brenda, that there are no horizontal on the surface of a sphere. The only way to create a horizontal on a sphere is to create a plane, and then you stand in the cross section of that plane, and it will make a circle around you. And what that means is you would literally have to cut your globe in half, and then you would create a horizontal line.
Right.
I think I understand. I think I get the misunderstanding. A
Oh my
horizontal. No, I'm going to explain to you the misunderstanding. A horizontal line would intersect a sphere or a circle at only one point, right? So you're right that there is no horizontal line that will lay fully on a sphere or a circle.
Right. What he's talking about, he's talking about a tangent. A tangent is always at a right angle to the radius.
Yeah,
right?
In other words, horizontal. In other words, horizontal, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So every
when you say no, but hold on though, real quick.
will have a tangent, right?
But
So there's an infinite number. There's an infinite number of horizontals and an infinite number of radii.
Let me put this in the side chat so you understand what I mean. I'm going to do a little graphic, right? Consider this like a bird's eye view, right? When you look at that, I don't know do you see it playing? Is it the graphic playing? I don't know what's been going on, but when I upload something, it doesn't go through. Do you see it? Okay.
Yes.
So that's the bird's eye view, and you would call the point to the edge of the circle the tangent point, where you are making a line from the center to the edge, and that's a tangent point. That is only produced by this being a planar flat dimension, because you are a tangent line to the tangent point is flat, horizontal, and then you come to a point. So on the surface of a ball, quote unquote, you will never have this, because on the surface you don't have a plane to go out to the horizon to mark it as a tangent point.
The plane would be a tangent plane which would intersect the sphere at a single point, right?
I mean, there's no intersection of tangent.
Exactly. Okay. Again, Brenda, this is.
Branch was talking over you, and I didn't understand what you said.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Branch.
Branch is a very rude person. He thinks he should always stop talk when he has a thought.
Oh, you said intersection, which you're trying to say like a tangent crosses.
Do you know what the word intersection means?
A tangent
plane
above.
Right. A tangent plane intersects a sphere at one point.
It sits above the sphere.
It will if it's not on the sphere, right? then that's different.
Yeah, but
that
but the
means that
problem though, hold on, Branch. Hold on, Branch. Hold on. The problem though, Brenda, is what you do, just like every other glober. We're not saying that you can't put a ball in the corner of a room and it be touching three sides, the floor and the two walls. And you would say that's the tangent point. The wall, the flat wall
Absolutely.
touches the ball. That's not what we're arguing though. Hold on. That's not what we're arguing. Okay. And this is maybe the misunderstanding on your guys' part. The point that we're making though is that there are no horizontals on the surface of the ball, but that's not to say that you can't put a horizontal to the surface of the ball. So there's a misunderstanding. But because well, you're agreeing, but this is where you're going to disagree.
Yes.
So hold
Nothing
your
that you've said. Nothing
I
you've
know
said is anything I disagree with.
I know, but here's where you do disagree. When we tell you that the surface is all horizontal in all directions, it's measured that way. The tangent points are that way because they're tangent lines going straight. We're creating angles that are two straight lines. You have a baseline and then you have a position for the object that's upwards from that position. And then that's where you guys disagree, because then all of a sudden you could have a horizontal curving, and that's where it gets thrown off. So when you look at the beach, right, when you're looking at the ocean and you say, oh, look at that horizontal line. Okay, you can't say that on a surface that is of a sphere, because on a sphere, there is no horizontal lines. And that's the point.
Right.
Okay,
It's not straight, right? On a sphere, the horizon isn't straight, it's a circle.
Circle around you, a circle around you. And hold on though, Brenda, before you say too many yeses, because now again you're going to disagree when I say this. It's not. It's only a circle because our eyes create it that way to be. Because, and here's my proof of that. Yes, and here's
No, it's not. It's not because our eyes create it that way. It's because the geometry creates it that way.
Yes. When you spin around, you make a circle around you. Correct?
Yeah.
So if you're standing in a square, right, you, with your eyes and the equidistance from you to as far as you can see in that square, you're going to make a circle around you. But here's the trick, though. This is what I wanted to get to. When you're on the beach or when you go to the ocean, you're fishing in the deep ocean to where there's no land around you, you can look straight out in the front of the boat and you're going to see it's flat, but then way to the sides of your peripherals where your eyes are now curving that image, because that's the way your eyes are, it's going to put a little curve to it. Now, if you look a little bit to the right, where it was curved, it's no longer curved. Now it's also horizontal. So technically, you are looking at straight lines in all directions, but it's your eyes that make that little curve. And then that's why you create. Yes, you can say no all you want, but that's reality. And the way I
That's
know
what you
that
claim. Can you prove it?
No, 1000% I can prove it, and you
No,
can
you
do it
can't.
yourself as well. Do yourself this favor next time. Okay, look it. Do yourself this favor. If you ever go to the beach or you ever go to the desert or whatever,
Minnesota, we don't really have. In Minnesota, we don't really have a beach except for maybe Lake Superior.
Okay, is there
Lake Blacks.
is there somewhere where you can see a horizon where you can see it curving on the edges?
I can imagine it in my mind's eye.
Okay, so look at where that curve is at. Where that curve is, whether it's to the left or the right, okay, in your peripheral, the second that you look a little bit to the right, that curve will become a straight, because now your eyes are focusing on it directly and it's no longer a curve.
He's totally right. Brenda, that's exactly how our eyes work.
Yeah, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. So
oh my God,
I can imagine.
Okay.
Hold on, Brenda. Brenda. Time out,
can I
Brenda.
respond to it?
Ma'am.
I let him talk for a while.
Ma'am, how do you think they played hockey? When the lakes froze, they play hockey.
Yeah, but let's not change the subject too much.
Yeah, but it's not a curve. It's not an arc. It's not an arced ice.
I mean, I think we can change this a conversation between Brenda and Afurion, because
can I respond? Can I respond here?
You can.
Yeah, that means that you close your mouth.
All right,
Branch.
Brenda, talk.
Are you trying to
So
mod,
I can
Brenda?
imagine that I'm out in the middle of the ocean. The calm water stretches all around me, and I see a horizon 3 miles away from me, approximately, because I'm standing on the boat. Right, there are no straight lines anywhere around me. The horizon is curved.
Right,
The ground, the water is curved. It's
So,
all curved. There are no straight horizontal lines anywhere.
Brenda, there's a slight curve, and the curve that you see is perceived because your corona is curved.
No, that's not how
anything.
anything works. That's not how anything
How
works.
eyes work. Your corona's
No,
curved.
it doesn't. No,
Yes, every cone
your
in your
eyes,
cone.
your eyes don't create reality.
Every cone in your corona is placed at an angle, right? He's right. You will see it's very not perceivable, but if you're literally just looking out at an horizon, 360-degree horizon, because your eyes are spheres, you see a slight curve at the edges, and when you turn your head, it goes away. He's totally right about that.
That's 100%. And maybe, Brenda, because you've never gone deep sea, or fishing, or to where you see nothing but water around you. But this is something that you will witness as long as you have it like completely free. Not like you can't even really say even the beach, because let's say like you don't have the full view, or you can look, and then you turn a curve to a flat. But
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
saying.
your peripheral vision.
Exactly.
That's not Earth curvature.
So
Exactly.
your claim is that it's flat. Your claim is that it's flat. Have you measured
That's
it
your
flat?
peripheral vision is the claim,
Yes,
Brenda.
yes,
You
because your
haven't.
peripheral
Can you
vision.
show me that measurement?
Your lens, look at the lens of your eye, it's going to curve the edges because that's the way, it's just natural. That's just the way. That's why when you go to the ocean and you can see it circling around you, but then you go a little bit right, like just like you barely turn right, and what you saw as a curve is now also straight across. And you're like, oh shit, that was weird.
That's what you claim, but
Brenda,
it's not.
My
hey,
God.
Farion,
Do
can I
it.
get
You can
one
do it.
thing out? I got one thing out, Farion. Brenda, you're denying him even when he's correct scientifically.
He's not correct scientifically.
Okay, Brenda, what we're saying is we have a lens in our eye, right?
Yes.
And
correct.
Okay, and that lens, if you want, creates a little bit of fisheye.
Let's say it does.
Okay, and what he's saying is if you look out at a pure horizon all the way, that little bit of fisheye goes away as soon as you turn your head. And he's right about that.
That's false. That's false. Right?
Oh my
So
God.
your eyes don't create reality.
What? Oh my God. All right.
Your eyes don't determine what's real.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right.
So even if it's true that you have even if it's true that there's a slight barreling or pincushioning effect because of our lenses in our eyes,
I'm glad you said that.
that's not reality. The
I'm glad
reality
you said that,
is different.
Brenda. I'm glad you said that, because I'll tell you what. Next time when you see a video of people landing on Mars and flying and driving and rovers, don't believe your eyes. It's not reality.
I wouldn't.
Okay?
Right. The fact that I can see it doesn't make it real. That's not what
Okay, so
makes it real.
Brenda, so starting from back from square one now, what is your best water ball evidence? Since you're blind, you're like Bird Box.
The ships disappear over the horizon.
You can't see that though. You can't believe your eyes, you lunatic.
Brenda, you just said you can't believe your eyes.
I didn't say that.
You're Bird Box.
I said that your eyes don't determine.
You did say that. You did say that, lady.
I didn't say
that like
I didn't
a
say.
minute ago. Oh my
Right.
God.
I said your eyes don't determine reality. We
No,
use
you
our
said
eyes to see with.
Oh my God. That's
and we
why
can
I
make
laughed.
inferences. We make an inference. We make
I
an
bet you can.
inference from the evidence. The evidence.
I bet you
The
can make some
evidence.
inferences with your eyes clenched shut.
Hey,
Let's
let
hear
me
about them.
ask you a question, Brenda. Have you ever witnessed a ship go over the horizon with your own eyes and watched it actually go bottom down first?
I don't see how that's relevant.
I don't think you have you?
I don't think I have. The largest body of water we
What
have
the
in
hell are you talking
Minnesota
about?
is Lake Superior
Minnesota.
and
Yeah,
possibly Lake
the lakes
Mille
are big
Lacs
there,
or
bro.
Lake of the Isles. But
Hey,
otherwise,
Brenda, here's something you can
just
do.
talking.
I'm just talking too. Just watch a boat disappear at dusk, okay? And then hang around the beach.
What I do it at dusk.
Well, I'm going to tell you why. Okay? You'll watch a boat sail away that disappears to your eye that you don't believe, but we're not going to talk about that right now. But what's interesting is you can watch a boat disappear in the distance, and dusk falls upon us. And then it turns night. And then you'll see a light out there in the distance. And guess what? It's that boat.
Yeah, why can I see the mast of that
Because
ship?
the Earth's flat, Brenda, and we're not on a ball.
Well, you didn't let me finish.
Boats
You
aren't
didn't let
going
me.
over a curve, Einstein.
You didn't let me finish my sentence.
I finished. That's fine. Go on now.
Yeah. So why can we see the mast of a ship before
Yeah,
we see
have you ever
the
taken a
hull?
drawing 101 course, Brenda?
Before we can
No,
see the
you
hull.
haven't.
Why
We've spoken about this before. Man, it's a perspective issue.
I'm actually an accomplished artist. So again,
Oh, probably an abstract artist or a propagandist of some sort, I'm sure.
no, I do anatomical drawing.
Yeah, but
I'm sure you do, Miss Gray.
I do. I can
I'm
show.
sure you do. I'm sure you're excellent with them. Yeah,
Et
but
torché.
how do you do such a thing if you don't believe your eyes? But
A la crayon.
you can see a boat disappear and then hang around, and the sky gets dark, and then you'll see the light
I'm
of
not
that boat
talking
appear.
about. I'm not talking about
That's
dark.
what I'm talking
During
about.
the middle of the day. During the middle of the day, why is it that I can see the mast before I can see the hull of
Yeah,
the ship?
it's just a perspective thing. You're doing
That's not what.
crochets
That's
of
not perspective.
anatomical drawings and not really focusing on
That's not how
perspective.
perspective works. That's not how perspective works.
Well, how would you know, Miss Anatomical Drawing?
Brenda,
That's
I
not
do
how
understand
perspective
your
works.
point, Brenda. I understand your point. But
No, you don't, Branch.
What I
No, you
disagree
don't.
with is that you can do it with your naked eye.
Repeat my points back to me, Branch.
You're basically talking about why the ship goes over the horizon. And I'm saying I understand what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is, are you sure you can see that with the naked eye?
Yeah.
You haven't.
Because the Greeks did 2,500 years ago.
Are you sure
That's
they
why.
didn't just throw a couple of lenses up? Are you
They
sure?
didn't have lenses. They didn't have lenses back then.
Okay.
They didn't have any. They just had their eyeballs.
All right, and they were like, "Fuck, it looks like it goes that way." I don't know. Okay, maybe the Greeks did.
They saw.
Maybe the Greeks had better eyesight back then, but I personally think that it's very hard to distinguish that. The skies were clearer back then, but like the fact of the matter is, if you do it today and you say it went over, like with your naked eye, and then you get a fucking telescope, you can see that ship again. So it obviously didn't go over the
No,
horizon.
you can't. You can't see the ship again.
What, you haven't seen the sent them boat zoom outs left server meme, Brenda?
When you see just the mast of the ship,
Well,
no telescope,
that's akin to my
you-
example of seeing the light after the boat had disappeared over the horizon. Get out more. Yeah, I know. Get out more. You started this by saying you've never seen these things with your own eyes.
It's not relevant whether I've seen it or not. I could be blind from
I
birth and I
disagree.
could still figure this out.
Well, why are you pontificating?
I could be blind from birth, couldn't I? It would still. It was. I could be blind from birth, and it would still be true.
But could you be a brain in a vat, and all this stimuli is just a simulation? Could you be that?
say
Like
they actually
Neo in
say
the Matrix before he became Neo.
they
So
actually
there's
say
no telescope that
women.
will allow you to see the hull of a ship when all you can see is its mast.
But here's the thing, Brenda.
Is that true, Branch? Is that true, Branch?
Brenda, I'm
So
okay.
she's talking about atmospheric conditions now,
Brenda, exactly.
No, I'm not. I'm not talking about
not
atmospheric
about
conditions.
curvature, not about Earth
I'm
curvature.
talking about curvature.
Fact of the matter
No,
is,
she's
No,
talking
you're talking
about
about conditions.
obstruction due to waves,
when we
What
No, I'm talking
conditions,
about
not
obstruction due to
conditions, and
curvature.
conditions.
things you've
Brenda,
never seen.
all I'm trying to
Well,
say is
so
Doesn't
let me.
matter.
So
I'm
let me.
blind from birth.
Sure does.
I'm blind from birth. It's still true.
How about we pretend you're mute from birth?
Okay,
blind.
Brenda.
I'm
Brenda.
sure you're frustrated.
Brenda, you said you're an artist, right? You draw?
Yes.
Okay. And I used to take art class too, and I actually was good at it too once upon a time. But you know that when you draw, let's say, like a city block, okay, and you're doing it from the perspective of the ground, of the street, and then you draw your focal point, right? And you do your horizon, right? That way, the tops of the buildings, the stop sign, the person, everything is going to be angled to that position, right? To give a 3D model or a 3D optic, right? 3D view,
I
right?
understand what you're saying. I understand you.
Okay. Okay. So we know that if we drew a really long road, that because if we take that line, that horizontal line that's created from the original building that's closest to the front of the page, by perspective, we know that the angle from that focal point of the last building, we know that that building is going to be really, 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 really small, right? In comparison to the first building
Absolutely.
that's closest, right? You agree, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So what that tells us is that the more distant something is away from us, as long as you have elevation to
The
it,
smaller it
you
gets. It gets
wait, no,
smaller as it
hold
gets
on. Yeah,
further
yeah,
away,
yes,
right?
yes, 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 yes. But that's not that true. Yes, but what I'm trying to say is, but the elevation of that object also determines the angle of the way you're going to see it as it's
Right.
coming up from out of the vanishing point, right?
Yes.
So when
I
you say
understand.
so when you say, hey, how come I can see the mast but not the bottom of the boat? Well, that's because technically the mast is a higher elevation. So in
No.
comparison to
No.
because of perspective, you're not going to see the bottom of the
the
boat.
mast is the same distance away from me as the bottom of the hull of the boat is.
No. You're not getting it though. But to the focal
It's the
point
same
though,
distance away.
but no, because to the focal point, that's so squished. The bottom of the boat has a lot more information, so it's squished. And then the top of the boat,
The
it's gonna.
top is
You're still
squished
gonna be
too.
able to see it. You're still gonna be able to see it.
I can
But yes,
see. I can see the
but
rigging. I can see the
oh
rigging
my
on the
god,
mast.
Yeah,
How come I
that's
oh my
can see
god,
fine.
the rigging on the mast?
I
That's
tried to
fine, Brenda.
give
Yeah.
some
How
Brenda.
come I can
okay
see?
Brenda.
How come
Brenda.
I can
That's
see part of it, but not
that's
all of
fine.
it?
because
It's certainly not tilting away from you. But since you've
How
never
can?
seen these things with your own eyes, and you're just sort of reifying the myth with your fanciful recollections of the
Not what
stories you've been told
reification
about
means.
boats going over curves, it doesn't really matter, does it, Brenda?
The question is, why can we see
You were
part of it?
following along with vanishing points,
Yes,
and
yes, I am.
vanishing points have nothing to do with curvature of Earth, do they, Brenda?
That's the point I've been waiting to make,
Well,
which
you
is
said it.
that we
You
can
said it,
see
Brenda.
part.
You
We can
just
see
flat
part
smacked
of it.
yourself. So all your
We can
boats
see
going
part
over
of it, but
curves
not
weren't
all of
curve
it.
chance were in vain. What do you
So
think? We're
how
some
come we
sort of
can?
poetry troupe, Brenda, where we speak over each other?
How come you can see
What are we,
part of it,
slam
but
poets?
how come you can see part of it, but not all of it?
Well, how come you don't remember your understandings of
I
vanishing
just want an
points? You're
answer
an
to my
artist.
question. Why
We
can I
are a
see
poetry
parts?
troupe, aren't we? Yeah. Well, remember your artistic trainings of the old days and vanishing points, and stop
Yeah,
insisting that vanishing
I don't see
points
what.
realize
is
in
that
reality
not what
are
we
going
see.
boats go reserve.
Yeah, the problem is that's not what
Bravo!
we see in
You are
reality.
just a poet, and you just don't know it, do?
We see part of the building,
Who's we?
but not all
Are
of
you
it.
French now?
But
You have
not
a
all
mouse
of
in
it.
your pocket,
How come?
dude. Yeah, stop
Yeah,
the
how come
cap.
we
Would you
see part of
posit
it,
something like
but
a
not
really big
all
cue
of it?
ball? Would you posit maybe the reason would be a really big cue ball and there's a hump that's
There's no
obstructing
humps on a
what's
cue
behind
ball.
it?
Cue ball doesn't
Oh,
have any
okay.
humps.
Okay.
Cue
Oh,
ball is
good
Oh,
smooth,
point.
sure
Good
it
right?
point.
does. It's
Good
If
one
it
point.
big
has
hump.
humps, it's a bad cue ball, right?
That would be a side goggling cue ball. Yeah,
A
it's
cue ball
one
that
big
has
hump.
humps is you throw it away because it's
Yeah,
not a
but
good
let's say
cue
it's
ball.
really big and like it is like kind of misshapen and it's perpetually knocking in all of
So
the other balls.
I just want to know why
Let's
I
just
can
say,
see
let's imagine
part
that.
part
Can
of
we
the
imagine
ship,
that?
but not all of the ship. I just want to know why I can see part of it,
Why are
but
you
not all
trusting
of
your
it.
eyes, Brenda? Why are you trusting your eyes and
No,
making
I'm
up
not.
stories to
I'm
go
not
along
trusting
with
my
what you don't
eyes.
trust of your eyes? It makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm not trusting my eyes.
You
I
trust
just
that you
want to
don't
know.
trust your eyes. Interesting.
No, I just want to know why it is I can see part of it, but not all of it.
Well, you
I
want it
already
all, but
told
you
you
can't
Well,
have
why,
that's
it.
a
but
good
you
What
question.
is it?
Wow. Really
Because
good
if it
question.
was just getting smaller, I could see all of it, right?
Oh,
Really?
Brenda,
Why?
oh
Yeah.
my God. I told you
If
why.
it's
That's not
just
true.
getting smaller, I can see all of it.
If it's
But I
just
can't see
okay.
all of it.
Well, if
I
it's
can
it,
only see
so
part of it.
so you had an example in a vacuum of nothing, and it
Vacuum?
ended up being nothing. Yeah,
What
and
are
it
you
was a
talking
figurative
about?
way, figurative speaking, a vacuum of nothing, right? So that was your argument. It was
No, I
vacuous
didn't mention
of
vacuum at all. You
no
just did.
material, no matter.
I haven't mentioned vacuums at all. That
Yeah, you're
I just want
confusing
to know.
context.
I just want to know why can I see the mast of the ship, but I can't see the hull of the ship. That's all.
Wow, that's a good question.
Yeah.
What have you come up with?
I think the Earth is curved.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's why I can't see
The
the
Earth is
hull, but I
curved.
can
I guess
still
so.
see.
I guess Earth
Yeah.
curves up and down from horizontal. Okay.
What
I
if
don't
it
think
was
it
a
curves
wave,
There's
out.
Brenda?
mountains. You know
I don't think
Brenda,
it
mountains
see, you've
exist,
never
curves.
right?
seen this.
Does Brenda know mountains exist?
She
Not
doesn't
on the
trust her
water.
eyes, even if she had
Not
seen
on
a
the water.
mountain.
Yeah, lakes exist.
Sure. I just want an answer to my question. I think that you just can't give one for some reason.
I gave you an answer, but you didn't accept it because it doesn't go with what you
What was
want
your
to
answer?
believe.
What was your
I
answer?
already told you.
It
The
was because of
image,
angles?
the image that's closest to that vanishing point is going to disappear faster than the top of it because it's not.
They're all
You
the
can still
same
see it.
distance away though. They're not disappearing
I
fast. They're
know.
not further
I
away.
get that. I get that. I get that. But
Right? The
still,
mast of the ship is the same distance away from me as the hull of the
no.
ship is.
Okay, but we learned
Yeah,
this in
they
art
literally
class.
are. They really are.
You learn. Okay, Brenda, you learned this in art class. You know that the bottom of an image at a distance, it gets shrunk into the vanishing point. So if
Yes.
it has a 50-foot antenna on top of it, then that's going to be the last thing you see because
No.
it's still
No. No.
because
Yeah,
No,
that
Brenda.
because
What
it
about
gets smaller.
Brenda?
No, it doesn't. It's not gonna. That isn't
Brenda.
how
you must have
perspective
failed.
works.
You must
Well,
have
what
failed your
about the
class.
railroad tracks, Brenda?
Perspective
Brenda,
doesn't just pick part
what
of
about
it.
the railroad tracks?
What about them?
Well, have you seen them? I'm not encouraging to
I have
walk on,
seen
but
railroad tracks.
yeah,
Yes,
Art 101. Yeah,
I
you
have
see
seen
what
them.
happens. They converge in the distance, correct?
But they don't actually, do they?
What do you mean? Yeah, correct. There you go, Brenda. Get
They
it
don't
out.
actually converge, though, do they?
Now apply that to your mast.
I don't understand.
I know.
Right, so
I know.
I know you don't.
So it doesn't explain why I
know.
can't see the hull of the ship.
Brenda, do something like just use that experiment.
It doesn't explain why I can't see the hull.
I know.
But I can still see the mast. And they're the same distance away from me.
It's like you
The
don't
hull
want to
isn't going.
listen. You keep telling yourself, but you don't want to listen to the
I am listening
reality.
to you.
Okay. Once again, if there's an object that's higher, it's going to go down and down and down and down. The only time listen, the only time that object is fully now disappeared into the vanishing point is when you've eaten up the elevation of it. Okay, so if you have a
Yeah,
20-story
that's not how
okay,
perspective works.
no, it is though. This is what's wrong.
No,
with
it
you.
isn't. No, it isn't.
Look at okay, Brenda.
The entire object that you see shrinks.
Listen, Brenda. Listen, if you have a 20-story building and a 10-story building at the same distance away from you, which one will disappear first in the vanishing point? The 10-story one, right?
You will be unable to resolve with your eyes the 10-story building before you're unable to resolve the 20-story building.
Because the elevation of that other building allows you to still see it, because technically in the vanishing point and the way perspective works over a flat land, the elevation of the object is why you keep seeing only the top of it. And once you can no longer resolve the top, that's when it vanishes. That's the vanishing
But
point.
if I can, so
You don't
if I
want to
can
accept
see
reality.
the 20-story building, if I can see the 20-story building, and the 10-story building is right next to it, then I can see both of them.
Until you get further away, and then you will still be able to see the 20-foot. But not. Oh my God!
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is. Oh my God!
No, it isn't.
Just because you say "nuh-uh." Okay. Well, let's say this for the
10-story building right next to the 20-story building will not disappear. Right? It will not disappear before the 20-story building.
That's what I'm saying. And the reason
it will still be there.
The reason
it will still be there.
Okay. It's not going to disappear after. Hold on, now you got me fucking confused on my own. You're so retarded. Okay, look at a 10-story building right next to a 20-story building. Okay,
right.
When you go away from it now, okay, the way perspective works, the way optics works, right? You learn this in school when you're drawing in art class. The taller items, right, are going to disappear last because they still have an elevation to it. Yes, Brenda.
I can see the bottom of the 20.
Oh my God,
I can see the bottom of the 20-story building.
You know it destroys your position.
No, I can see the bottom of the 20-story building, and I can see its top. Right?
And, okay, and then, but if you get far enough away, hold on. But if you get far enough away, you won't be able to see the bottom of it because the bottom of it is getting smushed into that disappearing vanishing point.
That's not how perspective works.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
It literally isn't. Right? Because I can still see. Because I can still see the top of it. Why can I see the top of it, but I can't see the bottom?
Okay. Here, I'm going to post this video for you right here. Okay,
I can see the street. I can see the street.
You are so ridiculous.
And the road next to the 20-story building.
Yeah,
and I can see its top.
And we learn in art class, you learn that because of perspective, that the surface is going to actually make everything disappear, and that's why you draw the vanishing line.
That's not how perspective works. In perspective, entire building shrinks. The entire building shrinks.
Okay.
And as long as I can see it, I'm going to see the whole building.
Oh my God, you're so lost. It's weird. You need to go take an art class and let our teacher tell you again. I guess what happened.
What is preventing me from seeing the hull of the ship when I can still see the mast?
I've said it 10 times already. You're not accepting the answer because it destroys your curve.
Because it's wrong.
Because it's wrong. It's
Okay,
not how perspective works.
look
Brenda,
at the video.
just
Look at the video.
stop for a second.
Perspective doesn't selectively pick parts of the image to get smaller. The whole thing
Look
gets
at the
smaller all at
video.
once.
Look at the video. Go ahead.
Why do we see perspective? I mean, what geometrically is happening?
The angular size is reducing.
That's the point, right? So the angle to both the top and the bottom are reducing exactly at the same rate. So it shrinks the entire thing. It doesn't. The angle to the top and the angle to the bottom are reducing exactly the same as your distance
Right,
increases.
exactly. So if I can see the top, then I can still see the bottom.
No, that's false because the surface of what you're looking at, the surface is going to block out the bottom of what you're looking.
No, it's not.
And then so what? Yes, it does. So then
It doesn't.
So then
How?
So then the top. Okay, look at the video I posted, and you can see how. You can see why you can't see the top of the building when you're looking at the side of a building straight up vertically. This is a perfect example. Okay, this is a perfect example of how the surface of which you're looking over is going to block out things beyond a certain point. Because what happens is your eyes. Just watch the video and then tell me after you watched it.
Because
just watch the video and then tell me you watched it.
How does it get in the way?
The surface gets in the way because because your eyes literally. Let me answer you. Your eyes literally brings up the surface up to your eyes, and
No,
when
that's
it
not what
brings,
happens.
oh my God, Jesus Christ!
I'm
Watch
above the
video,
surface. I'm not on the ground.
I know you're above the surface. I know you're above the surface, but we're talking about something that's miles and miles and miles away from you. And when it starts to, or even just a couple miles, depending on the conditions of the sky. But watch the video and then come back.
It doesn't matter how far away it is. It will never become between me and a distant object.
Yeah.
The ground.
Watch the video.
The ground
literally
will never. The ground will never
what
come
you just said.
on
That's
a
crazy,
flat
Brenda.
on a flat surface. On a flat
Literally
surface.
what you just. Okay. Just watch the video and it'll debunk you. Everything you just said
Brenda's,
right now. On a flat surface.
Brenda's
On a
never
flat
made these
surface,
observations on her
will
own.
never.
But hey,
He's making
Brenda.
vacuous claims.
Yeah, it's just bullshit. I mean,
Brenda, watch the video, and then
Hey,
see
Brenda.
if you still say that statement.
Just work this out. On a flat surface, the
just
ground
watch the
will
video.
never come between me
Let her chant.
and a distant object. That will never happen.
Okay, so with that being said, watch the video. And does that happen?
Can you explain to me how the ground can come
No,
between
Brenda, you've
my
never.
eye and
Listen,
a building
Brenda,
above?
you've told us that you've not been out to even see any of these things, so it doesn't matter.
So
Yeah, but can you just? I'm blind. I'm blind from birth. I use Braille
Yeah, so
to
stop telling
navigate
us what
the
we
phone
wouldn't
that I'm on.
see.
Exactly.
Right?
If you're
It's
blind
still
from birth,
true.
then don't tell us how eyes work. If you're
It's
blind
still
from birth,
true, though.
okay, that's like me. Okay, that's like me. Like, let's say I've never fixed anything in plumbing, but I'm trying to tell a retired veteran plumber did it for 40 years. I'm trying to tell them how plumbing works. Right now, you're saying you're blind, but you're trying to tell us how eyes and vision and optics work.
It's obviously
crazy.
rhetorical because I'm not blind. But the point is,
No.
it doesn't matter what I can see or can't see.
No, but it is like that because you are
No, it
making
isn't.
claims. Okay, you're making claims and saying that's not the way it works. Nuh-uh.
That's
Yet,
right.
I posted
right.
a video that. Okay, you know what? I just realized I'm the fool now because I got in the arena with the fool. Now you beat me by experience. I'll shut up. Goodbye.
Okay, no, my point is a logical point. It's not a one that you can.
No, precisely. You have an illogical point because you don't have a point.
The ground
you're
can never
saying-
come. Just a minute. Let me finish the sentence. The ground can never come between your eye and a distant object that's above the ground. It can never happen. That's a logical point. It doesn't matter if I've been blind from birth. It's still true that the ground can never come between your eye and a distant object. Right? And that's why, and the reason why I can't see the hull is because the ground isn't flat.
Well, yes, there's mountains.
Yeah, that's not what I
There's
said. That's
changes in elevation, right? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The Earth curves up and down from horizontal.
You sound like Bev try
Horizontal
thinking.
is
Are
parallel
you
to
a
the plane of the
Bevite?
horizon.
Are you suddenly a Bevite now? Are you
Oh,
suddenly a
wow.
Bevite?
Another term. First, you invented the term flat earther. So now Merriam-Webster is a flat earther because she believes
Do
that
you know
horizontal
who
is
Bev?
parallel to the plane of the horizon. Like,
Do you know who Bev try
so
thinking
now
is?
everybody is a Bevite as well because you
Well,
believe
well,
in
you are.
Merriam-Webster's
Well,
dictionary.
you are because you appealed to mountains.
No,
So
you are.
that's what
You
Paul Bevan.
appealed to a curve, and it's
That's what
like,
Paul.
okay, yes, you
That's
said
what
the
Paul
Earth
Bevan.
can
Paul
never get
Bevan
in
try
between you
thinking.
and something else, and it's like, hello, have you ever stood on the other side of a hill before? We could measure that.
Yes, but there's no hills
Yeah,
on the
we
ocean.
could. Well,
There's
there's
no
such
hills.
thing as waves, but okay, I'll
But
just take it
I'm
as a
above
flat
the
day.
wave.
I'll just take
You
it
know.
that you mean on a flat day out on the ocean.
You know. I'm
We would
above.
call that a
We're
flat
above.
day.
We're above
Hmm.
the wave. So we're higher than the waves are.
Yeah, and you
So
could turn around.
they can't.
You could turn
They
around
can't
and see a
obstruct.
horizon, flat in front of you for 360 degrees, and
Yep.
you just drew a planar circle.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
like a
exist on
hula
a
hoop.
globe. Yeah,
It's like a
yeah.
hula hoop,
There's no
and
globe. Yeah, there's
I'm
no
above
globe.
it. I'm slightly above it,
Only flat,
but it looks
which is horizontal,
almost perfectly horizontal, but it
right? Parallel
actually
to the plane of
isn't
the horizon.
because it's a hula hoop.
Wait, you think a hula hoop is a sphere all of a sudden? Just
Hula hoop.
don't analogize. Just give me real world demonstrations of this
Your
hump. This hump
horizon.
that's not a
Your
hump. It's a
horizon is
drop
basically
hump.
a great big hula hoop all around you.
Yeah, and you think boats and buildings fall off the edge of it?
No, they
You're
don't
like some
fall
kind of
off.
flat earther.
They don't fall off.
Well, what are you talking about? Where'd the bottom of the boat go if it didn't fall off the edge of your view?
It's
Because there's all these
obstructed.
humps on the globs,
It's
or not?
obstructed because of the curvature of the Earth. The Earth gets in the way.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's true.
So Merriam-Webster is not true. You, Brenda, you are true. Okay, I'll take that
I
down
don't know
into
what
my consideration.
Merriam-Webster said. I don't know what Merriam-Webster said. You probably just cherry-picked a quotation.
Well, you said she was a flat earther, yeah.
Huh?
You said she was a flat earther.
Who?
Whoever Merriam-Webster is. You know, the whole organization.
Must have missed.
I give
There
it a
was a
female
period of
entity.
over talking, and you probably misheard me, or I
Hey
misheard you.
Brenda. Hey Brenda.
Oh gosh.
So when you learned about vanishing points in art class, they were actually teaching you about Earth curve. Is that what you're saying?
No, they were talking about perspective.
Yeah,
Perspective and
that's what
curvature
we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, Einstein.
Yes, we're
Perspective.
talking about parallel lines converging orthogonally.
They are two different phenomena.
What's different?
No shit.
One is the way
in your
you
head.
do, and then one is your side view Muppet vision that doesn't include perspective.
Perspective is a phenomenon.
Or atmospheric condiens.
Right. Perspective
So that's why
is a
your
phenomenon.
claims are vacuous, because you just you pretend like, oh, on a flat Earth model there is no air in between.
Yeah, they're different.
Right? There is no phenomenon that we experience on Earth. You automatically push it out the window when you're using that model to actually demonstrate everything that you want to about your hills that are actually drops that are measured from horizontal, right? Your levels your levels that at one point are slopes, in the middle it's level, and then on the other end it's the opposite slope, but it's actually a horizontal line.
I don't know what you're talking about now. You must be
Incoherent.
referencing something
Yes,
that I'm
this
not.
is your model.
No, it doesn't sound like it to me.
Oh, okay, interesting.
You must be referencing something I'm not familiar with.
Well, you seem like a globite.
I am a globite.
Okay, well there you go.
I'm a true earther.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, true Earth. If you put your finger on the scale and it's unjust.
Is anybody here going to, there's an offer that was made. Is anybody here going to go to Antarctica? because there was an offer made to send an additional flat earther to.
I've seen The Thing. Have you ever seen the movie The Thing? Great movie. I'm not. No. The answer is no.
You're
Have
not
you ever
going to
seen
go?
The Thing? Not going.
It's an. I would love to go. It's an opportunity of a
Brenda,
lifetime.
you know what movie I'm talking about? Where they're all like getting taken over. It's like a body snatcher thing. Where
John
they
Carpenter. It takes place in the Arctic.
so good.
It's not going there.
Dude, there's
And at
no
the end
aliens
of
in
it,
the Arctic.
like,
There's no
man, it's such a
aliens in
good
the
movie.
Arctic. You don't have to worry. Although, if you do find a dog coming from just out of nowhere, you probably should stay away from it. But yeah,
Yeah, that's hilarious. I would want to go see the penguins, honestly.
the dog was the thing all along. You know that, right?
Well, yeah, but that's besides the point. You don't know who the first infected was, and you don't know who was infected or at the
That's
end.
true. That's true. We don't know. But
You know, that's the real thing. You really do
there's
know.
no things.
You know
There's
who
no.
won. You know who
There's
won
no
that battle.
There's no shape-shifting aliens in the Antarctica.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
I feel reasonably confident in saying that.
Would you go? So, are you going?
If art imitates life,
I don't have the
maybe
money to
there is.
go. I can't go.
Yeah, and I would rather go to like Cancun. You know what I mean?
If I won the
The
lottery
tropics.
tomorrow, I would. If it's 100 million, I would go. If it was 100 million, I would go. I would go for a
24 hours Sunday, and then he goes, no. Oh, okay, see ya. So what's the big deal about?
I'm just wondering if anybody's going to take up the offer to fund an additional flat earther to go to Antarctica.
You know who else thought their final destination was Antarctica?
The final destination. I liked the first one, but I didn't really watch the other final destinations. The first one was pretty cool, though. You know, barbed wire. Stay away from barbed wire. Stay away from barbed wire and large plates of glass that are held up by a crane. You should stay away from those.
Yeah, the barbed wire scene was pretty good. It was like a cartoon.
That was fucking hilarious. That was just awesome. Holy shit. That was fun. So nobody's going to go to Antarctica because there's a free ride being offered to flirts. Somebody could go because Jaron and Whitsett are cowards and they're not going. They're big babies. They're crying. Wah, 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 wah.
Well, Brenda, we're just like you. We know we just can't trust our eyes. So what does it matter?
Yeah, I don't believe things are free in life.
Yeah, you can't believe anything you see, anyways.
Well, I think, I don't know, they're going to cover a full ride? Because with the final experiment,
nothing's free, Brenda.
You're not covered for the plane trip down to South America. But
Yeah,
I think for the second offer, you are
Brenda,
covered.
stop saying
there you
that.
go. It's already costing
stop
money.
saying that. It sounds too much like the final solution for my liking. Stop it.
Well, it is the final solution. I mean,
How
Flat Earth is already dead.
How dare you?
But the corpse will be twitching. The corpse will be twitching.
Hey, yeah, get a life.
Oh, it's just colorful language.
The final solution. She wants to adopt
you
that.
enjoy it. I can hear you giggling.
Insane.
You like it.
You sound insane. The final solution.
Yeah,
That's what it
it's supposed to be
is.
fabricated story, just like the one this final experiment. The same story that was told about the other one.
But you can watch it with your own eyes.
Fabrication.
You can
Just
see
like what happened, yesterday, 22 years ago.
How can you fabricate it with your own eyes? You're going to see it. You're going to see the 24-hour sun. And you're going to go, oh my God, I was wrong the whole time. I made a terrible mistake. It's okay
Wrong about
mistakes.
what? Wrong about what?
The Earth being flat. The Earth being flat.
Huh? Well, how? Wait. Okay, this is interesting. So how are you going to be looking at an elevation angle to the to the sun and moon for 24 hours.
Because that's what happens on a globe.
Prove that it's not an angular measurement.
Oh, we're not taking measurements. We're just observing. We're just observing that it's going to be
elevation angle from horizontal, right?
So I don't know if anybody's taking measurements. We're just going to observe a 24-hour sun.
Well, you could just hold your hand out and take the measurement. We'll take them. We'll take them for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's fine. But when it's a 24-hour sun, then the flat Earth.
And then you can imagine that you're at the bottom of a spinning ball. It's lunacy, Brenda. You understand that, right? You have to leap into your wild imagination. Remember how you're telling you clench your eyes and make these wild assumptions.
All of this
will be staring at the sun.
It's just going to be history, because I think that's
so. This didn't exist before. Like they're not going. It would be cool if they like made a new camp. They were like, we're going in. We're not going to go to the same old place where we haven't accomplished what we want to accomplish. We're going to actually go do something new, and we're going to go deeper. You know, even if it's by a couple miles, like at least do something. But it's just a booze cruise, and you're saying it's a final solution? Come on, it's not even close.
I was just being colorful in my language.
Well, I'm being colorful, and I'm saying
that's the wrong kind of colorful.
It's a final solution. It's going to end.
Do you understand what that means?
All globe versus flat Earth argument from now on.
Well, the final experiment is
You're
what they're
telling a
calling
lie
it.
to yourself.
We just have to point out
a narrative.
24-hour sun.
You have a narrative, and you want to silence people.
No, we have an observation.
Yeah, you want to cost people money, and you know you're going to sell this big. How do you do?
It wouldn't cost you a dime.
Yes, what it's going to cost. Nothing comes for free, Brenda.
Right. Well, unless somebody gives you something for free.
Really?
Which is what they're going to do.
Well, let's hope that's the case.
Yeah,
but you
so
already
no
said
more. We don't have to hear pictures from space anymore.
There are free lunches. If somebody gives you a free lunch, you got a free lunch. There are free lunches. You get one when
There's no such thing as a free lunch. No such thing, Brenda. You should know best of anyone.
Well, definitely, if somebody gives me a free lunch, then I've got a free lunch.
It's not free.
Except it is. Didn't cost me anything.
That's what she said.
Okay, it didn't cost you anything, but you just don't give a shit. Like it definitely cost somebody something. You just don't give a shit.
Yeah, if I was
Here you are. You ate that free lunch. Now you're talking about Antarctic cruises.
You ate my lunch,
free to me,
dude. I'm hungry.
Yeah. I will drink Will Duffy's
milkshake. This is the problem. This is why we're here.
I will drink your milkshake. I will drink your milkshake.
Seepage.
No,
right? So I'm
Brenda
going to
my Lewis. You are
Will
not.
Duffy,
you ruined it. You completely ruined it.
If Will Duffy offered it, I would take it, and I'd say,
yeah,
thanks.
it's like you're trying to take the black swan right now. It just doesn't work. Like it's just not hitting.
Oh, I refuted the black swan several months ago.
No, I know. I remember the comedy where you're like, "This is my argument now," and it's like incoherent gibberish.
No, I proved logically. I proved logically.
It was word salad. I had to put the meme up with Dave with the word salad with his ranch because that was his best argument.
The fallacy of equivocation.
No, it was a meme. It was a social.
I made a meme out of it.
Social. It was a reading of the social stigmata.
I don't know what that has to do with anything. And it was hardly original with me. Other people came up with it long before me. I simply repeated it to Jared.
Yeah, that was what was crazy because it was like more of like a telephone sort of situation. You know that old game. So it was like you weren't really conveying it really good.
Well, I think I was.
And it was somebody else's argument. You just conceded. You just did a bad job.
Quantum Eraser's Black Swan argument equivocates between geometric and apparent horizons, and therefore is
really?
logical inflation. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so did you ever make a claim that there is a geometry that is obscuring something that's between you and something else?
Well, that's what I've been
Did you
doing
ever
for
make
like the
that
last
claim?
hour.
So you did. You did make that claim. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's the answer.
No,
You
it
made the
isn't.
claim of geometry. Your geometry is refuted. Very
How?
simply.
How
Yeah,
is
so
it refuted?
literally anything, any other condition could cause the bottom to be obstructed. None of
No,
which have to be the imaginary glob hump drop.
no,
That isn't a
perspective
hump
doesn't cause things
because
to
there's no
selectively
humps on
disappear.
a ball.
Perspective doesn't cause things to partly
Mm-hmm.
disappear. It
Yeah.
causes them to entirely
Okay.
disappear.
Yes, your
All at
statement
once.
is vacuous. It has no meaning
Okay.
whatsoever.
It does.
All right.
It's literally, and it's a pun because it's
Matthew
considering
Learns,
there is
one of
no
my
other
favorite
material
mathematicians.
in existence. So it's denying conditions. Like you're experiencing
Matthew.
conditions. So many
Matthew,
other
what's
conditions can be the cause, and there is no certainty of a cause of a geometry,
Matthew?
right?
Hey,
So if you're
Matthew.
done,
I want to talk to
and
Matthew.
Matthew, you white knighted, and see she's just spurging.
I said
So
one. I said one
good job.
sentence.
Because I
Yeah,
like
and
Matthew.
now
I like
and see
Matthew.
you
I
know what
want to
you're
talk to
doing.
him.
Is this a discussion, or am I? If I say one sentence,
I
am
want to
I
ask
labeled
you
a white?
something, Matthew.
Okay, go ahead.
What
No,
is
Brenda is spurging as usual.
because I'm excited because Matthew's a smart dude. He's a
Oh,
mathematician, and I
I
am
don't remember
not.
that. But thanks.
You're a mathematician.
Yes, Matthew's great.
Justify
You can
mathematics.
calm down now.
What is the foundation of mathematics? Is it set theory? Because some people tell me it's not.
Hey, Matthew, tell her what
I
capping means.
would say
Tell her to
that
stop the
set
cap.
theory can be used as the basis of mathematics. I don't know
Yeah,
if it's only
that's right. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? What are we doing with mathematics, Matt? Because is it just some kind of delusion that these humans on this little planet are engaged in, or are we actually doing something? If we encountered aliens, would the mathematics be the same?
It would be the same, and they would probably also be making jets and iPhones and smartphones with the math.
But can you be sure? Can we be sure?
Yes. Prime numbers are prime numbers, no matter if you're an alien or a human or what language you speak.
But you said we didn't really have a foundation for math, so maybe they have something completely different.
I mean, you could probably come up with some different axioms than we have, but there seem to be some simple ones that make sense.
Seem to be. That's you're going to hang all of human intellectual activity on seems to be?
Yes. It seems to be the case that 3 plus 7 is the same as 7 plus 3. That's an example axiom in arithmetic. That a plus b is equal to b plus a.
Commutative property, right?
Right, and nobody tries to prove it. It's just one of those things that we say, you know what, it's such a basic thing and it seems to be so obvious that we're okay just saying that it's true without any proof.
Okay. I'm done quizzing you.
Thanks. Did I pass?
It wasn't about passing.
No.
It was about me, being appreciative of somebody who is smarter than me and getting to ask them dumb questions that dumb little me has.
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I don't think I'm necessarily smarter than you.
I'm from Minnesota. This is what we do in Minnesota here, Matthew. We engage in self-deprecation.
Yep.
Self-deprecation.
What's number?
Right?
Can I ask Matthew a question?
Oh no, it's Peter. Oh no, Peter.
The whole crew is here.
Number
Must be
theory
going
are
well,
theories about
globe
whole numbers.
enthusiasts.
Hey, Matthew. I read recently. Well, I forget where I read it, but it may have been Feynman's book that if we took all of mathematics and we deleted most of it, but just left a few axioms, we could reconstruct the rest from those axioms. And then if we deleted the other part of mathematics and left some other axioms, we could still reconstruct the rest from those. Do you agree with that?
I guess it depends on which ones you choose, but generally it's thought that, mathematicians try to use as few axioms as possible, but it does seem like there's different sets that would lead to similar types of mathematics. So I don't know if you put everything all in one set and everything else all in another set, if you can delete all these axioms and come up with something else. But the general principle is true that you can start from several different places and end up in the same spot.
Right. That's why probably if we ever met aliens, they would have a mathematics that looks very different than ours, but if we manage to communicate, we would find out that it discovers the same things like prime numbers.
Yes. In fact, I would say number theory, the theory of whole numbers, is some of the most basic mathematics, and so prime numbers are probably like the first thing that people would know. You can figure out what a prime number is without even having a way of writing down numbers, without even having names for all the numbers. If you just have a bunch of marbles, you notice that sometimes you can put, if you have a bunch of marbles, sometimes you can put them in a rectangle and sometimes you can't. If you can't, that's a prime number.
Oh, true, because you can't. It's not made up of two components.
Right. And interestingly, Euclid said, "Hey, I think there's an infinite number of primes," and he actually proved it about 2,300 years ago. And then we think he might have also noticed twin primes, like 17, 18, 19. 17 and 19 are twin primes because they're right next to each other, or right near each other. And everybody in the world thinks that there's an infinite number of twin primes, but it's never been proven, so we don't know for sure. And even though this puzzle has probably been thought about for 2,300 years, that's an example of a question that we don't know for sure the answer to.
Yeah. I have a trivia quiz for the room. I was listening to a lecture yesterday on infinities, physics, and it had a introduction about infinities in mathematics. So, what is there more of? Natural numbers or fractions?
Rational numbers, yeah. The question is,
No,
are there different sizes?
natural numbers, integers.
Right. Integers versus rational numbers, right?
No, versus fractions.
Fractions.
Yeah, that's right.
Like one in English, I struggle with this. 1/2, 3/4, 5/6.
This isn't a betting site, by the way.
What is
I
there
know the
more
answer,
of?
but I know the answer.
My
But I'm
answer
not
is
gonna say.
fractions.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I always thought rational numbers were numbers that could be expressed as a fraction, so maybe I'm missing that.
No, Peter.
I'm gonna,
Fractions and rational numbers are the same thing. He's just saying.
can I say, Matthew? Can I say?
Yeah. Okay.
What is?
It's
okay.
Cantor's. It's Cantor's diagonal proof.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. I measure my worth by whether or not I can.
So the answer. So what's the answer? What's the answer?
The latter is larger. It's a larger infinity. There's some infinities are bigger than others.
I think the answer is that there's exactly the same. Did I get it right, Matthew?
You did. The number of integers is equivalent to the number of fractions. His diagonal proof shows they're the same. Brenda's thinking of a different diagonal proof that was also kind of using diagonals for the irrational numbers versus the rational numbers.
That one is really trippy. That one. That's the one where you line them up and then you add 1 to every digit, right?
Right. That's right. That's one.
And you show that you kind of like one-upped everything. In a way.
Yeah, that's right.
I read somewhere that that guy Cantor, he went mad from thinking about infinities. That he had a nervous breakdown.
Well, he did,
I
but
don't think I've heard that.
he did have mental health issues, but I don't know if it was related to struggling with his infinite sets. I wouldn't know that. You know.
Well, what other result were you hoping for or imagining, Peter, if someone's trying to grasp infinity? Have you not?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I didn't even think about
Always
it.
has been, always will. I mean, those are things that are introduced in religions to the young, and they probably shouldn't be.
Yeah, I struggle to imagine a triangle properly. So.
Well, it's an absurd thing to try to grasp. Yeah, but
Law is the only.
I wouldn't say he's the only one. It's probably however many people there are on Earth who have ever considered it. Add them to the list of people who have gone mad. I mean, everyone's in stages of madness if they're trying to conceive of infinity.
The last trivia question: how many infinities are there?
More than one.
Infinity is infinity.
Huh?
Infinity is infinity. There's only one.
Yeah, but percentage.
No,
what
but
Peter is saying is, are there different sizes of infinity, and if so, how
right.
many?
What's the name
Infinity
of
doesn't have
that, Matthew, in English? Is it power of the
It's
set or
the different cardinalities of the set.
cardinality of a set? Yes.
That's just a fancy
So
way of saying size.
Yes. In Polish, we say
bigger and
power
smaller
of a set.
infinities is an oxymoron.
Not according to
Why?
Cantor, but like
contradiction.
How would you compare what two different sets if they're the same size or not?
Or
Say that
I
again?
wouldn't compare sizes of infinity because infinity is, it doesn't have a size.
But is there a way to compare sets to compare the sizes of sets or not?
Define. You hear me?
No, you're breaking up a
I
little
said
bit.
define set.
A set is a collection of objects, either real objects or sort of mentally constructed concepts or ideas.
Okay, so you have an infinite collection of objects, or of numbers.
Well, a simple example would be the set of all numbers between 1 and 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 objects in that. Right. An infinite example would be 1, 2, 3, 4, ... that goes on forever. That's an infinite set.
Yeah.
One way to compare the sizes of sets is to look at how many there are. So, for example, if I have 5 things in one set and 10 in another, 10 is bigger than 5. And so you can tell they're different sizes.
Sure,
but that
if you
doesn't
have
work.
an infinite in both.
Right. If you have an infinite set, then you can't use numbers. Instead, what you do is you line them up in a one-to-one correspondence. So, for example, if you look at your left hand and your right hand, you have 5 fingers on each hand. But even if you couldn't count to 5, you could tell that they're the same by like putting your fingers together, your left hand next to your right hand. And so if you can make a one-to-one correspondence, then you can tell they're the same size. And so that type of thing does work within. Yeah, you can. If you can make a one-to-one correspondence with infinite sets, then you can tell they're the same size.
But you can't do that because, like, for instance, with your hands, you see the whole hand, right? You see the fingers. You have a finite amount. Whether or not you count them, there's a finite amount. You can't do that with infinite. Just keep on, one to one. It'll never stop. It's like infinite regression.
But as long as you can make a correspondence between one set and the other set, then you can say that they have the same number of objects in them.
Exactly. And for infinite, they'll be the same. There's only one infinite.
we'll explain that in a second. Matthew, what I found helpful as a step before that is to explain how we determine using a similar process if a set is infinite or not.
Yeah, so as an example, if you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that set, and what if you take out all the odd numbers? Then you only have 2, 4, 6, 8. But it turns out that you still have the same size because you can line up each number with its double. 1 with 2, 2 with 4, 3 with 6, 4 with 8, and so on. So it turns out that both sets are the same size. I don't know if I can explain it verbally, though.
You just said you took out the odd numbers. Now you're lining up the even numbers with the odd numbers you took out?
No, now you're lining up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with just the even numbers, and it turns out they're still the same size.
But
Okay,
Matthew,
so
the one
you're comparing the odd and even separately. Okay.
No, comparing all the even numbers with all of the numbers. Seems like there might be half as many, but in reality, there is the same number.
Right, you skipped that step in your description, Matthew.
Go ahead.
Originally, I think. Well, no, what you just said, you didn't say it the first time.
Oh,
you made it sound like the set was finite. So basically, you take all the numbers from 1 to infinity, you remove all the...
You already can't
all
do
the
that.
odd. Yeah, you remove all the odd ones, and then you're still able to map what's left to the full original set. Right, Matthew?
No, but you already like messed up when you say you remove all of the odd ones of infinity. You can't remove all of infinity. You never get
Well,
to
just
the
imagine,
end
but you know what an even number is, right? You know what an even number is. So take all of the ones that are even, put them aside, and now take the original set that has all the numbers, and then you can still map them one to one. You'll never run out of numbers. That's the point.
I hear you, but I don't even understand how you guys are going to all. Sure, you can imagine that you have all of the even numbers.
We're imagining. We're imagining.
Okay, so this is all just speculation then.
Yes, speculation. The concept is that will you run out of numbers or not after having removed half of them? Right, Matthew?
That's right.
That's the thing, though. There's
so I can map 1 to 2. I can map 2 to 4. I can map 3 to 6, and so on.
Yeah, you can keep on going and going and going, counting, and as you keep on counting, it remains finite.
No, you're not counting.
Infinite means you can't count it anymore. Like you're not going to be able to count it all.
You see what I posted in the chat at 50 past the hour or 57 past the hour?
It's a mapping, right?
Yep.
You're mapping one set to the other, and you never run out of things to map to. That's how I translate this in my head.
Yo.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have no issue with you lining up numbers one to one. There's no issue there. The issue is you're saying you line up all the numbers when it's infinity. You'll never reach the end.
Yeah, you're not reaching an end. You're not doing them in order. You're describing a rule that covers everything. So it's not like you're doing it all. You're just describing a rule that applies to everything.
I know, but sure. If you want to say
you're not
you want
reaching
to
the end.
hypothesize that you know the amount of infinite, sure, but
Well, mathematicians usually use a symbol like aleph null to represent that, but it's not like
I mean,
we know it.
I agree with like the conclusion here, which is that infinite is the same as infinite. Like two sets of infinite are the same. Sure, they're infinite.
In this example, yes, but there are ways of constructing numbers in which you can't line them up, and so that's the genesis of the idea that there are some sizes of infinity that are larger than other sizes of infinity.
Yeah, and I think that's dumb.
It's based on the definition of the size being the idea that you can line them up one to one. If you can line them up one to one, they're the same size. If you can't, they're not.
Can you give me an example where you can't line it up one to one?
The rational numbers with the irrational numbers. And that's pretty complicated to describe, but at 50 past the hour, I posted a video that explains it pretty well.
Yeah, I haven't checked out the video at all. But it seems like when you compare rational numbers to irrational numbers, and if I remember correctly, irrational numbers are just like those that have like infinite decimals, right?
Yeah,
Like
that's right.
Yeah. It seems like you're comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Like,
why
I don't think
they're
it's fair
different
to
sizes.
apply infinite to irrational numbers.
So you're right. It doesn't seem like that should be true. And in fact, a lot of things about infinite sets don't seem right. But that's just because when we use the word seem, it's kind of like we're relying on our intuition. And so our intuitions can't really grasp the infinite very well. And that's why Cantor and some of these other people said, hey, let's just come up with some rules and use these rules to decide about sizes of really large things. So this is all sort of speculation, right? Because in real life, in the physical world, everything is finite. There's nothing actually infinite anyway, even in the most basic sense of infinity. But if you're except what?
Allah.
God's attributes are infinite. That's right. But I'm talking about in our physical created world that we can experience as humans. We don't ever experience actual infinity.
I think a more fair comparison would be to compare infinite with it's an inverse, but with infinitesimally small thing. So
Yeah,
as
I mean,
you
you can do that.
multiply a number in one set, you divide the number in the other set.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. There's infinite sets in both directions. You're right about that.
Yo, who's here? Have you guys ever heard about Space Eddie?
What up, Branch? How you?
What's up, bro?
How you?
I'll be chilling, man. What you been up to, man?
Alhamdulillah, man. Just living.
Yeah. Like I see you just jumping in here and there and shit, but like it's so funny, right? Like we don't give a fuck about this shit anymore, but we still fucking come here because it's for some weird reason interesting. You know what I'm saying, blood?
Like I don't even care much. Like the novelty's gone, and I'm like I've been in it long enough to like not be bothered. But
Yeah.
it has like a special place.
Right. Like I think we like the feeling. You know what I'm talking about? Like there's a feeling people have when they talk about flat earth, right? Where it's like
For me, it's like I know we'll never know. I know that for like definitively we'll never know. But I still like to call people out on being dumb, you know?
yeah, bro. So I'm the
Like when they
opposite
come
of
in with
that
like
shit, bro.
fallacious thinking and stuff like that, I call them out and I still care about the truth, even though we'll never know the true truth.
I mean, like I'm the opposite of that because like I believe we live on a fucking like a planet, man. Like
Yeah, but like, do you actually think it's spinning?
yeah, but bro, here's the thing, man. My shit comes from a regional aspect too. You know what I'm talking about? Like fucking Krishna talked about this shit. Like he was basically saying, you know what?
And
Yeah,
for me, I have a little bit of cog dis because I recognize there's some really good evidence for a globe, right? But
yeah, but
religiously,
saying
Islam's
that
like a flat
Krishna,
Earth kind of concept.
saying that Krishna talked about it, right? That's the most bullshit evidence ever, right?
Yeah, but faith goes a long way sometimes.
Right. Imagine if fucking Muhammad said Allah told him. Right?
Yeah, I told him.
Like, there's part of me, dude, I'm not even sure. Like, I think about this shit sometimes, yeah? Like, is Allah Vishnu? Or is Allah fucking Shiva? Or Brahma? I don't think he's Brahma. But,
Yo, there's only Allah.
I know, bro, but
And doesn't it depend on what kind of like Hindu you are? Like some of them believe like the top dog is Krishna. Then other ones believe it's like Brahma. Brahma gave rise to Krishna, Vishnu, and Shiva.
well, like I don't know, bro. Like we're not
They
allowed
like
to.
alternate the top spot depending on
Like
what sect.
Brahma is way the fuck up there, yeah, bro. But like,
Yeah, he's like the god, and then
yeah, but he
Shiva is the
fucked up.
destroyer.
He
Vishnu is
fucked up.
the
You know what happened, bro? He fucked up, and so we're not allowed to fucking praise him.
Really? What he?
Like, so like Brahma and Vishnu, who is Krishna, right?
Well, Brahma created Vishnu first, right?
Brahma came from Vishnu.
Okay, that's a different sect. The way I learned it when I took it in university was that Brahma was like the main god, and then he created Vishnu and Shiva the destroyer, and and whoever's the third one.
Yeah, dude, it's so weird, man. When you start talking about fucking multiverses and shit like that, bro. Like, okay, so like So basically, it wasn't kind of like that. Like, basically, what the reason why we don't fucking what we're talking about to start with, the reason why we don't fucking praise Brahma as Hindus is because, like, back in the day, like, fucking Vishnu and Brahma were fucking arguing who the fuck is higher. And then fucking Shiva came along and said, you know what? Fuck you guys. Figure out how high or low this pole of light is. And then, like, Vishnu said, don't know, can't figure it out. But Brahma said, I figured it out. And then Vishnu said, fuck you, you didn't. Cut off one of his heads and said, you will never be praised by humans ever again. And that's why we don't fucking praise Brahma.
Even though he is the creator of the.
Yeah. That's why, like, if you go to YouTube and shit, right, and you look at fucking bhajans, which is our choirs, or I don't know what the word is, but like our our Hindu songs, right? Like, you don't see a lot of them for Brahma. Like, no one actually praises Brahma. No one. Like, we praise Vishnu, we praise Shiva, but we don't really fuck with Brahma.
So, the three of them, who came first?
Well, like, so Brahma's supposed to have come from the navel of Vishnu, right? But it doesn't mean that he's weaker than Vishnu, right? And then Shiva is just there. And like many Hindus, like some of us believe like that Krishna is the highest one, and then some of us believe like Shiva is the highest one. This like it's just kind of how it is. Like, we're divided.
Yeah, the reason I thought Brahma was like the main one was because I know that like the three of them together are called like Brahman or something like that. Like Brahma with an
Right.
N.
It's not Trinity, bro,
You know?
but
So I figured
like,
that because it's the name is like, almost exact same as Brahma, I figured he was the main one. Plus he's a creator. You can't preserve or destroy anything that's not created. So I figured that he came first.
Yeah. I don't know, it's weird shit, bro. Like we kind of believe like fucking like. Okay, you know what? I'm so sorry. I had so many thoughts.
Bro, but don't you feel bad being a pet?
I just had so many thoughts go through my head. It's very hard to explain Hinduism, right?
I don't
Like
blame you,
we
man.
do
All the
believe in.
gods, tough to keep track.
But it's not even that, bro. Like I gotta talk about multiverses in order for you to fucking understand.
Multiverses don't exist.
All right, but like when we talk about Brahma versus Shiva and Vishnu, we're talking about multiverses. Like Brahma exists in every verse. There's a Brahma for every verse. Trust me,
You
man.
can't claim multiverses
The
because
Hindu
as soon as
religion
you
is
have...
weird as fuck. We believe in multiverses.
Hold on, let me say this, Branch. As soon as you find evidence of another universe, right? As soon as you find any sort of physical shred of evidence that is observed in our universe and it becomes part of our universe. Like, for instance, if you found a wormhole to another universe, then that like entrance to the wormhole, the wormhole itself, and then what's on the other side is all going to be part of our observable universe. So as soon as any evidence is found, it's going to it's amalgamating into one universe. So there's always
No, bro.
ever going to
There's
be
some
one
people.
universe.
There's some people that say, bro, that Allah is Shiva. There's some people that say Allah is Vishnu.
Man, don't be sick.
But like, I swear
Allah's
to God,
Shiva. You know, Shiva's the destroyer, right? So Allah's Shiva.
doesn't mean
If
he's a.
Shiva destroyed every other god, then
Okay,
Allah's
hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up, though. Like,
once
Shiva
Shiva
maybe.
destroys Vishnu and
But what
Krishna,
he's
who's Ram, by the way?
no, hold on.
Who's Ram?
Just by saying he's the destroyer doesn't mean that he's bad. Like, why this? What is this bullshit?
Wait, is Shiva male or female?
Shiva is the Shiva, right? Like, he's male, I think. I don't know. He could be female. I don't think it fucking
Then why
matters.
is his name He?
I don't think it fucking matters if he's
Shiva.
if he's fucking female or male.
I mean,
Like,
let's
if
be
you
real.
look at like if you look
Females
at,
do a better job at destroying things.
all right, I'm just saying though, dude. Like, honestly, like, there's a lot of people that actually think Shiva and Allah is what's up.
Rabbi Hadik branch. That's what we say in Arabic.
Right, because you guys believe in just one.
Absolutely.
Right.
There's only
And I
one
understand
God.
why.
It's absolutely retarded to think that three came simultaneously. How do three things, like, they created themselves simultaneously, or they always existed? And if they did always exist simultaneously, then you know, who's like, they didn't vie for power at all. You know,
they did.
Okay,
They
so
did.
how do you have? They're all perfectly as strong as each other.
I think that they were just kind of like, fuck it, let's just let this shit work. I
Like,
don't.
how
I
can
don't.
you, if you have three entities that always existed, right? And they all have equal knowledge and equal
No, don't
power.
get it twisted. Like, we're not saying that Brahma.
If they're equal in every hold up, they have to be equal in every.
Brahma came from the navel of Vishnu, right?
Okay, so
So he
Vishnu came
didn't
first.
always. So like Brahma came from Vishnu.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of how they say that Athena came from the forehead of Zeus.
Yeah, it's weird shit, man.
It
Like,
is.
I wonder, like
It's bad
when you
weird,
think
not
back about like these old fucking religions, like fucking even the Greek.
Hold on. So Vishnu is the first?
I don't know. It's either Vishnu or Shiva.
Who would win in a fight, Vishnu?
They have, but I don't know. It does, like, no one really wins, bro. They have fought in the past. Like,
Every Hindu loses.
Like, there's a lot of fucking.
When are you going to become Muslim? What's stopping you from being Muslim? I know you don't believe in this multiple God. No.
Bro, like, you don't even know. Like,
You're raised into it.
friends. I don't know why my best friends are always Muslim people.
Yeah, probably because you live in the UK, right? There's a lot of Muslims there.
Right, but like all my friends, like my best friends, were Muslims, right? But like we never talk religion. We don't give a fuck about that.
They're probably not good Muslims, though.
Nah, man. Like we
No,
talk a little
if they're good Muslims, they wouldn't be.
like one of my
Turkish
friends, right? He was telling me about how fucking like how they did a circumcision and shit. I was like, motherfucker, I can't believe they do that shit to you, bro. And he was like, yeah, man, they took me out and fucking did that shit. And then I had this little fucking thing on top of my dick, and like every time I pissed, it would just spray out like a sprinkler. Yeah, man. Nah, bro. Like my friends were.
You're not circumcised?
Me? I'm a Hindu, and secondly, I'm from England. Do you think I'm circumcised?
Why don't Hindus circumcise?
I don't know, man. We like your mom to get the full experience.
Yeah. I'm circumcised, alhamdulillah.
I mean, it's weird, dude. Like I kind
In
of
Islam, you have to be circumcised if you're, you know,
yeah.
um,
Like I've
a
had,
sane, healthy
bro, we're
male.
so much
That's
more like we're so sensitive. Have you ever had? Well, obviously you haven't, but like, there's this weird shit girls do, right? With um, like a uncircumcised boy, right? But like, they're just fucking with how sensitive you are, right? And I'm telling you, bro, it's so sensitive. Like, the problem is you don't realize that because you've lost it. But like, dude, it hurts. Get a little bit of teeth on that shit.
Does
It
it burn some?
fucking no, just a little tooth on it. Just fucking. It feels like um someone just like put a knife on it.
Okay, I don't
Trust
even
me,
know.
dude. Like it's so sensitive.
Teeth are bad enough as it is. Are you serious?
No, like I think you guys have like that's the problem is like people that have had that shit cut off from the point where they were children, they don't understand how sensitive it is. Seriously, bro, it it's it's the most sensitive part of my body. Like the only other part I can think about is the roof of my mouth. But
What the
bro,
heck? The roof of your
yeah, man. Like put your tongue up to the roof of your mouth and like just like roll it back and forth. Doesn't that that's probably the most sensitive part of your body.
yeah.
It feels like you're tickling your mouth, right? But like it's really sensitive. But like the same as our dicks, bro. Like our dicks are so fucking sensitive. Like I've had girls that be like, I know how to handle a circumcised dick, an uncircumcised dick. I'm like, go ahead, but if you try too hard, it will just make us lose our erection.
Yo, I'm gonna hop down to the channel that says voting is shirk. You know what shirk?
I mean, should I go there too?
Yeah, come through. You'll see if you
Voting
you
is
know,
shook.
shirk.
I don't know, man. Like we could just be talking here though.
No, well, okay, so shirk is associating partners to God, right? So it's like if there's more than one God, you're committing shirk. So if you come through, maybe you'll learn. Maybe you'll be guided to
Bro,
Islam.
bro. Like I'm not
What's up?
saying fuck Islam. I don't even feel like fuck
Bro,
Islam.
hey, actually in the UK, where'd you live?
In England, I was in London.
London, mate. South
Yeah.
London or North or what?
Southeast.
Dang. No
The
wonder you had so many
ghetto,
Muslim
bro. It
friends.
wasn't like super ghetto though. It wasn't like ghetto.
No, it wasn't like Southwest.
Like it was South London. It was kind of ghetto. It just like to me at least, it didn't feel ghetto as fuck. Cause I lived there.
But yeah, I'm going down, so I'll catch you later.
All right, where you going to?
Voting is
Voting.
Hey. Bro, you guys, have you seen the multi-Earth function? You guys are stupid. Flat Earth is idiotic. Dude, there's multiple, like, fucking planets other than us. You guys are so dumb. Come on. One of you are fucking intelligent, I hope. Or both muted, retarded people that I can fucking rape in the ass. I don't know. You guys are dumb. Or just muted. One of the two. All I know is anyone who defends this subject is retarded. I'm really glad to run into people like you. I run into idiots. Yeah, idiots. But I'm glad you're all idiots. And make everything matter to me if you're fucking stupid. Because that's what I trained in. That's what my college degree is dealing with retards. I'm glad I can help you guys. Anyone ready for help? Is anyone ready for the first step into moving into normal society? Does anyone want a DMV license? God, I can't believe I work for the fucking government.
trying to
yeah,
control them,
that's when it's synonymous, right? Because in
Rather
French,
than giving
gouverne is
fatherly advice. Is that controlling? No, it's fatherly advice. So if you look at it like that from a patron giving advice, which is to steer you, advice, your father's going to give you advice in order to steer you in a positive direction because they can see that, you might be wiling out and whatever else, and they can see that's going to land you in prison, right? So they want to steer you away from that.
But I wouldn't put it past that that's still in the genre of control. You know what I mean? It might have its own. It's not 100%.
I'll look into it. I'll dig into it.
Yeah. It's you know what I mean? It's all, I guess, like a matter of degree, right? There's other components to it.
I'll dig into it. But no, that's the thing. Like you can. So again, even though linguistically it's this, and we can prove this. We've gone into it. Trust me, I've got in big trouble for investigating this. But there is more of this esoteric angle to it as well, and then that could be something else. But that you will not find in dictionaries, definitions. That's another muscle. That's another level of understanding you can bring to bear on it. So yeah, if you're being like completely autistic, just what's in the record, what's the language, what's this? It's 100% that. But then yeah. Nuance.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, good point. Good point, mate. No, I like it.
Hey, new perspective, man. I was trying to fly my plane today, and it was like, I had to land on a spinning globe, and it was really, really hard, man. I was stressed out. I freaked out.
Hey, I'm in a store. Let me give me a minute.
Okay, but I was trying to land my plane on a spinning globe, and I took off at one speed and tried to tangentially land it perfectly on another speed, and I had to adjust this whole calculations and shit. It was very complicated.
Maybe you could play the song that I made in Suno to start us off here.
You got a song?
We got a song, yeah. Here,
We have a music. We're gonna do a musical break, or what are we gonna do?
I don't know. I was gonna say something about government.
Oh, let's go government, man.
What are you gonna say?
Kenny knows. I was going to say that the word doesn't necessarily mean that, but the interpretation could be, meant as that. It's hard to know if that was the intention.
Yeah, we got to that.
I thought about, Kenny knows what I came up with for gravity, which isn't necessarily what was intended, but it just fits so well. Grave deity.
The grave deity, bro.
Great or dead God. Or God is dead. You could interpret it that way, right?
Yeah, think about that, Logi, for a minute, bro. Gravity, the gravity.
Oh yeah, we know about spell casting and words of magic because you spell them and the manipulations, but that again is like this esoteric level where a lot of people. So here's the thing, right? To really bring that kind of thing to bear, you have to do a lot of homework. Now, when you're dealing with normies, obviously, because they have a touch of the tism because of all the themisorol, they're not going to understand any of that level things because the right brain is dead and atrophied, and their third eye is calcified. So that kind of whole thing is just not available to them, that tool set. They can only deal with what's on the words in front of them, the definitions of this, of this, of this. So Mick and I basically got to that point, like there could be something at that level, yeah, agreed. But again, that would be more that kind of muscle that you'd have to exercise, the third eye, the right brain, these imaginative leaps that you have to kind of take sometimes, because again, they are messing with us at all of these levels. But when you always take whatever they're saying and then break that down as much as you can, really. And it's more just how these things can get spread, even within our circles, because obviously certain people say something and we kind of trust those people, and when they get it wrong, then thousands of people that watch it are getting it wrong, and so I got tripped up with that one, which is why now I tend to double check and look into things a little bit, because again, there's never a one-to-one translation. Most languages are not as complex as English, and they're oversimplified. They have like 200 words or 500 words, whereas we've got 20,000. And yeah, most people speak basically pidgin English. About 200 words. But when you really get into it and you start looking at all these layers and levels to it, it's very, very complex. And so, just always look into things, go to the dictionaries, go to the roots, go to the etymologies, and see if there's any errors, and then let people know so that they don't then carry on that error. That's the point. We should all be honing ourselves, making ourselves a little bit more correct and accurate each day, a little bit more precise, so that we can pass on things, more cleanly, more clearly. Go ahead, Flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really big head start on us, and they've twisted a lot of words to mean multiple things, and we just have to kind of go through it and double check everything and make sure that we got it right. And I think that's what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Because there's so many that, like, when you hear the list of things that, like, it sucks if it was actually meant that way. Like morning, like the morning is actually the word morning, like to mourn, and like just a lot of things that we say all the time.
Like a mortgage,
saying.
Dude. The word mortgage. What does that mean? Mortgage. Oh my God. It means I'm going to the mortgage.
That one.
What the fuck, man?
What's like horizon?
I'll give you that one.
Does
I forgot what mortgage translates to. What is mortgage again?
Mortgage is death thing, isn't it?
Death's coming, bro.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Death blood.
Yeah, the first one's pretty straightforward. In French, literally the word death is mort, M-O-R-T. Gauge, I don't know that part, but or is
death
it like a
blood.
gauge, literally like you're measuring death?
Interesting. Yeah,
I don't know.
I think you're right about that one. Yeah.
The definition that I found, the etymology I found says death pledge.
Death pledge, bro. Yeah.
Really? Okay. Like I never looked into the GAGE part, but I guess that has its root somewhere.
Just type it as one word, like mortgage etymology. It'll show you death pledge. I can get a screenshot.
Horizon. Does horizon mean Horus has risen? So.
Oh, I love that. That's awesome.
That's
that sounded like some JC Dodo stuff there, Logres.
SETT to do with the Egyptian, set in Horus, sunset, because Horus dies every day, and then Set comes at night. So is that still applicable in the language? Now, it may not be in the definitions, but is it in the other place? It sure seems like it. It's been, passed down in some form. So that's an interesting one.
That's super interesting, bro. Are you kidding me? That's a brain twister there, bro.
Yeah, and you kind of you have to look at things at these different places where there's just not going to be definitions and etymologies because it's working on this other level, and the thing for me, and the reason they come up with these is to do with energy, and it's why they want us using certain words, which is why you have to not cede linguistic territory to these ideologues. It's very, very important. It's like with the Downers, right? You do not use their language, because then you're kind of in their minds, you've agreed to their framework, their narrative story framework and structures. So you always have to use your own verbiage, right? Do not use their whack verbiage. It's very important. That's how they
If I can add on to the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mick.
I was just going to add on to the mortgage one. I just thought of it. A mortgage in English, right? You use like the prefix mort, which in, I guess maybe it's a Latin derivative or whatnot, but like in French, mort is literally death, right? But in French, the word for a mortgage is like a hypothèque, hypotheque, right? And the prefix for that is hypo, which in other languages, hypo is synonymous with sort of with below or under, right? I don't know. It's kind of correlates with the death thing, right? When you die, you're dead, you're under. I don't know. It kind of hit me, but that's kind of weird.
Well, the word debt is synonymous with mortgage. That's all I'm going to say. And debt, that means you owe. And I don't know. I've had a mortgage for 30 years. I know how to. I owe every month.
Yeah,
pay, man.
Debt,
pay the man.
The word debt, DEBT, is one word or one letter off from the word debit.
Yes.
Right. We all think about debits and credits.
We've had debit cards, bro. I still have one today.
Yeah. There's a link between those two, and then credit has its roots in the word credos.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Which is faith, literally. Yeah, it's all a faith trust thing. Yeah, no, I don't know. I haven't looked into debit part, but debit and debt, those are linked. The etymology of debit, I don't know, but the credit one, you bet I looked into that, and it's all faith.
Mort is death.
What?
Yeah, mort.
Mort is death.
Yeah, mort.
Yeah, it's Latin. Death.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, you guys are awesome, French. Man. You guys are fucking awesome.
Yeah. In French, it's exactly that.
Gio realized something last night talking to the lion that are Discord. Ayahuasca, the spelling of ayahuasca, and Yeshua, the true name of Jesus, they say, it's like very similar in the spelling.
Interesting.
And people think they see Jesus when they're on DMT or ayahuasca.
Yeah, I mean, I've never done it, but people I've talked to, I'm like, yeah, man, what's it like? You know, like, yeah, you can like see.
And I think that's a frequency,
everything,
and energy you're connecting to, because we work as an antenna, according to Dr. Bruce Lipton, who was a professor of biology. He said that the first thing they used to teach is that DNA transmits and receives photons and phonons.
I believe him.
So if people are, if you look at NDEs and things where they've had complete brain death and come back, maybe they're just connecting to a frequency, so they're seeing the same entity, possibly. And that entity then is, added all this other storytelling to their superhero, basically. It's just the hero's journey, essentially.
Yeah, it's a hero's journey, man. 100%. Can we connect with the reality of Earth and whatever created this? Yes, no doubt we can. Can we do it through DMT or alcohol or just jogging and playing tennis, whatever, man? I think we connect to this place really easy in many different ways, and we can see the creation of where we live. It's pretty obvious. It's amazing too, man, by the way. And we're just trying to get through the manipulation of the people that want to manipulate everybody, and get to the truth. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to it, the truth. And we're getting so close so fast. I want you guys to know we're traveling at warp speed when it comes to the truth, and it's a little scary. It's a little scary out there right now. The truth chips are falling so fast, and it's funny to see the opposition adjust to our play at the poker hand. We're putting our cards on the table, and they're like scrambling for fucking, they're scrambling, and it's fun to watch it. That's all I'm saying, man. It's kind of fun to watch it.
Or they're just having fun watching us fall for the trap. Like they gave it to us on purpose, probably, And they're like, yes, the New World Order will be a flat Earth New World Order. And they're helping us get there. Most likely that's the case. Whether it was the plan all along or something they have to absorb to make it work for them. One of the, if they ever admit to it, we better start to worry. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dave, man. I mean, they can't come. They certainly couldn't come out and go, "Hey, man, we were just fooling you guys. Earth's flat, stationary. We got a dome over our heads." No, they can't do that.
But they might allude to it. It might have to be, if they actually have to admit it, then they'll do some kind of, like the final observation. The final observation. They go down there and they see the outer ponders on the ice wall, and it's just all about going down there to witness the outer ponders. That's the whole idea. It has nothing to do with 24-hour sun. What do you think of that? That would be interesting.
Hey, man, that's as good a speculation as 24-hour sun in the Antarctica is to say, man, there's people that live beyond the lands that we know of, and there's people outside of where we live, and we call those people the outer ponders.
Hey, you know how you guys are terrestrial? Well, we got a couple extras.
You got extra people that live on Earth? Are you kidding me? Come on. Really? I mean, how crazy is that to think of, man? There's extra people on Earth, extraterrestrials.
Extraterrestrials.
That's it, man. I learned that a long time ago. Shout out to.
But do you think?
You ever? Oh, go ahead, Sclissy.
Can I ask a question? Do you think the 24-hour sun, even if it is seen in the Antarctica, is that going to change anything?
No, nothing at all whatsoever.
Optical phenomenon.
Because I see the sun and the moon in the same sky in daylight. So what does that prove?
I saw that today, man. I was here in Southern California, man. Moon, sun, both above the horizon. What does it prove?
You don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to waste money to go to Antarctica when you can walk out of your front door and just say, "Look, there's the moon, there's the sun. It's in the same sky. It's not a reflection. You know, it's not a reflection." It's ridiculous to say it's a reflection.
Well, it's extremely hard to prove, 100%, without a doubt. I mean, I can prove right now that I can boil water with heat. Oh my God, no doubt.
Yes, but a reflection, it wouldn't.
Hey, you're breaking up a little bit. You're breaking up.
depict, surely. Oh, sorry.
Just said reflection.
You got a little robot. It sounds like you're driving in your car, actually. Right?
I'm wondering where the word reflection came up anyway. Like, but we can't hear what he's saying, so.
I'm on my way to Antarctica.
He's in Antarctica. He's on his way. He's going to tell us all about the 24 million hour sun.
24 million hours. Oh, God.
24 million hours. I mean, that's only like 1 light year, bro. 24 million hours, bro. I mean, come on. Everybody knows this. No, I don't know. How many millions of hours is 1 light year? Wait, it's only 1 year. Okay.
No, yeah, dude, a light year is actually a measure of distance.
6 trillion miles. Yeah. I got that.
Yeah. However many hours there are in a
year.
In a year there?
6 trillion miles, bro.
Yeah, it's the distance.
Yep.
So how far Buzz Aldrin can make it on 1 beer?
You can definitely do like 12 trillion miles on a beer. Come on.
I'm 4 months in on a journey to the Mars.
I do like to laugh at this stuff, so because it's so ridiculous, man. It's this outer space, trillions of miles, whatever. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's out of this world. Oh my God! They call it astronomical numbers, bro. That means it's like unattainable numbers in reality, but it's all in reality. Yeah, it's like that star you see here on the left and the right. They're like 400, years apart, dude. 400 years, but it's hitting your eye exactly right now on the same time. It's bendy space time that you see the stars. Oh, wait a minute. That's crazy, man. You are talking crazy shit. How did you come up with this? I don't know. Some like really smart people, came up with it. And those guys are way smarter than me. They're just way smarter. Way, way smarter than I am. And the light I see from Polaris versus, Alpha Centauri or whatever, the 400 years between them doesn't matter to my eyeball. They're all exactly the same, bro, to my eyeball. Oh, yep, the Milky Way, man, that's the same distance as Polaris in my observation. But no, you're all wrong. You guys are wrong, man. I mean, those lights that are hitting your retina are completely different time frames, man. Like hundreds or even thousands or even millions of years apart, man. I mean, everybody knows this, man, and they're millions of years apart. But it hits your retina perfect every time, every night, consistent, repeatable, observable, demonstrably objective reality is that I'm seeing a star in the sky. 100% guaranteed. I see something, a light up there. It's beautiful. It's great. It's amazing. But they're like, you have to believe that those lights that are hitting your eye at the same time are completely in different time frames. I mean, oh my God, you have to believe that, bro. And if you want to believe that, good luck, man, because there's no way you can prove it 100%. There's no fucking way. And I've watched at the most intelligent people in the world come in here and try to prove this over and over and over again. And they got fuck all, man. And it's sad. So keep it up. Keep on with the truth. And objective reality wins every time, man. Every time.
You know what?
I yield the floor. Go ahead.
no, lies become good when they believe their own lies. That's why it's so hard to convince these people. There was a guy the other day, he said, oh, look, if you're at point A and point B, what's in between us? I goes, the land what we're standing on. No, it's space, isn't it? Going, well, there is a space between us, yeah. And he said, how long does it take to get to you? I go, I don't know, a few seconds. Well, that's time, space time. I was going, you're mad. You're absolutely crazy. But like hardcore, no, this is it. This proves space time. Going, man, you're crazy. These people are crazy.
Yeah, classic reification, right? That's the problem.
What I'd like to
we
know.
can understand, we can understand the abstractions, right? These are forms of measurement in a way, right? Like a distance. A distance is an abstraction between point A and point B. There's no physicality there. You can't pick it up and bend it or whatnot. And then time is just, the passing of magnitudes, if you will. Things change, right? So we refer to this other thing that's spinning around, we call it a clock. And how many spins does it take before something else changes? Like these are abstractions. But they say they're real concrete things that can be manipulated.
But the time, that's like a invention given to us. That's not a natural occurrence, is it? Definitely not a
No.
natural.
The abstraction is something that we concoct, right? I mean, space is there and time passes. Like these things occur naturally, quote unquote, but they're not physical things that have dimension to it that can be altered by things that, that we do. Because they're abstraction.
Natural things usually have some kind of order, even if it is disorder, but it has order. And if you look at how they depict, we're on this globe, and you've got 29. I think it's like I can't remember the differences because I don't even want to begin to understand it. But the time zones with these longitudes, so you're thinking like you've got latitude lines and they're equal distance. Then you've got longitude, and it's just like an invention as well. You've got 34 time zones in the north and 29 in the south. That doesn't make sense. The months doesn't make sense. It's really just 30 days here, 31 days there, 29. That's not. It's another representation what we've been given. Yeah, this is how it is to make their thing work.
Do you remember that thing we figured out with how they always plug holes? They've got basically time of the gaps within evolution. Just add more time. The flat Earth's the globe model's got add more distance or some other nonsense. Quite interesting. They always have some nonsense. Where's everyone gone? They've abandoned us.
I'm still here.
Hey, there's one. How did your what was it? Oh yeah, you were learning about reflective surfaces and curvature surfaces. How did that go?
Yeah, looked into a little bit of the math of it. I didn't find any way to discount my assertion yet. I don't know. I think like there's something in holograms where it's like it does change its like the way it resolves is from what viewing angle, but it also carries like the entire picture in one part of it. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, I sort of expounded on that whole reflecting thing and arrived at the idea that the sun's probably like a portal into higher dimensional reality, and we're observing it with lower dimensional physics, so it resolves into a circle from any viewing angle.
Yeah. I was thinking I like the electrical hypothesis from Thunderbolts with the Gods. I thought they had a good take on it.
Well, one of the first places I looked to try to disprove what I was thinking about is with a total solar eclipse. And I thought there might be some part of the Earth where it's 12 o'clock for you during the eclipse, it might still be daylight somewhere. Apparently that's not true. You only get like a dim horizontal glow when you're as far enough from the eclipse that you can't see it, but the sun's energy is still there in the distance.
Right.
So like if there's a hole that's made in the dimensional structure and the moon is like constantly trying to go back into that space, like you know how you watch the NASA videos and they try to keep the ball floating?
Yeah.
Right, so that ball is like the moon, and when the total eclipse happens, that ball has gone all the way down, but the energy is just constant, so it just breathes out again. You know, the sun continues to breathe and it sends the moon away.
Yeah.
I like it as like a Chinese kind of conception of calling it like the sunflower that looks down from heaven.
Okay.
Because if you look at sunflowers, it might be a natural way of nature telling us like this is basically what the sun is. Like just think of this growing downwards from a higher place.
Yeah, the the nine realms from Midgar and things like that.
The Egyptians used flowers to depict maybe the sun or maybe the earth, one of the two. They believed creation was shaped like a flower, essentially.
Yeah, it's interesting what they were writing about back then. And they certainly knew some things, so it's not just ignorant people, around a campfire telling stories. There's probably a bit more to it.
Well, I don't know who it was that was bringing this up yesterday, but he was asserting that the reason that they derived heliocentrism to begin with was to have a contention with the common thread that they found in native cultures, which was geocentric. So their running assumption was that they couldn't have been right because they didn't have reading and writing and calculus and philosophy. So they just derived the antithesis of their cosmology and asserted it must be true through philosophy, right?
Exactly. They philosophized their way to it.
So how long did that shit show continue before they even had any kind of science at all to try to back up what they were saying? And by that point, people had they'd already lost their way. So yeah, you could easily mislead them further with just numbers on paper. Well, it's hubris. That's what it's always been.
Yeah, definitely.
You can almost see it being expressed in the genes with the way it turns into an ad hom in people's minds. It's like that's a genetic memory they have of the Romans coming out and saying, "Do you know we just worked out that the Earth's a ball? Why don't you lick my shoes, common dog from Assyria?"
Well, that's it. They like to do your thinking for you, and then they feed you these things. But yeah, I think people acquiesce their faculties, to these people because they've been given an idea that these people are super intelligent. They figured it all out. They're university professors, X, Y, Z, not realizing it's built on a load of stories. Even physics professors have come out and admitted that a lot of what they teach has no experimentation behind it. It's a lot of theories. So,
yeah, that's why.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm always drawing this distinction with people lately. When they ask me, like, are you a flat earther? I say, I'm a geoscientist of the ontological epistemology, because your view on science is that you don't need that. What else do we have to work off other than conjecture?
Yeah, it's interesting how these days it seems to be more the only arguments are semantical. They're not really evidentiary, and that really kind of tells you everything you need to know. Because obviously, if they had evidence, they would present it, but half the time they don't understand the evidence.
Well, I mean, we've just ignored them and powered on for about a decade or more and founded an entire school. It's just badly referenced and understood. But I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, we're not geologists. We're not studying the natures of rocks and minerals, but we are geoscientists. We study the natural world and natural phenomena, and we apply ontology to it. If we can observe it, it's qualifying. You know what I mean? If we can't observe it, then it's hard to quantify or qualify. And that's a really sound way of thinking, but using a two-word ad hom to attack people, like, they don't even get what we're doing.
Yeah, but again, that is down to them. This is what we spoke about. It's on them to go and do the homework and try to understand and be objective. And not take sides, not be biased, and look at what's around. And
Yeah, it's like saying you think that calculus is crazy because you've never done calculus. And then you meet somebody who's spent like 10 years studying calculus, and you're like, right, I bet I can beat you in a debate. Good luck.
yeah, it's interesting. I think the old gymnasiums need to come back where they would philosophically defend their position. It's what Nietzsche talked about. If you've got an idea and it can't handle a good shoving, then it's probably not a good idea. So,
Well, yeah. I was talking about that the other day about the golden age of philosophy, where people used to come up and challenge the philosopher. It was like the James Randi challenge of the past couple of centuries. Can I falsify your belief set or pose you an unanswerable question? You wouldn't win money, but you'd sure win notoriety. Worth way more than money. Any time before the 80s, at least. Today, people chase the wrong kind of fucking notoriety, even when it's there to be clouted upon, you know, like Andrew Tate. They just use it to destroy their own lives, cost of
well,
other people.
essentially, people have to find their own purpose, and that mechanism has been hijacked again. Like we talked about the archetype being hijacked, that has been hijacked because people, they tend not to do very well as just blobs. They need direction. They need some kind of purpose. So this is where you get the white knights. This is where you get all this, straight homos. This is where you get all these kinds of little cliques and little groups, is because they feel like they belong to something. They're now worthy. And they're frightened of losing that, which is why a lot of them probably know it's nonsense but stick with it, because they don't have anything else to fall back on. It's fascinating psychologically.
Yeah. No, that's exactly it. I mean, the world's always had people that... Sorry?
You got to stand up and be counted.
Yeah. I mean, there's always people who embed themselves in contemporary frameworks. And, like, they claim to have opinions on things they're talking about, but they're really just repeating other people's opinions. They're not providing any new information.
Yeah,
Like Andrew Tate is a master of seeming intelligent by repeating things that other people worked out.
Yeah,
claiming that he sat on his own when he was a teenager and worked out that banks were crooked. Like, fuck off, you did.
And
started saying this shit after his fighting career came to its natural conclusion.
Yeah, again, the agenda will always provide your heroes and villains, and people have to be aware of this, as in hero worship or demonization of certain people, because it falls into that narrative structure. And once you're able to be objective enough, you can stand outside of the narrative and you can see the structure and you can recognize, that was the same structure that lied to me over here, right? So once you can spot the structures, then you can see that's a nonsense, and then you can kind of find something worthy. And to me, building places like Logshire, working towards those things, working on the self so you can starve the agenda, those are things more worthwhile and important. When people don't understand, I'll do something, but if there's no result, I'll move on. It's that simple. And I came into different arenas, different groups, different peoples, and there was always a hard cap. There was always a limitation on what they were doing and how far they would go, even though it didn't work. They knew what they were doing didn't work, was completely superfluous. They carried on regardless. Now, when I presented ideas, they didn't even want to try the idea on top of the thing they were doing that didn't work. So, and again, these are not stupid people. They're not, they're good people, working class type people. But for some reason, it was just they were kind of stuck in a loop, and they just kept doing something, and it was fascinating to watch. And so eventually I just kept moving on through this group, through that place, because there was always that hard cap where they just wouldn't go into the next thing or try this or think about that. It was just completely impossible for them. And when you have enough of those, when you've gathered enough of those, you look at the narrative structure, and which they're being controlled, they're very similar. Which is why we put this together yesterday. Somebody in the chat, actually, I think it was Full, I'll blame him. But we were talking about how they plug holes with certain things. So the evolutionists have got time, like God of the gaps. They got, God of the time. They just add more time, and then suddenly rocks become intelligent. And then the globe model, just add light or bendy water, and just add to plaster the holes. And so again, you can see the same kind of plastering, so to speak, in different narratives. They've always fall back to something, and then they, like Matthew earlier, he wouldn't offer what type of refraction. We know what type it is, and it's like, well, why don't you just say it? You can't just claim refraction and it doesn't matter which type. It very much matters which type, because then
it comes down to using more lies to justify your first lie. So plugging the holes is about.
The thing that irritates me is, like, if you don't tell us which type, then we don't have a scale. We're not working with anything. You're just making statements. You're just claiming things. And
I was trying to convince a dude in the lobby today that time isn't real. It's not a force that we can manipulate or manage. We can't go to the past or the future. But it's required for Einsteinian universal theorem and things like time dilation for Matthew McConaughey in the next shitty movie. Where he's got to age 10 years on the surface, or he's got to age a day on the surface while the guy in the ship ages 10 fucking years. Like, it's all because time is not a force. Like,
timey-wimey. Yeah, it's a man-made concept, and it's using...
It's an increment set, that's all.
The sun and moon, and they reckon it was completely different in the past. They say it was 36 hours to the day, and I've heard all sorts of weird and wonderful things. But ultimately, there is nothing.
Well, the 13-month pattern actually works a lot better, and it eliminates the stupidity of the leap year Gregorian calendar.
Well, that's why they introduced the Roman calendar.
It's natural law. It's much closely more aligned to natural law. So, I mean, they want us detuned from nature so that we can simulate whatever they're telling us. Well, nature's got this very powerful subconscious assertion of reality.
To me,
contending with that.
All of that is about getting us out of kilter with natural law, which is why they mess with our circadian rhythms, force us to get up at certain times, force us to do things. Oh, look, there's a clock. Oh, it says this. You must do this. It's like, nah, piss off. I'm going to do it when I feel like it. I'm an adult, right? Now, that's the thing. But they lock you into this sort of modality where you're enslaved to this device. But also, to make another... Have you heard of the Nebra sky disk or the Nebra star disk?
Yeah, but which one? Like the concept of the body?
No, the object they found in Nebra, Germany.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were mispronouncing pronouncing Nibiru.
No, not Nibiru, the 12th planet. This is, it goes back to calendars, right? So this would have been sold on the black market and we'd have never known about it. But luckily, there was a sting and it got rescued. And these people, they'd found it, tried to sell it, got rescued. And
is this like Pictish diagrams?
I don't know if it's Pictish, but it's thousands of years old. It's got the boat on it, which you typically see in Egyptian, to do with Horus and Ra and things.
Yeah, I think I know the one you mean.
It's got
I studied it in high school.
It's got the sun, and it's got these little holes all the way around it, and it's more accurate of a calendar than the Romans had, and all these other people that most people think were advanced, right? So check it out. The Nebra, Nebra Sky or Star Disk. There's like a 2-hour lecture some guy's giving about the star disk. So if you type in star disk, he kind of
I want to brush up on the Sumerian disk. I don't know what it's called. The one. Yeah, that one. That's my next thing I want to look at in terms of ancient astrolabes, whatever.
Yeah, very, very interesting, and yeah, very, very tricky.
I think if we could properly crack the Antikythera mechanism, it might tell us a bit more about how the knowledge was like changing and evolving and passing down. Because it fits
Yeah.
in somewhere interesting that we can't really determine. It's probably between Egypt and like the end of ancient Greece, I guess.
What are those?
It's Greco Island, so.
What are those things where they're an impression and you roll them out to see what they are? They had thousands of them, and when they rolled them out and saw what they were, they'd make like a little scene, like a piece of scenery, and I think that was Sumer, and it showed the Pleiades, and it showed different things. They got thousands of those. It's the same as in Tibet. They've got these scrolls and nobody's translating them. I think there's maybe one or two people which are kind of, but they've got rooms and rooms of these scrolls of history and oral records which have been written down. And there's got to be some very interesting things in those. That's if it comes through cleanly, obviously, because if there's anything too interesting, it might get disappeared. You can't have people knowing things. You're not allowed to know things.
It's a cardinal sin against heliocentrism, is actually knowing.
Very much so. Yeah, it's that's why I started looking into a lot of that, because I thought, maybe it's been less fudged with. Maybe it'll be a little more truthful, a little more accurate, because obviously as it gets passed down, every person that reinterprets it with their ego bias and belief, they fudge it. Sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally, but you get further from the source, the more polluted it becomes. So, yeah.
Do you ever, this is just one of those weird things I do, but you hear like the change value, right, from the money transfer or the price of goods or whatever. And in my head, I associate a year value. Like if I just paid 11.64, I think about what people were doing in the year 11.64.
Yeah. I never pay 11.64 for anything, so. But yeah, there was I did see a lecture on that. Somebody was talking about. I think it was 11.65. Like something happened. I can't remember now. Some cataclysm or something.
1421 is a great read if you want years that changed the world. But this is China, so kind of more murky to see the connections. You have to learn a little bit of Chinese history as you read the book.
Okay. That's cool.
But they circumnavigated.
Ah.
So there's this map that was found by this guy. It's called the Piri Reyes. You've probably heard of it.
Yeah,
It's definitely that map has overpenetrated the cultural sphere. But it was found in China, I think, by maybe it's just a connection with that map. But anyway, period where they hadn't built the Forbidden City yet, right? And in the couple of years before building the Forbidden City, which was the result of like a coup and an overthrow and a changing of like dynasties. So the fleet that they'd sent out could never come back, basically. And when they did come back, everything that they discovered was secreted away. And like the knowledge of what they were doing and why they were doing it was kind of destroyed. And the Forbidden City was created to be the repository of all knowledge in China. They've got such a fucking weird history and culture, but this fleet went out, sailed around the Americas, down between South America, Antarctica, saw Australia, and came back up along the Indonesian peninsulas.
Yeah, it's meant to be thousands of years old, that Piri-Reis map, based on much older maps. And it's, it shows pretty much everywhere. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but it's got every continent on there as far as I can remember.
Well, there's definitely a drive for a long time in every part of the world to determine what the entire size and like to draw a map of the whole world, cartographize it. We think we've done it, but I think they're lying about several things with the way they present maps. I mean, beyond where they're obviously telling you, this very good world map we have and use is not to scale. It's like, oh, thanks.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual how they keep messing with them, making this that, making that there, keep you out off kilter. I think they know what it is or isn't. That's all done obviously on purpose. Very ancient maps. They've got evidence of the Egyptians and the Romans down in South America. So people were well aware. Obviously, the Phoenicians. So they're well aware of these different places. Whether they had a map of the whole place, I'm not sure, but they.
Well, there's a lot of cool stuff coming out of Göbekli Tepe right now.
Say again. There's what?
There's a lot of cool discoveries being made around Göbekli Tepe because they're excavating more of it.
They're destroying it as well for tourism. They've added a lot of things around it, which is they found over 50 other tepes as well. The person that owned the land did a geophys, so they've got a lot of different tepes. But the main one at Göbekli Tepe, they've got all this, put a roof over it and a walkway, and they're tearing it up and destroying it. I saw a whole episode of some YouTuber. And
it's funny, right? Because they'll go and do that in Göbekli, but in Bosnia they'll be like, oh, "There's nothing to see here. Government-controlled space now."
Just the hill. Don't worry about
it. No surveying and excavating, thanks.
Yeah, it's just a pyramid.
This is one of those bits of dirt that we have to preserve at the cost of putting people in jail. So sorry.
Hills are always pyramidal and four triangular sided. Nothing to see here.
Glastonbury tour just got rounded off by people sliding down the edges,
Yeah. Yeah, it is fascinating, and it's like we spoke about. Why are some things hyper focused on and everything else just completely ignored? It's like.
Oh, it's funny though because there's nowhere that all of this leads. Like everything we've talked about in the past 10 minutes or 10 years, we can connect it all and make a cohesive picture that's asserting several things about human history, our place in the cosmos, and all manner of other things. But there's no way to connect all of these threads into one useful, cohesive stuff and present it to people and say, vote for this, exploring this instead of the government. I wish we could do that. Like, where's the government's actually lying party? There's all these parties that say we can do it better. That's what they all call themselves, the we can do it better party. Where's the party saying, no, literally most of what they've been saying for most of the time you've let them say it is a bald-faced lie, and if you vote for me, we can spend 4 years trying to fucking prove that and work out what's actually going on. Why aren't we allowed to even do that? People would go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of. It's a litmus test in a sense. Who can keep going? Who can keep looking? Who can keep going? Who can keep, putting the pieces together? But there's
a lot of these in the world. It's like they're never said; they're always implied. But it's like getting a job. You know, if you just use the channels they provide you to get a job, your chances aren't going to be as good as somebody who sees it as, like you say, a litmus test. So they find any other way, even inventing one, by which they put themselves ahead of the other candidates. You know? They re-engage the business in another channel other than the resume.
Yeah. Yes. Very, very interesting. And I think the ability to sort of look and just see what's available to you and just try to understand it, cleanly and take it on board. And yeah, because some of these things that I don't know why people have a issue with just exploring the idea. They're immediately reticent, just immediately like, no, not even gonna bother. I think it comes down to just that hubris and arrogance, like, oh, we already know everything. Not that they've done anything, but other people smarter than me, All of science has figured it out, apparently. Who are we to go against all of science,
It's just the 100th monkey thing going on all the time.
Stupid. That is so... What, with the typewriters and that?
No. The 100th monkey was
Yeah.
how you can prove that groups will self-regulate.
Yeah. I thought you were on about the other thing. That 100 monkeys really falls into morphic resonance, doesn't it, I think?
Yeah, or entrainment, you can call it that.
Yeah, you got
like entrainment's something that narcissists use. Narcissistically entrain you to their behavior pattern.
Yeah,
Use
so
the environment to do it, so you never work out. It's them.
You put the food in. Every time they go for the food, you spray them. So then you take all those monkeys out. You leave one in there with new monkeys. As they go to get the food, here bash them, and they don't understand
and then
why.
you can
sprayed.
Yeah, then you can just turn off the water because the monkeys will do the work for you.
Yeah, Pavlovian type. Yeah. Just making sure I was with you.
Yeah, there's other ways of proving this, like with kind of less morally questionable experiments, like very simple things, like you have a person going for a basic doctor's appointment, nothing serious, just a checkup, but they don't know that everybody in the waiting room is a paid actor working for a university. So every couple of minutes, there's a red light that comes on, and when the red light comes on, everybody stands up. And after about the third iteration, 9 out of 10 people will start standing up. And at the end of it, they'll be told that it was just an exercise to see if you go with the group. Take a random pointless action based on a repeatable indicator.
That's right. Is that where they were standing up every time the bell went off or something? A buzzer? And
Yeah, something like that. I said a red light, but it was probably an audio thing.
Yeah, and then as people came through, they all started to do it, and nobody knew why, and nobody asked questions either.
Yeah, nobody asked why, because they're in a doctor's office. You're not allowed to talk to each other.
They just all stood up. I talk in the doctor's office.
So do I, but it's worse than a library for the people who look at you and go, "Shh, I'm trying to be sick over here."
Sick in the head.
Yeah, it's funny when you go back along the knowledge journey and see the, I guess it's starting to get popular with the Zeitgeist film. The idea that, all these messianic figures are just solar references.
Yeah.
So, with my current working assertion that the sun's a whole into higher dimensional reality, then yeah, I mean, that's heaven. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, they're always going to mislead people from whatever it may be, because obviously they don't want people to actually know, figure things out.
Well, it's like if somebody was to quiz me on why I believe this, right? And said that, okay, so am I meant to picture like a river of sunlight that's pouring in, or like an ocean that's draining out through a hole? And it's like, well, no, there might be literally no matter that's transferring from one side to the other, but it's just like, it's just a force like being generated, like the mouth of a river. You know what I mean? And like if it is matter falling into this reality, then it doesn't have to be coming in as sunlight. It could be coming in as anything and turning into sunlight. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of concepts out there, a lot of ideas.
Well, it's because like people might think, okay, so you think heaven is all sunlight. Like you go up there and you're surrounded by sunlight. Everything is sunlight. It's a universe of sunlight. Maybe not. Maybe we only see the sunlight the way we see it because we're in lower dimensional reality, and that's just air. When you go up there, you can see through it. It's clear, non-inclement. No, it's like osmosis, basically. So the water transfers across the semi-permeable membrane, and it carries all interesting things with it. And this is how our body both gains and loses energy. And like the energy that we want to lose it for us is like that energy, right? So the way the blood filters itself. So I mean, nature is probably doing this, and it's some kind of osmosis between this structural level and a structural level slightly higher. And functionally, it seems to act like the white blood component of the Earth. If we gave properties to the fluid dynamics of reality, it'd be like a circulatory system, and the solar energy functions like the plasma, containing as its individual unit the white blood cell.
Okay.
So serving the white, white light, all of this fucking spiritual confounding with the sun.
Yeah, I think they'll come out with something else to spin people off, to have them arguing with their dualist perspective. Let's see what the next gaslighting.
Here's another way that I can I'm a big fan of transposing biological mechanisms into natural mechanisms. But you know how your heart rate works, right? And because your heart never stops beating, because you die very quickly, what it does instead is it rests between beats, right? So this cyclical nature of a total eclipse might be that momentary moment that higher dimensional and lower dimensional reality need to restabilize for a minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it seems like a short moment for us because it's just the transition of the moon across the plane of the sun. But in terms of saying that like a whole day would be like one breath, then it would be, midway between one beat and the next beat, there's a total rest moment. But because it's a natural system, not an organic system, it's expressing this at a hyper extrusion of like 1,000 times slower rate.
Okay. Leonardo saw in nature and then used that to determine heart used vortices, and they didn't figure this out until they could put a camera in there and actually see it. So yeah, that was quite interesting. He saw it in water and in nature, you know, with wind. So I'm not sure how he then came up with there was one in the heart, but yeah, he did, supposedly.
Yeah, there's a video going around at the moment. This guy who I'm not sure if he's a scientist or an artist, but he's referencing the way that Da Vinci described the heart as a vortex, and he puts it together like a piece of pasta that you fold up into a heart. And it shows that like a vortex does construct it.
Yeah, that would be. That would be fascinating.
So it's like if we wanted to say that the sun was God's way to observe the world, it would be the same mechanic by which we observe the world. The light that goes in our eye is showing us the deviations of the path that it's bouncing off. So, yeah, all of the changes that occur in the world are being hit even if they're not visible to the sun. The radiation over penetrates solid objects and then bounces back and gives God like a laser reading of the differentials. Knows exactly what's going on. It all comes through one informational feed tube like a fiber optic cable. I made this assertion to a glober earlier. Like, can you picture the sun as the end of a giant fiber optic cable that snakes away into space? And he can see the way that the phenomena as we perceive it could imply that.
I just thought of something as well. You know, we were talking about the chariot that was pulled, and it pulled the sun. So,
yeah.
In their understanding, the sun was moving across the sky.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Most cultures seem to assign some being governance over the sun's motion.
Yeah, that's quite fascinating.
But it's like, if you can imagine trying to get anything through the other way through a water jet, you know, like a water jet that's cutting through structural steel. Think of the kind of force and magnitudes you'd need to force anything of any size the opposite direction of that flow. And then if you scale that problem up by upwards of 1 million, you're talking about going the other way through the sun, if it's what I'm asserting it is. Probably functionally impossible, unless you were God, or some kind of divinely imbued being that doesn't have physical characteristics. But it's just like hubris of Satanism, to put a broad label on it, of countering the flow of information and knowledge and purpose is coming directionally down inexorably, right, from heaven. And it's like saying, okay, well, if I build the biggest needle, I can shove it through the sun and stab God in the eye out of pure spite. You know? Good luck. You can believe that you can do that. And you can devote your entire life to saying that, like, well, I might not be able to do that physically, but I'll live with my middle finger ideologically sticking through that glowy hole and, you know, pointing it straight in the big cheese's face, you know? Like, you can believe that you live like that, but it's basing reality by inverting it, which is what the trick of Satanism is. It's the shaking fist to God instead of the open hand accepting his gift.
Yeah, it's more that internal struggle, enlightenment versus, you know, whatever the opposite is, and keeping people in their little oubliette, so to speak. And so, yeah, it's that internal struggle, that internal name for things. Because again, like when
Isn't it funny how people come to believe they're trapped once they realize that like geocentrism might be going on? They're like, "Fuck, I'm trapped."
well, it's just your fleshy meat vehicle trap, not your electric cell. But also, it goes back to what we said earlier about the victor writing the history. We haven't heard Satan's side of the story. I'm just being goofy, but it's funny, right? You'd want to hear that. There's always two sides to a story. So.
Maybe, but I'm more of the bent that like higher dimensional forces, right? They don't fit to the conventions that we have to engage them with mentally. So if we wanted to talk about hearing both sides of the story, well, one of them is going to come through the language of tongues. It's literally every human tongue blended into one, coming out through like an emotive chant that'd be just like physically used to transpose something telepathic or empathic. Whereas the other thing is like infinite constructions of mental simulations that can serve anything other than the physical single truth.
Yeah. Got to hear all sides. Hey, Deacon.
I mean, it's funny because I think most people are of the inclination that they rescript things, relabel things slightly, distort them slightly, but they are things that are going on, like black holes. If we reverse everything that's going on with black holes and delete gravity from the picture entirely, I mean, what we have is a sun, but the potentiality of that to transpose evenly requires you to keep the black hole mechanically the same, just delete the gravity. Do you see what I mean? Because then you have a elliptical plane with a portal to another dimensional space. So they're telling you, explaining at length what the sun is, but then they're telling you the sun's a ball, so that all the rest of the picture hangs together. But it's very hard to lie without using truth.
Well, again, I think that's because we resonate and truth is a frequency. And if somebody 100% lies, we would pick up on it in some sense. I think that's maybe possibly what's going on, you know. So they always have to mix some truth with lies.
Well, it might be that on the soul level, the sun functions inversely to it does on the physical level. So it is actually a black hole. When you die, your soul can't escape getting sucked through it at the same force of energy that the photons are subject to, only inverted. Because you're now made of a similar energy called an electromagnetic cloud. So you polarize through it, right? Same way that you would be unable to escape time, light, gravity. Nothing escapes a black hole, yeah? Drain the color out of reality, which is coming from white light, and you remain conscious. You're in an astral body. So everything looks in the electromagnetic scale, and then you're going to polarize to the primary electromagnetic force, meaning that, yeah, functionally, we've arrived back at black hole.
It's quite interesting.
It's like all of the knowledge that's out there is a jigsaw that people have put together hurriedly out of frustration, and they've used a hammer to sandwich the fucking pieces together. If you pull them all apart once again and rearrange them, you'll find all the information is there, all the pieces are there. They just don't fit together. They've been forced together, and you can re-put them back together and see something much more cohesive and sensible.
Bye-bye.
What?
Like, reality is less irrational than people want to believe. It's just what they believe that rationality is actually fantasy. So the mundanity of reality seems like it's somehow a fanciful notion for it to be this mundane, you know? Kind of ironic. But it is, you know, like if you said what sounds more like, what's got more going on, like an infinite expanding universe or a flat geocentric dome, you know? Clearly one, but for what reason is one more magical and mystical than the other? Well, one gives you possibilities and the other one decries infinite possibilities whilst allowing you zero access to them. It's like explaining to this guy that you can't multiply infinitely where you're meant to be dividing by zero. But if you do that, you can talk forever about anything.
Yeah, that stops action as well, and that's another thing that they want. This is why they want people circle jerking and talking, so that you don't actually provide action.
Right.
But yeah, it pulls people into the mundane, so to speak.
Yeah, it's like convincing people to waste their potential. You know, like let's say everyone's born with a storehouse full of wood, and if you don't use that wood in the first 10 years of your life, it's going to rot, you know? And like they convince you to like swallow all of this horseshit until you're close to your middle age when you start being able to break it all down and re-put it back together and start to see what might be going on. It's about convincing you to fucking waste your potential, you know, just like leaving wood to rot. Because then what do you got to do? You got to buy your firewood from the government, you see. Crazy how much of a mind game the world is. And you can win it anytime you decide for yourself what the terms of victory are. You know? Yeah, it means you'll have to sacrifice probably literally every other thing that the world has to offer. But if you see through the inherent valuelessness of the world's experiences, that you can have them like subjectively, you can have them objectively, you can have them repeatably, but all of these things are functionally indistinguishable to the senses themselves and to the memory. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like watching your favorite movie 100 times might be as fun as going to a theme park 100 times. It depends, but both things are as valueless through the context of me remembering something I enjoyed more, you know? And all of this is just what I want out of the world, but if I've been convinced to want all of these fucking things that I have to sacrifice a lot of really important things to get, you know? I argue with their value to begin with. Like money has no value. Material shit has no value. It's all just hypothetical. You know, like people say like, oh, you know, because I'm a millionaire, I can do things like jump out of a plane anywhere on Earth. And it's like, yeah, because I'm not completely mentally fucked, I can go to sleep and I can dream about having superpowers. And it'll feel the exact same. I'll be able to reference it as a memory the exact same way.
And I guarantee you I enjoyed my experience more than you because I destroyed the US military as a Super Saiyan. You went and, like, you know, experienced wind resistance. Whoa, you went on a roller coaster. You know, like, who cares? I mean, I'd love to get a wingsuit myself. I'd love to get a wingsuit and zip around in the skies. But, you know, it's like none of these lofty goals that are set for society, like being rich and having access and all this other shit, they're not worth the trade-off that you have to put in to get them. I mean, it's like we're supposed to realize that there is a purpose, and we're supposed to find that. And it's like trying to convince a tree to bear fruit. And if by the end of your life the tree hasn't borne fruit, it's not really fair to say that you failed. It's more like the cultivation experiment continues, and it's down to the next generation of people to try to get that fucking tree called humanity to bear some useful fruit we can plant and regrow. You know, but all of our ideas are ideas of death, and you can't grow from death.
Yeah, to me, that's what most people are experiencing is a mind death.
Yeah. And it's just like the sum totality of zero, you know. We're supposed to create some kind of sum totality, but we don't. We come into conflict on, like, just the nation state is about as big as we get when we're talking sum totality games. There's bigger levels than nations, obviously, but none of them are doing what I'm saying, so it doesn't really matter. Nations pretend they are, at least. The point of the human project, you know, it's like we need to assert one. Otherwise, we're just going to accept what we're being handed, which is be a battery. You know, it is the Matrix, and they are the machines. We call them the elite and the 1%, but man, they're the agents, you know. They've turned us into batteries for their fancy lifestyle.
Well, originally it was going to be networked together, but they didn't think the audience could understand it, so they changed it into batteries.
Right.
But yeah, the whether it's, you know, like we've talked about before, you know, loose energy or sweat equity, we're certainly serving them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you break it down. Physical things have metaphysical implications, but they don't need to.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I just... I just like more people to figure it out so they can starve the agenda. We will win.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see anyone who's seen through not just one layer, but, I mean, all the layers that people like you and I are aware of. It would be really interesting to see them get a platform and penetrate the actual media sphere.
There's a much larger game at play that we're not aware of.
I mean, there is a way that we could take over the thought sphere, right? It wouldn't change the nature of the mainstream curriculum, but it would force a conflict with it. They might still win that conflict because I'm sure this conflict has existed at times before. But the problem becomes convincing the majority. It doesn't matter what the truth is, it becomes what the majority has been convinced of. So we can win that game, but the utility of winning that game, I'm not sure exists. It's a problem
But
with
can
it.
we win that game throughout time immemorial? That's the point.
Well, like I say, it becomes winning the game means that, okay, we've pulled the mask off, but what do we do next? You know, they've probably accounted for some part of this, but they're erring against the conflict coming out because they never believe they're going to be defeated in the thing which institutes the conflict, right? The taking of the mask. But there are ways that can be done. It's just where are we going to go from there?
Well, you got to.
I mean, there's a few other things I'm contending with in like my life, right? And some of the ways that I'm developing novel ideas to broaden the scope and efficacy is on one level micronations, and on another level small nations that have a high level of cohesion to be like a road test or a small scale proof, right? So without diverting the actual context here, I'm sure I've mentioned a few times that I'm vegan, right? So I'm talking about a vegan micronation or getting some like Iceland to go 12 months with pure vegan industry instead of any funding of animal agriculture. But the concept can translate to other areas, like saying we can found a township and call it Flatsville, you know what I mean? And incentivize people around the world who are sick of dealing with heliocentrism to be able to live in a place where it's been deleted, you know, and like we just prove that nothing that it's providing that's preventing us from thriving as a community. And then it can be logically expounded to say, okay, would any country in the world, even like a really small one, see if the nature of the place changes much by deleting heliocentrism for a year, just as a fucking trial, you know?
Yeah, this could be good. There's also the fact that you'll feel a lot more relaxed and not as stressed because you'll be able to talk to people that in group, you know, in group preferences. That
Right,
always
so
goes down well.
there's a place in West Virginia that was bought up by some rich dude. I don't know who the fuck it would have been. Could have been Joaquin Phoenix. I don't know. But he called it Vegan West Virginia, and yeah, it's an entire like county that this guy bought and encouraged and incentivized vegans to move there and live in a fully vegan community. So it's easier to do than one might think at the outset. But it's got to be like that. Like I said, there's a number of things I'm doing in my life, and whilst a number of them can be categorized as abolition movements, abolition is one way that you can eventually resolve the primary issue, right? But there's also divestment, which is like, you know, if we contextualize it for something like the Civil War period, right? It's like I no longer, I know I don't want to just like fight and die to stop you from doing what you're doing. But after this war, if I live, like we're done. You know what I mean? Like there's not going to be any interaction between Kentucky and like New York for a very long fucking time until all the people whose embittered fucking rivalries are like as in the ground as they are. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's like divestment becomes important when you realize that these people are a net negative to all the people who see the world like you.
Yeah, you need to be a monster in order to be useful.
Yeah, but I mean, being a monster would require staying around these fucking people. I'm talking about divestment. It's like, look, we're going to go over and live in this place called Flatsville, Kentucky, which is just a township we bought in Kentucky, and we help people get visas and emigrate over here if they're verifiably, you know, geocentric for life. Yeah, and we don't want to deal with you people anymore. If you want to like indulge the idea for a while and you come to believe in it, then put in a visa application. But I'm telling you, we're going to have a database of the motherfuckers who made my life more difficult, you know, for the amount of time it took me to realize that divestment is probably key critical to this thing getting any bigger than it's going to be. It's going to limit its growth rate under this social media umbra that it has right now. So this is how we get out from under that umbra, you know. We can actually contend against the mainstream by asserting our own mainstream in our own system.
Wow, that's why we used to have nations, so we could express our genetics through our culture as we wished and as we saw fit. But not anymore.
Like, imagine, right? Super low crime rate. Why?
Because you know everybody. Once you get above about 1,000, I think, or maybe even 500, it will break down.
Well, say you don't have strong social bonds into relationships. I still think there'd be like a negligible or close to negligible crime rate in a place like that. So, I mean, for a similar reason, you'd have a very easy to accommodate economy because you're not going to waste money on things like NASA funding and fucking, I don't know, space program. Every description.
Well, that money gets diverted from NASA to where it's really going in the black budgets.
Yeah, or trading with the subsidiaries of these people that through their fucking snake economy fund everything back up the snake body.
Yeah, it's
Like, imagine if we bought like an island, right? And we put a fucking if we put a sign, like a giant billboard sign on a reef that was on the boat course that you had to use to get to the island. And as you're approaching the island, it says, if you can see the fucking island, it's not hidden behind the curve, and then it gives you the equation for the curvature. It's like, welcome to Flatsville.
I just want people to level up so that they don't come back and feed the agenda.
You know those billboards that used to say, if you lived here, you'd be home by now?
Yeah.
If the earth was a curve, you'd be dead by now. Like, it's a big billboard as you come in. Like. I mean, there's so many other fundamental things, right, that we're not exploring and don't even have. We haven't even began developing the right tools, right? But if all energy travels in straight lines and is subject to something like the law of inertia, which they're asserting through the vacuum, another area that they've done extensive research and then misrepresented it. So it triggers my senses of like, okay, here's something I have to understand and then break down the parts that they've jammed it into the puzzle. I'm like, no, these corners are actually meant to connect with this piece over here instead. Right, so inertia, right? The idea that things will move in one direction perpetually until acted upon by another force. Well, what if understanding this is how we properly harness interconnectedness and work out what that actually means? Like if you stand where you're standing right now, if you're standing like me, and you extend your arm and you spin around in a 360 without moving your arm, you've pointed at every human on Earth. Do you know what I mean? So imagine if we could send a directional pulse omnidirectionally and literally hit every person on Earth with it. I'm not saying this has to be some kind of over unity superpower of an organic thing, but it's like understanding what's going on with radio waves and the 5G networks and all the rest of that. It's just one thing that we've contextualized the wrong way. And if we recontextualize it, we might find that incredible things are possible if we could say, connect one end of a supergiant laser on one continent to another continent on the other side of the Earth. Like the information exchange would be profoundly quicker than an undersea fiber optic cable. Do you get what I mean? Things that are only possible on a flat Earth once we scale it up a little bit. There's no incentive to scale it up if we think that there's no point to doing it because it'll shoot in a straight line off the fucking ball instead, or straight into the ground. All right. It's like just I know it sounds kind of trite, right? But when we're growing up, we believe in a lot of trite things, and we say them in trite ways, but they're founded on apparently core epistemologies. Like if you shout at the ground, China might hear you if you're loud enough. You know what I mean? No, if I want to send a message to China, I'm going to point at where China is by moving my arm at one part of its 360 orientation. Eventually, it'll be pointing at China, and if I can send the message in that direction and convince it to not stop, it'll reach China quicker than I am shouting at the floor.
Yeah.
So when people ask me why for the past 20 years, it sounded like the most like, I don't know, man. It just makes me instantly want to condescend to people. Like, fucking why? Why did you believe Santa Claus? Maybe just because your parents think it's funny. We could start there. They're laughing at you.
You have to leave them with their befuddlements.
I mean, it's like, you might, as a naive child, ask yourself, why is my bully like this? Is their home life really so rough? You know, did their parents tell them to be this way? You get a bit older and you realize that, like,